Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Can you hear me in the back of the room? Barbara, can you hear me? Oops. Can you hear me now? Is that all right? Okay. Good morning. I was just informed it's 10:31. I'm in trouble. So, my name is Russ Carlson. I want to thank you very much for coming. I want to thank everyone very much for coming. In terms of the sale or cash, qualified check, Visa, MasterCard, and Discover for those of you in the room. Those bidding through the internet, we do not take credit cards over the phone, but you can send us a check upon being successful today in today's sale. There is a 20% buyer's premium for those of us in the room and on the phones, and it's 25 if you're bidding online through Live Auctioneers out there in TV land. Okay, so I guess we should start. First lot of the day is going to be the John Deere lawnmower, owned by. You have to get someone on the phone. Okie dokie. This lawnmower comes to us from a house in Albany, New York, owned by a surgeon. He bought it in 2019. It only has 45 or it's got less than 60 hours on it, so it is in like new condition. It's got the grass catcher attachment, which I think is pretty cool. Are we ready to go yet? We ready? Okay. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 is where. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? Well, I've got 500 bid and 550. What do you go? What? 750 and 800. 800, 850 now. 800's bid and 850. What do you go? 850 now. $900. You got to be 9 now. 950 now. 1,000 now. 1,100. $1,100. One of you 11 now. 1,200. 12 and $1,300. 1,300. What do you go? 13 now. 1,400. 1,500. 1,500. Dan, get it back at 15 now. 1,600. 16 and $1,700. You got to be 17. 17 now. 1,800. $1,800. Would he go 18? I've got 1,700 bidding, $1,800. Anybody else for 1,800? 1,700's bidding, $1,800. And are you all done and through at 1,700 and 1,800? Fair warning. Once, twice, down it goes. $1,700. The number 9, is it? 5. The buyer 5. All right. Lot number 2, 1882 and 1884, Carson City, Morgan Head, Silver Dollars. And I've got bidding starts at $275 and $300. What do you go? 275 has been 3. Would you go $300? Anybody? 300 now. 350 now. 400. One of you. 400 now. 450. 450. Would you go? $450? You got to be 450. 450 now. 500. 500. 550. 600. Back to you for 600. 5.5 has been 6. Would you go? $600? Any interest at 600? 600. Fair warning. Once, twice. $550 buys number 17. The buyer 17. Lot number 3, 1882 and 83. Bidding starts at 300 and 350. 500 and 550. 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? I've got 500 bidding 5.5. Would you go 5.5? Now 600. $600. Would you go 600? 5.5 is bidding 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else for 6? Fair warning. 600. $550. Same way. Number 17. 17. The buyer. Lot number 4. 5 pieces of sterling silver, including a match safe, a perfume, apron clip, heart-shaped pendant, and a round tray, and a couple $100 quick for that. 100 where? Any hundreds bid 1.25. We go 1.25. Anybody like 1.5? We go 150. Anybody like 150? 175 now. 150's bidding 175. Would you go 175? Any advance on 150? 175 now. 200. $200. Would you go to? Any interest at $200? Anybody else for 200? Are you all done and through? $175. Number 8675. 8675. Lot number 5 are the other two Carson cities, and $300 quick for those. 450 and 500. 450 is bid, and 5 we go 500 on John in the back. 500, 550, Barb. 550, would you go 550? I've got 500 on John. Sarah, any more at 550? Would you go 550, 500, and 5? I've got 550 ahead of you. Would you go 600, sir? 600. 5.5 is bid in 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else for 600? 550 is bid in 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else for 600? I'm sorry, you both had your hands up. 600? $550. Same way, number 17. The buyer 17. Lot number 6 is an H.L. Leonard split bamboo fly rod with 3 tips, made by Leonard Mills, 9'8" and 8'9", and it has an Orbis tube to protect it, or case, but a really nice fly rod. 2 of the tips are just a little bit shorter than the other. Someone give me about $300 for it. 275 is bid, and 3 would go. Anybody like it for 300? 275 has been $300. 300 now 350. 300 and 350. Would he go $350? Anybody else for 350? I've got 300 on John in the back of the room, and 350. Any advance? 300 and 350. It's against you at 300 and 350. Once, twice, and down it goes, John. $300. 500. What is it? Buyer 500, thank you. U.S. Cavalry Saber with a scabbard, 41.5 inches overall. This is probably Civil War period, and in nice condition with scabbard. Someone give me about 500 for it. $200 to open. Anybody like it? 2? Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 100? 100's bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2, 1 1/4 is bid, 1 1/2. Anybody else for 150? I've got 125 bid and 150. Would you go $150? Anybody like it for 150? Fair warning, 150. Once, twice. Wow, that's a great buy. $125. Number 26, the buyer 26. Lot number 8. 14-karat gold ring with diamonds and a 14-karat gold bracelet with 5 semi-precious stones. And $300 quick for it. 350 and 400. 400 and 450. 450, 500 and 550. 550 now 600. 550 is bid in 6. Would you go $600? Anyone else for 600? 5.5 is bid in 600. Now 650. 600 is bid in 650. 650 now 700. $700 bidding 700. 6.5 is bid in 7. Would you go $700? Anybody else for 700? You're missing on this at 650 and 700. Once, twice. $650 to number 25, the buyer. 25. Lot number 9, Victorian garnet earrings and cocktail ring, and I've got a bit of interest in this. It opens at $60 and $70. Would you go? 70 now 80, 80 now 90, 90 now 100. $100. Anybody else for 100? 100's bidding 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Anybody like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. Anybody want to be for 1 1/2? Fair warning, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys. Number 906. Lot number 10 is a triple strand pearl bracelet with a diamond clasp. Pretty pushy clasp on this. And white gold with extra pearls. And there's a little clip with extra pearls if you wanted to extend it for some reason. And someone give me about $300 on this lot. 300, 200. Anybody like it for 200? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Now 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Half and 75, sir. 275. Now 300. $300. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. Would you go 3? Got to be $300. Anybody else for 300? Fair warning. 275 and 300. Nice buy. Number 5, the buyer 5. Next lot. Lot number 11 is an 8-inch long jade page turner. Pretty nice. And I've got to open this at 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? Anybody like it for 1 1/2? I've got 125 bid here in the book, and 1 1/2. Would you go 150? Now 175. Back to you for 200. $200. Would you go 200? 175 is bid, and 2. Would you go $200? Anyone else for 200? 175 has been 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 200? 175 buys. Bid card number 516. 516, the buyer. 14 karat yellow gold ladies clamshell Waltham watch with accent diamond. It is in working condition, and bidding should start at a couple of hundred, but I'll take 100 to open. Anybody like it? Hundreds bid, 1 1/4. Hundreds bid, 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like now 150? Now 175. Back to you for 175, Sarah. 175 now 200, Nate. $200. You've got to be 200. 175 and 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 200? 175 buys. Number 5386. Black Star and Gorham wristwatch in working condition, gold-filled band bracelet, and $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like it for $100? $50 to get it going. $50. 50's bid and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60? 60 now 70. You've got to be 70. Would you go $70? 80 now. $80. You got to be 80. Would you go $80? And now $90. You've got to be 90 the hard way. 90 now 100. 100's bid and 1 1/4. 1 1/4 now 1 1/2. Anybody like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 bid and 1 1/2 now 75. 175. Would you go 175 now 200? $200. You've got to be 2. Would you go $200? 200 now 2 1/4. 200 bid and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4 now 2 1/2? Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4. 2 1/2 and 75. 275. You got to be 275. Anybody like it but 275? I've got 250 bid and 275. Fair warning. 250 and 275. No advance. $250 owns it. Number 906. Thank you, Nate. Lot 14 is a pair of 18 karat gold earrings, approximately 4 pennyweight, and $300 quick for those. I've got 250 bid and 275. Would you go? 250's bid and 275. Anybody like it but 275? 250's bid and 275. You could be 275. Anybody want to be in for 275? Competitive left bids here in the book at 250 and 275. I sold it. Number 539. They should be happy. Number 539, the buyer. 14 karat yellow gold diamond gents ring, approximately a ½ carat stone size, and the ring size is 11 1/2. Nice gentleman's ring, makes a statement, and bidding has started at 200 and 2 1/4. Would you go? 225 now 250, now 275, and now 300, now 350. Back to you for 350. I've got 300 and 350. Would you go $350? 350 now 400. 400 now 450. 400's bid in 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? I've got 400, 450 now 500. Back to the internet for 500. I've got 450 live on the floor and $500. Any advance? Once, twice. $450 to number 25. The buyer 25. Lot 16 is a beautiful, this is a beautiful ring. Tiffany, it's a gold mesh band, if you will. Nice and heavy, 9 pennyweight, 18 karat gold in the Tiffany box. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it? I have 1,000 bid and 1,100. Would you go? 1,000's been $1,100. Would you go 11? Anybody else like it for 1,100? I have $1,000 offered and $1,100 in the advance and $1,000 and 1,100. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,000 buys it. 5262. Thank you, Sarah. All right. 14 karat yellow gold bracelet and a 16-inch necklace. Approximately 10 pennyweight. And $500 quick for those. 500. $200 for them. 200's bid and 2 1/4. Now a half. 2 1/2. 275. Now 300. 300 now 350, now 400. 400 now 450, now 500. 500 now 550. 500 now 5 1/2. Legal 550. Anyone else for 550? I've got 500 bid and 550. Fair warning. $500 buys. Thank you for coming. Number 25, the buyer 25. Lot 18, diamond and yellow gold ring, approximately 6 pennyweight. Pretty nice. Bidding starts at 150 and 175. 175, now 200. $200 we go to. Anybody like it for 200? Now 2 1/4. 200's been 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4's been 2 1/2, now 275, now 300. Back to you for 300 now. 275 bid and $300. You've got to be three. Anybody else for 300? 300's bid. Anybody like it for 300? Fair warning, 300. 275 owns it. Number 906. Well done. Lot 19 is yellow gold fashion rings, one with emeralds and one with seed pearls and sapphires. Pretty nice. And a couple of low bids on this. The bid starts at 175 and $200 we go. 200 now 2 1/4. The book is out. 200 on the floor and 2 1/4 now 2 1/2. 2 1/2 now 275 now 300. 300 now 350 now 400 now 450 now 500. Back to you for 500. I've got 4.5 offered and 5. We got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anyone else for 500? 450 and 500. 450 buys. Number 905. Thank you, sir. Lot 20, heart-shaped amethyst set with diamonds and 14-karat white gold, approximately a size 7. And how much for it? Someone give me 300 for it. 200, $100 for it. 100's bid, 1 1/4, now 1.5, now 175. 175, would you go 175? 150's bidding 175. 175, are you bidding? 175, now 200. 200, now 2 1/4. 2 1/4, would you go 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Anyone else for 2 1/4? $200 buys. Number 5386. Number 21 is 13 vintage fountain pens, including a Parker Majestic Traveler, Remington, Esterbrook, Eversharp, Schaefer, etc., etc. Kind of neat vintage pens, and a couple of $100 for this lot. 350, thank you. And 400, would you go? 400 now 450. 400 and 450, would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? I've got 400 bidding 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else like them for 450? 450. $400 to the internet. Number 912. I must pay more attention when cleaning out these desks. All right, lot 22 is a portrait of a gentleman, and that's a Newcomb Macklin frame designed by Stanford White. Oil and canvas shown over here. A terrific frame. Somebody give me a distinguished gentleman. 650 to open, 700, now 750. 750, now 800, now 850. 800, 850, now 900. 850 is bid, $900, now 950. 900, 950, now 1,000. 1,000. 950 is bid, and 1,000, would you go $1,000, now 1,100. $1,100, now 1,200. 11 is bid, and 12 would go $1,200. Anyone else for 12? I've got $1,100 offered and 1,200. Fair warning, 1,100 and 1,200. Now 1,300. $1,300 now 1,400. 14 would go $1,400. Anybody else for 14? I've got $1,300 offered and 14. Fair warning, once, twice. Down it goes. $1,300. Number 914, thank you. Bronze and marble Tiffany clock set, with the matching urns, 3 of them. A sensational clock set shown over there in the center. And I should think 2,000, but I'll take 1,000 to open. Anybody like it for $1,000? 1,000 where? $500 and get it on the road. Any interested at the $500? It could be 5. Would you go 500? Anybody want to be in for 5? We'll pass this lot at 500. Lot 24, still life with flowers on top of the tall case clock over here. Signed Boscarian, oil on board, nicely rendered. And $300 down low for it. Any interest at 300, 200, 200, thank you. And 2 1/4 would you go? 200's bidden, 2 1/4 would you go 225? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 200's bidden, 2 1/4 would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 200's bidden, 2 1/4. $200 your way, Nate. Number 917. 25 is a tiger maple chest on frame shown in the back of the room. A beautiful piece of furniture. Lovely, nice old honey colored finish. Good figuring in the drawer fronts and in the carcass. And how much for it? On a little bandy-legged chest-on frame. How much for it? Someone give me about 4,000 for it, 3,000, $2,000 to open. Anybody like it for 2,000? I have 1,000 bid and 1,100. Where do you go? 1,000. I have an $1,100. You got to be 11. Where do you go? 11 now. 1,200. $1,200. You got to be 12. Where do you go? $1,200. 12 now. 12 now. 13. $1,300. You got to be 13 now. 1,400. $1,400 would go 14. 13 is bidden 14. We got to be 14. 13 is bidden 14. Now 1,500. Back to 15. Now 1,600. Back to you for 1,600. 15 is bidden 16. Any advance on 16? 15. $1,600. You're bidding 16. 16 now 1,700. 17 now 1,800. $1,800. You've got to be 18. Would you go $1,800? Anybody else for 18? I have $1,700 on the phones and $1,800 in the advance. 17 is bid 1,800. 18 now 1,900. Back to you for 1,900. Now 2,000. Back to you for 2,000. Would you go 2,000? I have 1,900 bid and 2. You got to be 2. Would you go $2,000? Anybody else for like it for 2,000? I've got 1,900 bid and 2 would go $2,000. Anybody else like it for 2,000? Fair warning, 1,900 and 2,000. Once, twice, down it goes. $1,900. 538. The buyer 538. Lot 26. A pair of period Matthew Bolton candlesticks, circa 1815. Matthew Bolton was a silversmith in London who perfected the layering of silver over copper, and that's what these are. They're sensational. It's an Adams form, a nice early 19th century. These could be as early as 1790. And how much are these? Someone give me about 500 for them. $200 for them. And $250, thank you, and $275. $250 is bid and $275. It's going to be $275. Would you go to $700? $300 now $350. $350 now $400. $350. $400 now $450. $400 is bid and $450. Would you go $450? Any advance? $450 now $500. $450 is bid and $500 now $550. $500 is bid and $550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for $550? These are hallmarked with the Bolton signature. I got 500 bid and 550. Would you go 550? Anybody else for 550? Fair warning. Once, twice. $500. Nate. 919. The buyer off to the internet. Oil and canvas on this has been laid down on masonite, dated 1867. We could not figure out the signature. Camping by the Abbey ruins. Terrific painting, 24 by 36 in size. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. 1,000 is bid and 1,100. Would you go? 1,000. I have an $1,100. Anybody like to be in for 1,100? $1,100 should be hands in the air at 1,100. 1,000 is offered and $1,100. Anybody like to be in for 1,100? 1,000 is bid and $1,100. Any advance on $1,000 and 1,100? Would you go 1,100? Fair warning, is one bid going to buy it? 1,000 is offered and 1,100. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,000 buys. Number 920. Thank you, Nick. Lot 28. A sensational Regency overmantel mirror with ebonized elements and original glass shown over the auxiliary fireplace, if you will. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. $500 and get it going. 500 where? Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 and start it. 350 is bid and 400. 350 is bid and $400. Anybody else like it for 400? 350 is bid and $400. Would you go for? Anybody want to be for $400? Got to be 400. 350 is bid and $400. Any advance on 350 and 400? My goodness, 400. Fair warning. 400 now 450. 450 now 500. Back to you for 500, Barb. 500 now 550. Now 600, Barb. Back to you for 600. Now 650. 650. Are you bidding 650? I've got 600 on Barbara. 650 is on the internet. 650 now 700. Back to the phones. 700. Would you go 7? Anybody else for $700? You got to be 7. Would you go 700? 650 is bidding $700. Anybody else for 700? Fair warning. Once, twice. $650. Buys, Nate. 919. Thank you. I should tell everybody in the room, Nate and Sarah are handling bids being fielded from two different bidding platforms. So it's not that they're buying a lot. They're bidding for numerous other people on the internet. Okay. Lot 29, a pair of 1820 New York City andirons, 17 and a half by inches tall. And these are nice, like a little double lemon top. And how much were those? Someone give me about $300, 200, $100 is where? 150 is bidden, 175. Anybody like for 175? 150 is bidden, 175. You've got to be 175. Anybody else like it for 175? Fair warning, 150 and 175. Wow, that's under the money. $150. You bought them. 919. Nice buy. Lot number 30 is a toneless landscape at twilight, oil on canvas, shown in the cabinet over here. Beautiful sky in this. And $300 quick for it. 200, $100. You get it going. Hundreds bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bid, 1 1/4. Now 1 1/2. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/2? 1/2 and 75. 175 now. 175 and 200. $200. Would you go 2? Anybody like it for 2? You got to be 2. Would go $200. Any advance on 175 and 200? Fair warning. Once, twice. $175. Nate. 908. Thank you. Lot number 31, a cold painted Vienna bronze mounted on an onyx tray base, circa 1910. And I've got bidding starts at 200 and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Got to be 225. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? I've got 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2. Now 275. Back to you for 275. 275 in the room. 275. Now 300. Back to you for 350. 300 is bidden. 350. Would he go $350? Anyone else for 350? 300 is bidden. 350. Would he go 300? 350. New fire. 350. Now 400. Back to you for 450. 450. Would he go $450? You got to be 450. 400 and 450. 450. Fair warning. 400 and 450. Under the money. 450. Once, twice. $400 buys to bid card 539, the buyer, 539. Lot 32, oil on board, Ernest Parton, rural landscape. Parton was one of the three brothers. They lived in Hudson, New York in the 19th century. He was born in 1845. This work is probably executed somewhere around 1870. Nice rural landscape and 10 by 14 inches in impeccable condition. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. $200 to start it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? 200, thank you. And 2 1/4, we go. 200 is bidden. 2 1/4, would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like 2 1/4? 2 1/2? 2 1/2, would you go 250? 2 1/4 is bidden. 250, now 275. Back to you for 275. 275, now 300, one of you. $300, 300, now 350. 300 is bid and 350. Would go 350, now 400. $400, would he go 4? 350 is bid and $400. Anybody else like it for 400? 350 is bid and 4. Would he go $400? Anybody like being for 400? 350 buys. Number 923, the buyer. 923. This is Ernst Beck. A 16-inch tall bronze of a farmer giving thanks in a 2-color patina. This was exhibited in the 1924 German Expo. Ernest Beck's dates are 1879 to 1941. So how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know, 500 quick for it. $500. Anybody like to bid for 5? Got to be $300 to start it. 300, $200. Thank you. And 2 1/4. Would you go? 200 is bidden. 2 1/4. Got to be 2 1/4. Would you go 225? 200 is bidden. 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like being for 2 1/4? I've got $200 offered and 2 1/4. 200 and 2 1/4. $200 buys. Number 924. 3-4. A pair of old Paris porcelain hand-painted vases, 10 inches tall, shown in the cabinet over there. Beautiful fireplace garniture vases. And how much for those? Someone give me about 300 for them. 300, 200. $100 is where? Anybody like it for $100? Would you go $100? Anybody want to be in for $100? $100. Anybody want them for $100? Hundreds bid, one and a quarter. Anybody like them for one and a quarter? Hundreds bid, one and a quarter. We go 125. Anybody 125 now? 150. Back to you for 150. I've got one and a quarter bid and one and a half. You got to be one and a half, one and a quarter, one and a half. Fair warning. One and a half, one and a quarter buys number 925. Lot 35. This is an SS car, Samuel S. Carr. Afternoon nap, probably a domestic catching a little snooze. 12 by 18 in a beautiful, beautiful condition. And somebody give me, I should think, $1,000, but I'll take 300 to open. Anybody like to be in for three? Would you go $300? Anybody would like to be in for three? 300's bid and three and a half. Would you go? 300's bid and three and a half. Would you go three and a half? Anybody like to be in for 350? I've got only $300 offered and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for 350? Fair warning. Once, twice, $300 buys. Nice buy. Your number, please. Number 16. 16, the buyer. Pewter Art Nouveau Figural Trade Nymph at a Reflecting Pool. This has a beautiful exhibition sticker on the bottom. Nymph at a reflecting pool, and how much for it? Someone give me 300 for it. $200 to get it going. $200 where? Anybody like to be for two? Would you go to $100? Hundreds bid, one and a quarter. Anybody like it for one and a quarter? Hundreds bid, one and a quarter, now one and a half. Anybody like to be in for one and a half, one and a quarter, one and a half, and 75? 175, would you go 175? 150's bid and 175. Fair warning, 175. Once, twice. No, $150 buys number 917. 917. 37 is a marble bust of Cupid. The wings actually come off easy for easy traveling. 19 and a half by 16 inches and $500 quick for it. 500, $200 for it. 250 and 275. Anybody like it for 275, 250, 275, now 300. $300, would you go 300, 275 and 3? Would you go $300? Anyone else for 300? 275 and 300. 275 buys number 908. 38, French Empire armchair, brass eagle head arms, 4 feet, pretty nice. And I should think 500, but I'll take 300 to open. Anybody like to be for three? Would you go $300? I got 300 bid and 350. 300's bid and 350. Now 400. You've got to be 400. 350 in the book and $400. Would you go for? Anybody like it for 400? 350 and 400. 400. 450. 450. Now 500. Back to you for 500. 450 is bid and $500. You're bidding 5. Anybody else for 500? 450 and 500. $450 buys number 520, the buyer 520. Etching, I-card etching, woman with Buddha shown up there in the oval frame, has the blind stamp windmill. It is correct and original. And how much for it? It's 24 by 20 out of the frame. And I should think $300 quick for it. Anybody like being for three would go 300, 200. $100 is where? Anybody? Hundreds bid, one and a quarter. Anybody like it for one and a quarter? Hundreds bid and 125. Would you go one and a quarter? Anybody like to be in for one and a quarter? One and a quarter, one and a half. One and a half, we go one and a half. One and a half, now 175. 175, now 200. $200, you're bidding 200. 175 and 200. Would you go $200? Anyone else for 200? I have 175 and 200. Once, twice. 175 buys number 906. Number 40 is the other I-card. This one is got full margins, lady with hydrangeas, signed and windmill blind stamp again, unframed. 21 by 29 inches is the full sheet. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for this one. $500. Anybody like to be in for 5? Would you go 500? 300. $200 for this one. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? 100. 150, 175. Anybody like it? 175. 150's bidding 175, but bidding 175. But anybody else for 175? I have only $150 offered and 175. Fair warning. Once, twice. $150 your way. Number 5073. 41, Ferdinand Legere. This is a folio containing 20 works. It is complete. and it's like in a booklet form. Uh, they're all loose prints of early Leger works. And how much for it? Someone give me about 300 for it. $100 is where. Anybody like to be in for $100? $50 and go 60. Would it go 60? Anybody like it for 60? 50 is bidding 60. Would it go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? 60 now 70. 60 is bidding $70. Anybody like it for 70? Would it go $70? Anybody want to be in for 70 bucks? 60 and 70. $60 your way, Nate. 908. Thank you. 42 sevens. Sterling silver fancy serving pieces, about 16.8, and these are fancy. There's a lovely salad set amongst those, an oyster-shaped scoop, and a little ladle, and some other. And how much for these? Someone give me about 200 bucks for them. 200, 250 is bid, and 275. 250 is bid, and 275 would go 275. Anybody like to be for 275? 250's bid and 275, even 275, 250's bid and 275. Fair warning. $250, Nate, your number? 905. 43 is the Jericho lithograph shown over on that wall. This is one of the Piazza series that he did. It is signed and numbered, and a low edition number it is. And how much for this? Someone give me about 500 for it. 500, thank you, and 550, would he go? 500 is bid and 550. Would he go 550? Now 600. $600. Would he go 600? 5 and a half and 6. Would he go $600? Anybody else for 600? 550 is bid and $600 is bidding 600. Anybody else like it for 600? Fair warning. 550 and 600. Once, twice. $550. Number 24, the buyer. Thank you. Number 24. Number 44 is the lyre-shaped marquetry inlaid sewing table with bag shown on the screens. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. $500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 5? Would you go 500? $300 and get it on the road? How much? 250. Thank you. And I have 275 here in the book. Would you go 300? I've got 350. Would you go 400? I've got 450. Would you go 500? Book is out. 500's bid and 550. Would he go? 500's bid and 550. We go $550. Anyone else for 550? I've got 500 and 550. Fair warning. 500 and 550. Nice buy. $500 buys number 5298. Thank you. 5298. The first of the silhouettes, and we're blessed with a nice collection of early silhouettes in this one. This one's signed by Auguste Edouard, 1834, silhouette of a gentleman. Nice condition throughout. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know, $500 for it. $300 is where? Anybody like to be for 300? I've got 200 bid and 2 1/4 we go. 2 1/4 now a half. We go 250. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 250 now 275. 250's bid and 275. Even 275. 250's bid 275. Anybody else for 275? Fair warning. 250 and 275. $250 your way number. 5402. 46. Large silhouette with 6 figures in a parlor setting. Nice period rosewood frame with a gilt liner. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about $500 for this lot. $200 for it. Anybody like me in for 200? Would you go 2? Anybody want to be in for 2? Got to be 2. Would you go $100 and start it? $100 and start this off. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go 100? Well, 50. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 125? And any advance at $100 and 1 1/4? That seems under the money. 100 and 1 1/4. Now 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bid and 1 1/2. Fair warning. Once, twice. 1 1/4 buys. Number 930. 930. 47 is an 1842 silhouette of Colonel Edward Freeman and his wife, Elizabeth Duncan Freeman of New Hampshire. Auguste Edouard. And how much for them? Someone give me $300 for those two. 300, thank you. 350, now 400. Now 450. Back to you for 450. 400's bid and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like them for 450? I've got 400 bid and 450. Fair. 450, now 500. 500, now 550. Back to you for 550. Back to the phones. 550, now 600. 600, now 650, Dan. 650, what do you go 650? 600's bid and 650, now 700. 700, now 750. 700's bid and 750, Dan. 750, now 800. 800, now 850. 850, we go 850. I've got 800 bid and 850, you're bidding 850. 800 bid, 850, now 900. 900, now 950. 950, we go 950. I've got 900 bid and 950. Any advance on 900 and 950? $900 buys number 3880. Lot 48. This is a John Myers. John Myers was the preeminent silhouette artist in the 19th century in London, England. This has a partial John Myers label on the back of it, and it's in impeccable condition. How much for it? Someone give me about, it's a silhouette on plaster, so it's never, no toning or darkening because it's on plaster. It's about $17.95 in vintage, and someone give me about $300 to open it. 300 where? Anybody like to be for 300? 200? 200? 150, thank you, and 175. Now 200. $200. You've got to be to go $200. Anybody else like it for 200? Now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. Now 2 and a half. Back to you for 2 and a half, Sarah. Now 275, Nate. Now 300, Sarah. $300. What do you go? 300. 300. Now 350. 350. Now 400. 350 is bid and 400 would go 400, 400, now 450, where we should have started. 450, 400 and 450, you've been 450, Nate. You've got to be 450, I've got 400 and 450. Fair warning, once, twice, fair warning. Down it goes, $400 buys number 5402. Next lot, oh, here's the Regency period Adams style satinwood inlaid sideboard, double pedestal shown in the back of the room. It is a stunning piece of furniture. How much for it? Somebody give me about $3,000 for it. Anybody like to be in for $3,000? Got to be 3. What do you go? $2,000 is where? $2,000. Anybody like it for $1,000? $1,000 to start it. Anybody like them for $1,000? $1,000 going to be $1,000. What do you go? $1,000. Any interest in this lot at $1,000? $500 then. 500 bid and 550. What do you go? 500 is bid and 550. What do you go? 5.5. You've got to be 5.5. 500 is bid and 550. What do you go? $550. Anybody else like it for 550? I've got only $500 offered and 550. It's a lot of furniture for that. 500 and 550. I'd hate to sell it for that, but I will. 500. It's against the room at $500 and 550. Once, twice. $500. Nate, you bought it. Number 931. That's a buy. Lot 50. The Tibetan. This is an artist proof signed and dedicated by Peter Max. This is the Tibetan scenes, 1981. It was signed and dedicated in 1985. And how much for it? Someone give me about. Someone give me 500 for it. 500, $300 to start it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Gonna be 3. Would you go 300, $200 and get it on the road? Any interest at 200? $100 then. Got to be sold out of a New York apartment on East End Avenue. I'm looking for hundreds bid and 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bid and 125. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? Hundreds bid and 1 1/4 would go 1 1/4. Anybody else like for 1 1/4? Once, twice. Nice buy. $100. Number 26 is it? 26 the buyer. Lot 51. 4 gilded bronze triple branch electrified sconces. They're pretty nice on the back wall around that sideboard. And $200 quick for those. $100 for them. Anybody like to be in for 100? Would he go $100? Well, $50 and start them. $50 and get them on the road. Anybody like them for 50? Would he go $50? Anybody like them for 50? $50. Thank you. And 60 would he go? 50 and 60. Anybody else like them for 60? Thank you for coming, sir. $50. Number 25. The buyer 25. Lot 52. 12 Norwegian sterling for Tiffany Demitasse spoons in a gold wash with enamel handles. These are beautiful in the original presentation box. And $300 quick for these. 300, 200. 200's bidden, 2 and a quarter to go. 200's bidden, 2 and a quarter, now a half. You got to be 2 and a half and 275. Now 300, 300, now 350, now 400. $400 got to be 400, 3 and a half and 4. Would you go $400? Anyone else for 400? Fair warning. Once, twice. $350 buys. Number 8, the buyer 8. Lot 53 is a pastel signed Altmanova PSA, Memories of Fall, and that is Irene Altmanova. And how much for it? Someone give me about 400 for it. 300. $100 is where. Anybody like it for $100 and get it going on $100? Anybody want to be in for 100? 100's bid and 1 and a quarter. Anybody like to be in for 1 and a quarter? 100's bid and 125. $100 owns it. Number 4299. Lot 54. Mahogany carved leg drop leaf table, circa 1830, shown here in the center of the room. And $400 quick for it. 400, $300 and get it going. 3 would go 300, $200. Anybody like it for 200? $100 is where? 100, 150, 175. 150's bidding 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150's bidding 175. Are you bidding 175? 150's bidding 175. $150 your way, Sarah. Number 4562. Lot 55 is the Piranesi engraving. Pretty nice one. And I should think $300 to open that. Anybody like to be in for $300? Anybody want to be in for 200? 200's bidding 2 and a quarter. Would you go 2 and a quarter? Now a half. 2 and a half. Would you go 2 and a half? 2 and a quarter's bidding 2 and a half. Anybody else for 250? 2 and a quarter's bidding 2 and a half. Would you go $250? Anybody else for 250? 2 and a quarter buys. Number 933. 933 the buyer. 56 is the Aaron Willard tall case clock. This is missing the weights, missing the minute hand, but it's a hell of a clock. Beautifully inlaid case with brass stop fluting, quarter columns. And I should think $1,000 to open. Anybody? 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500's in the book. 1,600, one of you. 16 on the phone. 1,700, 1,800, 1,900. 2,000, 2,200, 2,100, 2,100, 2,200, 2,300, 2,300, 2,500, 2,750, 3,000, 3,000 on Barbara, 3,000, 3,250, 3,500 on Dan, 3,750, one of you, 3,750 on Barbara, 4,000 on Ken, 4,250, one of you, 4,250 on David, 4,500, 4,750, 5,000, 5,500, 5,500, one of you, 5,500 on Dan, 5,500 on David, 5,500, 6,000, 6,000 on Ken, $6,500, going to be 65 now, $7,000, anybody else like it for 7,000 on Dan, 7,000, 7,500 Ken, 7,500 David, 7,500, now 8,000, 8,000, back to you Daniel for 8,000, 8,500, 8,500, yes, 8,500 ahead of you, 8,500, now 9,000, $9,000, you've got to be 9,000 on Dan, 9,000, 9,500, 9,500, now 10,000. $10,000, would you go 10,000? 9,500's bid at 10, would it going to be 10,000? Now 11,000. $11,000, one of you. 11,000, now 12,000. Back to you, Dan, for 12,000. $12,000, you're going to be 12. I've got $11,000 on the other phone. Now 12,000. 11,000's bid and 12,000. Fair warning. Once, twice, 11,000 and 12,000. Once, twice. $11,000 buys. I can't see the number. 522 the buyer. 522. Okay, pair of French enamel on copper signed cabinet vases, each signed Volney, circa 1890. These are beautiful. They're small, but they are impeccable and wonderful condition. And how much are these? Someone give me $300 for them. 300, 200, $100 is where? $100 is bid. 1 1/4 would you go? 100 is bid. 1 1/4 would you go? 125 and 125 now 150. 150, 175. 175 now 200. 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 275. 275, 250 is bid and 275. You're going to be 275, 250 is bid and 275. 250 buys. Number 13, the buyer, 13. Lot 58, International Sterling Silver Flatware for 12. This is Prelude pattern, about 86 ounces. And I should think a couple of thousand, but I'll take $1,000 to open. 1,000 is bid and $1,100. Would you go? 1,000 is bid and $1,100. 11 now 1,200 now 1,300. $1,300. You're going to be 13. 12 is bid and 13. Would you go? 1,300 now 1,400. 14, would you go? $1,400, you've got to be 14. 13, 1,400, now 1,500. 15, now 1,600. $1,600, you could be 16. 15 is bidding 16. 1,500 is bidding $1,600. Anybody else like it for 1,600? I've got only $1,500 offered and 1,600. 15 and 16, once, twice. $1,500 buys. Number 905. Thank you. 59, pair of early 19th century andirons. These are 21 inches tall, really gutsy. These are out of the same house as the tall case clock that we just sold. Robust 1830s andirons. I think they're shown down in front. And $300 quick for those. $300, $200 for them. Anybody like to be in two? Got to be two. Would you go 200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like them for 100? Would you go $100? Well, $50 and get going. 50 is bidding. 75. Would you go? 50 and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like them for 60? 50 and 60. $50 buys. Number 15 buyer. 15. Lot 60. Oil on panel. River landscape with a fort. Shown on the back panel over here. This one is signed Abraham von Rijn, not to be confused with his cousin Rembrandt. But beautifully rendered, oil on mahogany panel, nicely painted. $500 quick for it. $200 for it. 250, 275. Anybody like it? But 275 now 300. 300 now 350. 300's been 350. We go $350. Anybody else for 350? I've got only $300 bid and 350 now 400. Or would you go $400? You got to be four. Anybody else for 400? I've got 350 offered and 400. Fair warning, 350 and 400. Once, twice, $350 buys. Number 920. Lot 61 is an English. Oh, I love this piece of furniture. This has cabinets with two silver drawers in it, and the top drawer pulls out. This is English Regency at its best. It has a lot of architectural details that probably would have influenced Duncan Phyfe and the American cabinet makers of the day. Lovely, lovely desk and choice mahogany wood. And how much for it? Someone give me $500 quick for it. $500 to open it. Anybody like me for $5? Got to be $300 to start it. Well, $200 is where, and 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. Back to you for 2 1/2. I've got 2 1/4 on the floor. 2 1/2 at 275. Now 300. Back to you for $300. We've got to be 300. 275 is bidding 300 and 350. 350. What do you go? $350. You got to be 350. 300 is bidding 350. Now 400. Back to you for 400. 3 1/2 and 4. What do you go? $400. You've got to be 400. 350 is bidding 4. What do you go? $400. Anybody else for 400? I've got 350 bid and 400. 350 is bid and 4. Got to be 4. Would go $400. Anyone else for 400? $350 buys. Number 15, the buyer. 15. Lot 62. Lunt sterling silver flatware in a modern Victorian pattern. 127 pieces. And how much for it? Somebody give me $2,000 quick for it, and $2,100. Would you go? 2,000's bid and $2,100. Would go $2,100. Anybody like it for $2,100? 2,000's bid and $2,100. Anybody like to be in for $2,100? I've got $2,000 offered and $2,100. 2,000 is bid and $2,100. Fair warning. 2,000 and $2,100. Once, twice. $2,000 buys. Number 939. 63. Circa 1825 mahogany two-drawer stand. This has a very cool desk compartment which slides out of the side of it above the above the top drawer. I believe original brass. This is New York, around 1825, and really in first finish and impeccable condition. How much for it? Someone give me about, I should think 800, but I'll take 500 to open. Anybody like me for 5? You got a 5, what do you go? $300 to start it. $300, anybody like for 300? I've got 300 bid, thank you, and 350, what do you go? 350, now 400, back to you for 400, back to you for 450, 450, now 500, 450's been in 5, you got to be 5, what do you go? 500, 500, new fire, 500, 550, now 600, 600, back to you for 600, 600, now 650, now 700. Back to you for 700, 650 bid in 7. Would it go $700? You've got to be 700, 650 is bid in 700. $650 buys 935, 64. 15 pieces of 18th century Worcester. This is gilded floral patterned sprigware, including a teapot, cream pot, cups and saucers, and tea bowls. And $300 quick for it. 300, what do you go? 3, you gotta be 3, what do you go? 300, $200 to start it. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 is where. Anybody want it for 100? What do you go? $100, you gotta be 100. $50 to get it going. 50 is bid and 60, what do you go? That's your money, 50 and 60, what do you go? 60, now 70. 70, back to you for 70, now 80. $80, you gotta be 80, what do you go? $80, anybody else for 80? 70 is bid and 80, what do you go? $80, anybody else like them for $80? $70 your way, number 2. To the buyer, 2. Next lot. 18 opalescent curtain tiebacks, 4.5 inches diameter. There was a period during the week when I thought it was the only thing in the sale. We had about 6 telephone calls on it in the same day. There are 18 of them, though. They are not all opalescent. Some of them are milk glass, but they're either white or opalescent white. And there are 18 of them. 9 windows, good for 9 windows. And someone give me about $300 for them. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go $200? Anybody like them for 200? 200 is bid and 2 1/4. Now a half. Would you go 2 1/2? And now 75. Now 300. 300 now 350. 300 is bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? I've got 300 bid and 350. You're bidding 350. Fair warning. 300 and 350, once, twice, down it goes. $300 to the internet, number 5294. Thank you. This is a wonderful sofa in magnificent upholstery. It's a classically carved mahogany New York Federal style sofa, about 1815, 1820 in vintage. I can only imagine what that upholstery cost per yard, and how it's in impeccable condition, and how much for it. Someone give me $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be for 1,000? We go $1,000. Anybody want to be in for $1,000? Well, let's try 500 then. 500 is bid, and 550. What do you go? 550 now 600. $600. You're bidding 600. 5.5 is bidding 6. What do you go? $600. Anybody like it for 600? 600 now 650. 600 bidding 650 now 700. $700. We go 700. 6.5 and 7. What do you go? $700. Anyone else for 700? I've got only $650 offered and 700. Fair warning. 700 now 750. 700 is bid and 750. What do you go? 750 now 800. $800. What do you go? 800. 750 is bid and $800 any advance on 750 and 800. 750 and $800 once, twice. Down it goes. $750 your way, number 931. 931. 67 is a Majolica fruit compote in impeccable condition, shown right over here. Josh has it. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 and get it going. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2. What do you go? 150 now 175. Now 200. 200 now 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. Now 300. Now 350. 350 now 400. 400 now 450. 400 is bid and 450. What do you go? $450. And 450 now 500. 500 now 550. 500 is bid and 550 any advance. 500 and 550. $500 buys. Nice buy. Number 8, the buyer 8. 68, Bernard Catlin. This is a view of Ceylon lithograph in colors. It is limited edition it is number 74 out of only 100 prints made. And I should think 500 for it, but I'll take 200 to open. Anybody like 200's bid at 2 and a quarter? Would you go? 200's bid and 2 and a quarter. Now a half. Would you go 2 and a half? Anybody like up at 2 and a half? 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 275 now. 250's bid, and I'm looking for 275. Now I'm looking for 300. $300. Would he go 300? 275 and 3. Would he go 300? 300 now 350. 300 and 350. Would he go $350? You've got to be 350 now 400. 350's bid and $400. He's bidding 400. 3 and a half and 4. 3 and a half is bidding $400. He'll go $400. Anybody like it for 400? 350's bid and 400. Once, twice. $350 buys number 943. Crystal regulator clock by New Haven Clock Company. Very nice condition. It is all complete. And $300 quick for it. $300. $100 is where. $100 for that clock. Anybody like it for $100? Any advance? Anybody interested at 100? Well, how about $50? Any interested at $50? 50 and 60. Would he go $60? Anybody like it for 60? 50 is bid and 60. Would he go $60? Anybody like it for $60? 50 is bid and $60. $50. Thank you for coming all the way from Schenectady. Number 20, the buyer. 20. Lot 70 is a figure study by Steinlen and signed, and there is another figure study on the back of that with a little window cut out. But a lovely Steinlen chalk and charcoal on paper, and $300 quick for it. $300. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. 150 is bid and 175. Now 200. Now $200. Would he go 200? 175 is bid and two. You got to be two. Would he go $200? Anyone else for 200? 175 and 200. 200 now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter now 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Would he go 2 and a half? 2 and a quarter is bid and 2 and a half. Anybody else like it for 2 and a half? Fair warning. 2 and a quarter buys number 945. 19th century marble top classical 4-drawer coder chest. This is in first finish. It is Boston, about 1835. Marble is original and in good order. And original finish. Ormolu mounts are in impeccable condition. Drawers all operate smoothly. And how much for it? Someone give me a 500 to open. $500 got to be 5. Would go 500. $300 to open. $200 get it going. 200's bid and 2 and a quarter. Would you go? 200's bid. 250. Now 270. Now 300. Now 350. Back to you for 350. I've got 300 offered and 350. Would you go 350? I've got 350 now. 408. $400. You got to be 400. 400 now 450. 400 and 450. 450 now 500. $500. Would you go 500? 450's bid and 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? 500 now 550. 500 is bid and 550. Would you go $550? So you got 500 bid and 550. Now 600. Back to you, Nate, looking for 600. I've got 5.5 offered and 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else for 600? 550 and 600. $550 buys number 4904. 72 is two Gorham Sterling trays and the Wallace Sterling Silver Brandy Warmer, 40 ounces in total. And I should think $500 to open should be easy money. You got to be 5. You go 500. I've got 300 bid and 350. 500 bid and 550. Back to you for 550. I've got 500 bid and 550. You're bidding $550. You got to be 550 now, and 600. 550 is bid and 6. Would you go $600? Anyone else? 600 now 650. 600 is bidding 650. 650 now 700. $700 bidding 700. 6.5 is bid 7. Would you go $700? Anybody like to be in for 700? 650 is bid and 700. 650 and 700. Fair warning. $650 are gone. Number 905, the buyer. 73. I love this lot. Little mahogany desk caddy, and these are little Russian boxes made out of figured maple or satinwood or birch. But lovely little Russian boxes. Beautiful mahogany caddy, and $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for 100? Hundreds bidding, 125. Would you go? Hundreds bidding, 125. Would you go? 125. Anybody like it for 125? Hundreds bidding, 125. Anybody like it for 125? Nice buy, Stephen. $100 to number 13, the buyer. 13. Baccarat French crystal hinged lid box. A beauty. Beautiful, deep cut crystal, Baccarat crystal, beautifully bound. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. $300 is where? 450. 500. 550. 550. What do you go? $550. You got to be 550. 500's bidding 550. Dan, are you on the phone for 550? 550. 550. Sorry, 550. Now 600. Back to 600. New fire. 600. Now 650. One of you. 650 would go 650, now 700. 700, now 750. 750, where will you put all your cool stuff? 750, I've got 700 bid, 750, would you go $750? Anyone else for 750? 700 and 750, once, twice, $700, number 8675. 8675. Hassan, you were bidding, weren't you? Hassan, you were bidding, weren't you? Oh, okay. Good. Okay, so we've got, we've got the William Mason Brown. It is a sensational painting, circa 1858, signed Brown, lower left. Comes from a very, very good collection, and they had bought it from a very reputable dealer back in, I think, about 20 years ago. Beautifully framed, everything is right about it. How much for it? Someone give me about $10,000 for it. $5,000 and get it going. Anybody like to be in for $5,000? Got to be $5,000. Would you go $5,000? Anybody want to be for $5,000? $3,000 the hard way. Anybody like to be in for $3,000? Would you go? $3,000 is bidden. $3,250. Would you go? $3,000 is bidden. $3,500. You got to be $3,500. Anybody like it for $3,500? I've got $3,000 bidden. $3,500. Anybody like being for $3,500? $3,000 is bidden. $3,500. Fair warning, 3,000 is all that's offered, and 3,500, once, twice, 3,000 and 3,500. Hammers up. We're passing this lot at $3,000. 76 is the 17.5-inch Amari scalloped edge Charger. That was the only thing that had a reserve in the entire sale, folks. 17.5-inch Amari scalloped edge Charger, and how much for it? Shown over there. And next count it down. And $300 quick for it. $300. $200 for it. Anybody like to remember two? Would you go $200? $100 and get it going. $100. Any interest at $100? Would you go $100? Anybody want me in for $100? $50 and go. 50. Thank you. And 60. Now 70. 70. Would you go $70? 70. Now 80. Now 90. 90. Now 100. $100. 100. 1 1/4. 1 1/4, one of you. Anybody like to be in 1 1/4? I have $100 offered on the floor and 1 1/4. 100's been 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? $100 buys number 11. 11 the buyer. 11. 77 Sheraton 4-drawer chest with a beautifully scalloped apron upon nice high turned legs. Good brasses. And how much for it? Someone give me about $500 for it. $5, got to be $5. Would you go $500? $300. $200 and get it going. $200's been 2 1/4. We go. $200's been $225. Any advance on 2 1/4? Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Got to be $250. Would you go $250? Anybody like it for $250? We've got $225 and $250. Anybody want to be in for $250? 2 1/4's bid and 2 1/2. Fair warning. Once, twice. 2 1/4 buys. Number 944. Thank you. And lot 78 is a pair of blue Bach Frères. This is Bach Brothers vases with ormolu mounts. They are 14 1/4 inches tall. Lovely. And how much for those? Someone give me about, I should think, $300 for them. Anybody like to be for $300? Would you go $300? Anybody want to be for $300? 200 where? Anybody like them for $200? Got to be $200. Would you go $200? 200's bid 2 1/4. 200's bid 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/4 now 2 1/2. Anybody else like them for 2.5, 2.25 is bidding 2.5, half and 75. 275 now 300. $300 you've got to be 300. 275 is bidding 3. 275 is bidding 3 now 350. 300 is bidding 350. 350 now 400. $400 you got to be 4. Would you go $400? 3.5 bidding 4. You got to be 4. Would you go 400? 350 is bidding at 400. Fair warning. 350 and 400 once, twice. $350 buys number 908 buyer 908. 79 is an oil on panel. This is a veiled siren. This is signed Jolanda, signed in verso, and beautifully rendered. How much for it? Someone give me about 300 for it. 300, $200 to get it going. Two. Anybody like it for two? Got to be two. Would you go 200? $100 is where 100's bid 1.25. 100's bidding 1.25. We go 125. Anybody like to bid for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. Now a half. 1.5 and 75. 150's bidding 175. Would you go 175? 150, 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150 buys. Number 949. Thank you. Early 20th century circular girandole mirror shown over here, about 1910 old, 1920. The Gilded Age. And $200 quick for it. 200, $100 is where. Anybody like it for 100? $100, $50 and get it going. 50, thank you. And 60, would you go? 50 and 60, would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60? 60 now 70. $70, you've got to be 70. Would you go $70? 60, 70, now 80. $80, you've got to be 80. Now 90. Back to you for 90. I'm looking for $90, 90. Now 100. $100, now 1.25. 1.25, would you go 1.25? 100 bidding 1.25. Anybody else for 1.25? 100 bidding 125. It's going to be 1.25. Anybody, any advance at 100, 1.25. Now 1.5. Back to you for 1.5. Now 175. 175. 150's bidding 175. Thank you for the help. 150's bidding 175. 150 buys number 950. 950. Now, an important set of chairs. These shield back chairs they're southern. Whether they're Charleston or they're Savannah or they're Richmond, Virginia, I don't know. But they're beautifully inlaid and beautiful condition. 6 with 2 arms. And how much for them? Somebody give me $3,000 to open. Anybody like to be in for 3? We go 3,000. $3,000 going to be 3. Would you go 3,000? 2,000. 1,000 is bid and 1,250. Now 1,500. 1,750. 15 is bid and 1,600. What do you go? 1,600. 15 and 16. Anybody else like them for 1,600? 15 is bid and 1,600. 16 now 1,700. 1,800. 1,800. Back to you for 18. $1,800. We've got to be 18. I have 18 now. 1,900. $1,900 hitting 19. 18 and 19. 19 now 2,000. Back to you for 2,000. 2,000 now 2,250. 2,000's bid and 2,250. You've got to be 2,250 now 2,500. 2,500. Would you go 2,500? 25 now 2,750. 2,750. Would you go 2,750? 25 is bid and 2,750. Any advance? 2,500 is bid and 2,750. Any advance on 2,500 and 2,750? Under the money now at 2,500 and 2,750. Once, twice. 2,500 buys. Number 531. The buyer 531. 536. Sorry. Early portrait of a lady in a garden setting. This is attributed to Castor Nestor, who worked from 1639 to 1684. Right, shown right there. And I should think $1,000, but I'd take 500 to open. Anybody like? How much? 500 and 550. 500 and 550. Now $600. Would you go 600? 5.5 is bid and 600. Now 650. 650. Would you go $650? I've got 600 bid and 650. Yes. 650. Now 700. 700. Now 750. 700 is bid. The internet is out. 750. Now they're back in. 800. 800. This way. $800. We're going to be 800. 800. Now 850. 800 is bidding 850. You can 850 now 900. $900. He bidding 900. 8.5 is bidding 9. We go $900. Anybody else for 900? 900 now 950. 900 is bid and 950. Would you go $950? We're going to be 950 now 1,000. $1,000. Anybody like being for 1,000? Now 1,100. $1,100. What do you go? 1,100. 1,100 now. 1,200. See what good taste you have, Maggie. 1,200. 1,100 is bid and 12. Got to be 12. What do you go? $1,200. Anyone else for 1,200? I've got $1,100 on the internet looking for 1,200. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,100 buys. Number 953. The buyer 953. Enamel decorated Mosier glass box. This is from the house in Niskayuna. Lovely decoration in impeccable condition. And how much for it? Someone give me 300 for it. Ruby glass box. Anybody like to be in for 300, 200, 200, $100 for it? 100 bid, 1 1/4. Now a half. Got to be 1 1/2. What do you go? 150. 150. What do you go? $150. 150. Now 175. Now 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Anyone else? He says he already has one. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 2 1/4? I've got 200 and 2 1/4. Well, now he relented. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. Would you 2 1/2? 275. She calls you. 275. $250 buys. Number 11. The buyer 11. 84 is the Shabaris Graceful Dancer on Marble Arch. How much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. Anybody like me in for $1,500 to open? Anybody like to be in for 5,000 is bid and 1,100 we go. 1,000 I have an 11. Would you go $1,100? Anybody else like it for 1,100? I've got $1,000 offering $1,100. You're bidding $1,100. Anybody want to be in for 1,100? 1,000 is bid and 1,100. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,000 buys. Number 955. The buyer 955. Walnut framed Empire Revival armchair with cast bronze winged sphinxes as arm supports. And how much for it? Someone give me about 300 for it. 200, $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody want to be in for 100? 100's bidden 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidden 1 1/4. Would you go 125? 125 now 150. 150. Would you go 150? Anyone else? 150, 175, sir. 175. Would you go 175? 150's bidden 175. $150 buys. Number 940. 940. 86 is a terracotta amphora-shaped jar with ring handles. Pretty nice. Looks like it got dug out of the bottom of the Mediterranean. And very nice form. And $300 quick for it. 300. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? $100. You get going 100 and a quarter and a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidden 1 1/2. Anyone else for 1 1/2? I have 1 1/4 seated. The internet is out. And 150. Would you go 150? Fair warning. Once, twice. 1 1/4 buys. Number 24. The buyer 24. Thank you, sir. You talk about a beautiful overmantel mirror. This is Eglamize panels, all in good order. A little bit of gill loss on a couple of the balls, but I think original glass throughout. And how much for it? I've got a bit of interest. It opens here at $850 in the book, and 900. What do you go? 850's bid at 900, 950 now 1,000. You got to be. I have 1,000 ahead of you. Would you go 1,100? 1,100 now 1,200. The book is out. 1,100 is bid in 12. We got to be 12. Would you go $1,200? Anybody else for 1,200? 1,100 is bid in $1,200. Anybody else like to be in for 1,200? 11 is bid in 1,200. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,100 buys. Number 957 buyer. 1957. Pair of Carlton ware porcelain baluster shaped jars with covers. These are English, decorated in a chinois manner. And how much for them? Someone give me about $300 for them. 300, 200, 200, thank you, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody like them for 2 1/2? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. 250's bid at 275. Would go 275. 250's bid at 275. Going to be 275. Anybody else who don't like them for 275? 250 buys. Number 905. 89 mahogany spiral leg card table, shown here. Neat as a pin condition, and you should think 500 for it. 500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300, $200 and get it going? $200. Anybody like it for 2? Would it got to be 2? This tips and turns, so that no one ends up with a leg. 200. 200, thank you, and 2 1/4 would go. 200's bidden, 225. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 200's bidden, 2 1/4 would you go 2 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 225? $200 buys, nice buy, Sarah. 5298. 5298. Harvest in the Berkshire Hills, signed Renard. This is titled on the stretcher in pencil. Harvest in the Berkshire Hills. And somebody give me $1,000 to open. Anybody like it for 1,000? Who likes it for 500? 500's been 550, now 600. But 600, 650, 700. 700, 750, 800. 800, 750's bidden. $800. Any advance on 750 and 800? We go $800. Anybody like me in for 800? 7.5 is bidden. 8. Would you go $800? Anybody else like it for 800? Once, twice. $750. Number 6, the buyer. Nice buy. Number 6. Lot 91. 6 American coin silver spoons, including these are all early Albany makers now. 2 early Hutton spoons from Albany, and a pair of Shepherd and Boyd spoons from Albany. And then from Norwich, Connecticut, a pair of Willard spoons. These are all highly regarded early American silversmiths. And how much for them? Someone give me 1,000 to open, 500 to open. Anybody like to be for 500? I've got 300 bidden, 350. We go. 300 bidden, 350. We go 350, 350. Now 400. Now 450. Back to you for 450. Now 500. Now 550. 550. You've got to be 550. 500's bidden, 5.5. What do you go 5.5? You've got to be 550. I've got 500 bidden, 550. 550. Now 600. Now 650. 600's here in the book. I know 650. Would you go $650? Anyone else for 650? I've got 600 and 650. Once, twice. $600 buys. Number 509, the buyer. 509. French fire gilded Figaro clock, complete with key and pendulum. Pretty nice. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. $1,000 where? Anybody want to be in for $1,000? $500 to get it going. $500 got to be 5. We're going to be 5. What do you go? 500. $300 to start it. $300. Anybody like it with 3? Got to be 3. What do you go? 300. No interest. Well, we'll pass this lot at 300. 93. A.D. Allen continuous arm spindleback Windsor with bulbous turnings. This is Amos Dennison Allen. He was an understudy and worked for the most well-known cabinet maker. Oh, thank you, Tracy. And how much for it? Somebody give me $300 to open. 300, 200 for it. 200's bidden, 2 1/4. 200's bidden, 2 1/4. Got to be 2 1/4. Would you go 225 and 2 1/4? Now 2.5. Anybody like it with 2.5? 2 1/4 is 2.5. Now 275. Now 300. Now 300. Would you go 300? 275 and 300. Now 350. 300's bid. Sarah, did you want to say 350? Now 400. $400. You've got to be 400. Now 450. 400 and 450. 450. Now 500. $500. Would you go 500? 4.5 is bidden. 5. You got to be 5. We go $500. Any advance on 450 and 500? Once, twice. $450. Buys number 5399. 5399. 94 is a watercolor signed Maclet. This is the Persian walkway shown over there by Jake. And how much for it? Nothing on the screen? There we go. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. Anybody like to be in for $100? It'll be 100. $100 for it. Anybody want to be in for $50? 70, now 80. 70 is bid and 80. Would you go $80? And 80 now 90. Would you go $90? Anybody like it for 90? 80's bid and 90. Would you go $90? Anybody like me for 90? 90 now 100. 90's bid and 100. Would you go $100? Anyone else for $100? I've got $90 offered and 100. 100, yes. 100 now 1 1/4. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? 100's bid and 125. Now 150. 125 is bidding 150. What do you go 150? Any advance on 125? 150 now 175. 150 is bidding 175. Got to be 175. 150 is bidding 175. Once, twice, 150 is bid and 175. Down it goes. $150 number 942. 942 the buyer. Steuben Aurine vase, and I think a beauty. Beautiful piece of art glass. Well signed and numbered. And how much for it? Somebody give me $500 for it. $300 for it. I've got 100 bid and 1 1/4, 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275. Now 300. $300 is going to be 300. Now 350. 300's bid in 350. What do you go? $350. Anyone else for 350? I've got 300 on the floor and 350. What do you go? 300's bid in 350. What do you go? $350. Anyone else for 350? Fair warning. 300 and 350. $300 buys. Number 8, is it? 8. The buyer. Thank you. Number 8. Lovely buy. French Grand Tour French dresser set with perfumes and a little dish to hold your rings, etc. Little miniature scenes of the Arc de Triomphe. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about 500 for it, $200 for it. And a quarter, where'd you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? Now a half, 275. Now 300, now 350, now 400, now 450. 400's bidding 450. We go $450. He calls you at 400 and 450. We go $450. Anyone else for 450? I've got 400 and 450. Fair warning. Once, twice, $400. 13. The buyer, number 13. 97. A.D. Allen continuous arm Windsor with bamboo turnings, and $200 down low for this one. 200. $100 is where? 100's bidding 1 1/4, half to 175. 150's bid, 175, he's going to move 175, 150 is on the floor. 200, he says, 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. Back to you for 2 1/2, 2 1/4's bid, and 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 75, 275, now 300. Back to you for $300, going to be 3, what do you go, $300? Anyone else for 300? I've got 275 and 300. 275 buys, number 10, the buyer, 10. 98 is Eugene Chigot. Fisherman returning. This has Christie's provenance. Sold at Christie's in 1983. Beautiful luminous sky in this. And $500. Quick for it. 500. $200 for it. Anybody like to be able to? Got to be 2. We go 200. 400's bid in 450. 450. 500. 550. 550. I've got 500. 550. What do you go? $550. You've been 550. I've got 500 and 550. Anybody else like it for 550? Got 500 and 550. Once, twice, down it goes. 500, number 10, the buyer, 10. 99 is a pair of blown glass crystal Venetian candlesticks. They're like so light. Beautiful, beautiful. Very expensive boat ride to go to Murano. How much for them? Someone give me about $300 for them. Anybody like to be in 3? Got to be 3. We go $200. Save yourself the trip. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Where'd you go? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Anybody like about 125? Now 150. 150 now 175. 175 now 200. 200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. 250's bid and 275. Anyone else for 275? $250 and 275. Now 300. $300 is going to be 3. What do you go? $300. Anybody else for 300? 275 buys. Number 19, the buyer. 19. You'll be glad you did. All right. Louis Vuitton steamer trunk with lovely paper label out of the house in Cooperstown. And bidding has to start at 550 and 600. Where do you go? 600, 650, 700, 750, 2750, and 3,000. $3,000 and 3,000 now 3,250, 3,500, 35, 3750, 4,000. Nate, you've got to be 4,000. I didn't get you for 3,754. 4,250 now 4,500, 4,500, 45, 47, 4,750, 5,000. Why don't you guys just finish this? 5,000, 5,250, 5,250. 5,000's been 5,250. You've got to be 5,250. Anybody else for 5250? I've got 5,000 bid and 5250 would go 5250. Anybody else like it for 5250? Only $5,000 and 5250. Fair warning. Once, twice. $5,000 buys. Nate. 971. The buyer 971 wins the race. So the Charles Morgan is the oldest whaling ship from the New Bedford fleet that is still afloat. I think it's in the Maritime Museum. Charles W. Morgan, a three-masted whaling ship. This is a beautifully rendered model of that boat. It is 21 inches long. And how much for it? Somebody give me about, I should think, $800, but I'll take $500 to open, $300 to open. Anybody like to for $300, $200? Let's get ridiculous. $200, thank you, and $225 would you go? 200's bidden, $225 would you go? $225. Anybody like it for $225? 200's bidden, $225 would you go? $225. Anybody like to be in for $225? I've got $200 offered and $225. Wow, $225. $200 buys it. Number 10, the buyer 10. Everybody was afraid to have that shipped, which eliminated a number of bidders. Had some good calls on it, but how am I going to get it, you know? All right, dark blue Jasperware cheesecake dome, quite nice, shown over here in the cabinet. Classical figures in white against that beautiful Wedgwood blue. And how much for this lot? Someone give me, it's in beautiful condition. $300 for it. $200 and get it going. Anybody like it for two? Got to be two. We go 100's bidding, 125, 1.5, 175. One of you, 175. Now 200, sir. 225. One of you, 225. Would you go 225? I've got 200 on the floor. 225, 2.5 now. 2.5 and 275. 275. Would you go 275? 250's bidding. 275. 275 now. 300. Back to you, sir, for 300. They're going to have to go 350. So 300, 350 now. 350 would go $350. It's going to be 350 now. 400, $400 would he go for? 350's bidding. Would he go $400? Anyone else for 400? 350 and 400. 350 buys. Number 3973. Pair of 18th century New York Chippendale Diamondback chairs don't come along every day, and these are in beautiful condition. Carved shells on the knees and on the crest rail. Beautiful ball and claw feet. Really nothing wrong with them. Good drooning along the seat rail. How much for them? Somebody give me about $2,000. $1,000 is where. Anybody like them for $1,000? $1,000. Anybody like them for $1,000? 500 then. 500 bid and 550. Would he go? 500. Having 550, 550, 600, 650, 650, 700, 750, 750, 800, 850. 850. Would he go $850? You've got to be 850. 800 bid and 850. Would he go $850? Anybody else like them for $850? I've got only $800 offered and $850. Wow, that's under the money. 800 and 850. Once, twice. $800. Charles, you bought a beautiful pair of chairs for number 4, the buyer. 4. 104 polychrome decorated Delft Charger. 13.5-inch diameter. This one shows an old staple repair on the bottom lip, but a beauty. And how much for it? 18th century. How much for it? Somebody give me about $400 for it, $100 for it. Who's got $100 to open up the early Delft Charger? $100 where? Any interest at $100? No. If there's no hundreds bid, 1.25. Anybody like it for 1.25? Hundreds bid, 1.25. Would he go 1.25? Anybody want me for 1.25? $100 buys. Number 13, the buyer. 13, 105. 18th century blue and white Delft Charger, 13.5-inch diameter. This one without repair. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200, 200. 100's bidding. 1.25. Anybody like it for 110? 100's bidding. 110. Would he go 110? Would he go 110? Anybody? 110 and 120. 120. 1.25. 1.5. 1.5. 175. 150's bidding. 175. You got to be 175. 175. Now 200. Rich. 200. Nice to see you. 175 bidding. 2. 175 is bidding. 2. Got to be 2. Would he go $200? Anyone else for 200? 175 and 200. 175 buys. Number 944. 106. This is the J.B. Jonkind Nocturnal Harbor. I think a beautiful painting. And I should think 2,000. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $1,000. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? It's going to be 1,500 then. 500's bidding, 550. Would he go? 500's bidding, 550. Would he go? $550. Anybody else like for 550? 500's bidding, 550. Now 600. Now 650. Back to you for 650. I've got 600 bidding, 650. 650. Now 700. 700. Back to you for 700. I'll get 650 bidding, 7. Would he go? $700. Anybody else for 750. Now 800. 750's bidding, $800. Internet against internet. 800. You're out. $800 is going to be 800. 750's been $800. Anyone else for 800? Fair warning, 750 and 800. Once, twice, $750. Nice buy number. 5407. Lot 107 is a pair of Gothic-inspired brass candlesticks fashioned into floor lamps. These are kind of cool. Out of the New York apartment. They're shown in the back of the room over here. And $300 quick for those. $300, $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for two? Would go $100 and start them. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Anybody want for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 125. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? $100 your way number. 973. 108. Early barrel back 18th century lolling chair. These do not come along every day. This one is, we've ripped the upholstery off it just to show you that very beautiful early framework. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $500 to start. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would go 500. $300 to get it going. $300 on the road. Anybody like it for 3? Got to be 3. Would you go $200 to start it? 200 where? Anybody like it for 200? Any interest in this? If there's no interest, we'll just pass it. I'll sell you something that you do want. Okay. Passing this lot at 200. 109 is the Jeffrey Davis tall case clock, shown in the back of the room, keeping nice time in walnut, an old finish. This shows restoration to the bottom of the case, but a beautiful working 18th century clock. And how much for it? Someone give me about $1,000 for it, 500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 and get it going. 300, 350, 350 and 400. 350 and 4, got to be 4. Would you go 400 now? 450. 400 and 450, 450 now 500. $500 got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 4.5 bid and 5. You got to be 5. Would you go 500? 450 buys number 975. Thank you. Okay, oil on canvas. This is Napoleon on Elba. This is painted by Ella Green in 1869. It is on a Troy canvas in the original frame, and has never seen any signs of any sort of restoration. Beautiful, beautifully rendered Napoleon. And how much for him? Somebody give me $1,000 for him? $500 for him. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go $300 to start him? 300. No Francophiles out there. 300. $200 to start. 250. 275. 275, 250's bidding, 275. Anybody like to be in for 275? 250's bidding, 275. Would you go 275? Anybody want to be in for 275? $250 your way number. 976. 111. Sterling silver sugar shell, 2 tablespoons. Cold meat fork, 2 caddy spoons. 12 coin teaspoons by F&H, and a 6 mother of pearl handled knives, fruit knives. Approximately 20 ounces of weighable silver, not counting the knives, naturally, and $300 for this lot. $300, $200 for it. 400's bid and 450. Would you go? 400's bid and 450. Would you go? $450. Anybody else for 450? 400 and 450. $400. Nate, you bought it. And your number, please. 905. What do we have? 112 is another 18th century blue and white Delft Charger. I think this one in the best shape of them all. And $300 quick for this one. $300, $200 for this one. 200, 100 is bid and 1 1/4. Now a half. Now 175. $200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/2. 275. 275. Now 300. $300. 300. Would you go 300? 275 and 3. Would you go 300? Now 350. 350. Would you go 350? 300 and 350 in advance. 300 and 350. $300 away, number 944, lot 113. This is a 1645 map of England and Wales. It is hand-colored, and it is by Blaeu, who is a famous Dutch cartographer of the 17th century. This is a period map. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? Would it go $300? Anybody want it for $300? $200 and start it. Anybody like it for $100? Everybody. So 100 and a quarter and a half and 175, 200, two and a quarter. One of you, two and a quarter, two and a half, 275, 275. Would you go 275, 275? Now 300. 300, would you go 300, 275 and 3? Would you go $300? Anyone else for 300? 275 is bid and 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else like it for $300? 275 and 300. Nice buy. 275 buys number 14, the buyer 14. 114 is a late 18th century walnut chest with fluted quarter columns on OG bracket feet and a delightful size. It's only 37 and a half inches wide. And how much for it? Someone give me I should think $1,000. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? Well, 500 then. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody like it for 500? $300, or we'll see it another day. 300's been 3.5. Would you go? 300's been 3.5. Would you go 3.5? Anybody like to be in for 350? 300's been in 350. Would you go 350? 350 now. 400 now. 450. 450 now. 500 now. 550. Now 600, now 650, 650, now 700, now 750, 750, would you go $750? Anybody else for 750, 700 and 750? $700. Buys number 4. Number 4, Charles? Number 4. Thank you, doctor. Early stucco Florentine bas-relief. This is either 15th or 16th century. Virgin and child after Benedetto di Maiano. It is 25 by 15 overall and in remarkable condition. And I should think $1,000. Anybody have $1,500 to open? Anybody like it? 500's bidden. 550 now. 600. $600. You've got to be 600. 600 now. 650. 600's bidden. 650 now. 700. $700 been 700. 6.5 and 7. Would you go $700? Anybody else for 700 now? 750. 700 and 750. Would you go $750? Anyone else? 750 now. 800. $800 bidding 800. 750's bid in 8. Would you go $800? Anybody like it for 800? 750's bid in 800. 800 now. 850. 800's bid in 850. Would you go $850? Anyone else like it for 850? I have $800 offered in 850. Fair warning. 800 and 850. Once, twice. Down it goes. $800 your way, number 954. Thank you both. All right, teakwood tabaret with marble insert. This is about 1900 old, made in China. Nicely carved and seems complete and sturdy, sound and ready to go. Someone to give me about 400 for it. I'll take 100 to open. Anybody like it for $100? 100's bidden. 1 1/4. Anybody want to be for quarter? Now a half. 1 1/2 and 75. 175. You've been 175. 150. 175. 150's been 175. Any advance on 150? 175. Now 200. 200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 200's been 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 2 1/4? Fair warning. $200 buys number 13. The buyer 13. 117. Late 18th century oil on canvas portrait of a gentleman. This one is attributed and has a little tag on it that says it is Jacques Louis David. He was 1748 to 1825. We sold a David some time ago, within the last year, for substantial money. This one is 1 to 2,000, and I would think $1,000. 1,000 isn't too much to ask for an opening bid on a David. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to bid for 1,000? 500 then. 500, thank you, and 550. Now 600. $600. You're bidding 600. 5 1/2 and 6. Now 650. 650 now 700. Now 750. 750 now 800. Now 850. 850. Would you go 850? 850 now 900. 900. Would you go 900? 850's bidding $900. You're bidding 900. 850 and 900. 900, now 950. 900 is bid and 950, now 1000. $1,000, you've got to be $1,000. I've got 950 bidding, 1,000. We go $1,000. Anybody else for 1,000? 950 is bidding, $1,000. Anybody else like it for 1,000? 1,000 is bidding, 1,100. 1,000 is bidding, $1,100. 11, yes, 11, and now 1,200. $1,200, you've got to be 12. 11 is bid at 1,200. We go $1,200. Anybody else for 1,200? 11 is bid and $1,200. You're being 1,200. 11 is bid and 12. Fair warning. $1,100 buys number 960. 960. Thank you. Okay, paper mache lacquer Swiss tune 6 music music box with the song sheet, working condition. All the teeth are there. It is in mechanically fine shape. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. 500, $300 for it. 200. 200's bidding, 2 1/4, would you go? 200's bidding, 2 1/4, would you go? 225. Anybody else like it for 2 1/4? Now a half, would you go? 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/2 and 275. 275 now 300. 275 and 300. Would you go $300? 275 and 3. Got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anyone else like it for 300? 275 and 300. Once, twice. Down it goes. 275. Your weight number. 955. The buyer. 955. This is the rare southern chest. Oxbow chest. It might be figured cherry, or it might be applewood. I can't figure out the wood, but it is trimmed out in walnut, beautifully inlaid with fans, beautiful serpentine front. And how much for it? Someone give me $2,000 for it. $1,000 is where? Anybody like it for 1,000? Well, 500 then. I have 500 bid and 550 is here in the book, and 600 and 650. 650. I've got 650. Would you go 700? $700 bidding, 700, 6.5 and 7. Would you go $700? Anybody else like for 700? 650's in the book here at 650 and $700. Anybody like it for 700? Now 750. Back to you for $800. 750's bidding, 800. Would you go $800? It's going to be 800. 7.5 and 8. Any advance on 750 and $800? Anybody want me in for 800? 750 and 800. Once, 750 and 800. The book is out. 800's on the internet. Now 850. 800 and 850. Would you go $850? Anyone else for 850? I've got 800 bid and 850. This is the kind of just really should be bringing 1,500. I've got 800 bid and 850. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $800 buys it. Number 918. 918 the buyer. Quoizel art glass bowl, little like a little open salt or a little beautiful little cabinet piece, and $100 quick for it. $100 where? Anybody like it for $50? $50, beautiful little piece of art glass. 50, thank you. And 60, would you go? 50 and 60, would you go 60? Yes. $60, you're going to be 60. Anybody else for 60? 50's been 60. 60 now 70. $70, would you go 70? I've got $60 on Dan and $70. You got to be 70. Would you go $70? Anyone else for $70? I've got 60 bid and 70. $60. Your way number 5. The buyer 5. Lot 121. Tang Dynasty painted pottery horse and saddle with stand, and $300 quick for it. 300. Thank you. And 350. Would you go 350 now? 400. 400. 400 now. 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? 450 now. 500. 500 now. 550. 500 and 550. Would you go 500? 550 now. 600 now. 650. 600 bid and 650. You're bidding 650 now. 700 now. 750. 750. Would you go 750? 700 is bid and 750. Would you go $750? Anyone else for 750? I've got 700 bid and 750. 700 and 750. Once, twice. Fair warning. 700 and 750. Down it goes. $700 your way number. Sarah wins the race this time. 5331. 5331. Mixed media oil on board by Jean LaRousse. This is the horse race seed shown over here. And $1,000 for it, I should think. 1,000 where? Anybody like me in for $500 and get it going? $500 could be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody like it for 500? Anybody like it for 300? $300. $200. Saratoga's coming. $200. Anybody like to be in for $200? It's going to be two to go. 200, $100 and get it going. $100 out of the New York apartment. 100's been 1.25. We go. 100's been 1.25. Anybody like to be in for 1.25? 100's been 1.25. Anybody like to be in for 1.25? I've got only $100 bid in and 1.25. I'm so glad she moved to California because I'd be in trouble. $100 buys, number 11, the buyer, 11. Okay, Theodore Starr, sterling 12-inch reticulated bowl with big blossoms and a piercework border. And how much for it? $300 for it? 400 bid and 450. Would he go? 404 and a half. He got to be 450. Would he go? $450. Anybody else like for 450? 404, 450. Now 500. 500, sir. Would he go 500? 4.5 and 5. We got to be 5. Would he go $500? Anyone else for 500? 450 and 500. 450 buys. Number 931. 931. Pair of 18th century Rhode Island Queen Anne chairs. These are pretty juicy. I think the walnut with they mahoganized everything in the Victorian era. But these chairs date from about 1760. They're beautiful, beautiful condition, wonderful stretcher arrangement. And how much for those? Someone give me about $2,000 for them. $1,000 for them. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500. 500. 550. Now 600. 600. Now 650. 650. Now 700. Now 750. 750. Would you go $750? Anybody else for 750? 750. Now 800. 800. 850. 800's bidding 850. Would you go $850? Anybody like them for 850? 850. Now 900. 900. 850's bidding 9. You got to be 9. Would you go $900? Anybody else for 900? 850's bidding $900. Anybody like them for 900? 850's offered and 900. Fair warning. Once, twice. $850. Your way number? 944. 944. Handkerchief vase. I love this. Signed Vanini. Black and white case glass from Murano, Italy. Somebody said they'd never seen it in black before, but they've seen it in other colors. Beautiful piece of art glass. Polished pontal. All in good order. And how much for it? Someone give me about 300 for it. 350. Thank you. And 400. 350's bidding 400. Now 450. 400's bidding 450. Now 500. Back to you for 500. Now 550. 500 and 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? I've got 500 bid and 550. Fair warning. $500 buys. Number 8, the buyer. 8. 126 sterling silver, including a 10-inch soup ladle by Riri Brothers. This is a Francis I youth set. 12 pieces in all, about 18 ounces, and $300 for it. $200 for it. Anybody? 200 bidding 2.25. 200, 2.25, 2.5. 2.5 and 275. 250's bid and 275. Anyone else for 275? They've just paid for the Francis I set. 275. You got to 275. Now 300. Back to you for $300. 300. Now 350. 350. Would he go 350? 300 and 350. Any advance on 300 and 350? $300 buys. Number 939. 939. 127. 5-piece Amston hand-chased sterling silver tea and coffee set. This is in Donatello pattern, and it has a silver-plated tray accompanying it. But there's 94 ounces of sterling there. And how much for it? Someone give me about. Someone give me $2,000 for it. $2,000. Anybody like me for 2,000? 1,500 then. 1,500. 15 yes. 15 is bid, and 1,550. Would he go? 1,500 is bid. 1,600. Now 1,700. 16 has been 17. Would go $1,700. Anybody else for 1,700? 16 has been 17. Evening $1,700. Anybody else like it for 1,700? 16's been $1,700. Anybody like to be in for 17? $1,600 buys. Number 939. Hiroshige. This is a view of the Shorjiji Pass. Woodblock print, I believe an original, and again out of the same New York apartment as most of these works on paper. And $500 quick for it. 500. $500 going to be 5. Would you go $200 and start it? $200 and start it. Would you go 200? 200 is bid and 2.25. I have 200 ahead of you. Would you go 2.25? two and a quarter, now two and a half way back, two and a half and 275, 275, 275, now 300. Back to the phones for 300, 275 and 3. Would he go 300, now 350. 350, would he go 350? Got to be 350, 300 and 350. Would he go $350? Anybody else for 350? I've got 300 bidding 350. Where's my original bidder? 350. Anybody like to be in for 350? I've got 300 and 350. $300. Buys number 521. 521, the buyer, 521. 129, 18th century American Queen Anne armchair in old black paint, showed over on that side. I love the drop arms. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. 500, $200 and get it going. Anybody like to be in for two? Would he go 200? 100's bid, one and a quarter, quarter, half, 75, 200, two and a quarter, two and a quarter, two and a half, 275. Now 300, now 350. 300 and 350. Would he go $350? Anybody else for 350? 300 and 350. You're bidding 350. I've got 300 bidding 350. Fair warning, 350. $300. Number 6, the buyer, 6. Remember where you bought that one. Oil on board, Giuseppe Di Leonetto. European cityscape. Kind of nice, under glass back there. And $300 for that oil on panel. $300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Gotta be two. Would he go to $100 for it? 100's bidding, one and a quarter. One and a quarter. Would you go one and a quarter? Anybody like it for one and a quarter? 100. That's your 100. One and a quarter. Would you go one and a quarter? Anybody want to be in for one and a quarter? 100's bidding, 125. 125. Now 150. 150. 175. Now 200. 200. Back to you for 200. 175 is bidding two. Got to be two. Would he go 200? 175 buys. Number 10. The buyer 10. 131, pair of late Regency parlor cabinets. These are beautifully inlaid. You open the doors and they have fitted interiors with drawers. Beautiful for a house in Providence, Rhode Island. Lovely, lovely high-style cabinets. And how much for these? Someone give me $1,000 for them? $500 for them. 500's bidding, 550. Would he go? 500's bidding, 550. Would he go $550? And 550 now 600. $600, you've got to be 6. Would he go $600? 5.5 and 6, you got to be $600. Anybody else like him for 600? 550's been 6. Would he go $600? Anybody like to be in for 600? Way under the money now at 550 and 600. Once, twice, $550. Number 5, 3, 6. The buyer 536, 132. Marco Ricci, view of the falls at Tivoli. He worked from 1676 to 1729. This is about 1710, and I have no problem with it being a Marco Ricci. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. Anybody like to be in $1,000 to open? $500 to open. 500's bidding, 550. Would he go? 500's bidding, 550. We go $550. Anybody like it for 550? 550 now 600. 600, would he go 550 bidding 6? Would he go $600? 600 now 650. 600 and 650. Would he go 650 now 700? $700, you've got to be 700. 650's bidding 700 now 750. 700's bidding 750. Would he go $750? You've got to be 750. I've got 700 bidding 750. Get it back at 750. I've got 700, 750 now 800. $800, you've got to be 800. 7.5 is bidding. 800. New fire on the phones. Now 850. 800 is bidding. 850. Would you go $850? You've got to be 850. I've got 800 on Barbara at 850. 800 is bidding. 850. Would you go 850? Now 900, Barb. $900. Would you go 900? 900 now 950. Back to you for 950. I've got 900 bidding and 950. You've got to be 950. 900 and 950. Now 1000. $1,000. Would he go 1000? 950's bidding. $1,000. Anybody else for 1,000? Fair warning. Once, twice. $950 buys. Number 954. 133. 5 crystal and sterling dresser jars and a hat pin holder. And $500 for this lot. $200 for this lot. Anybody like this lot for 2? Got to be 2. Would he go 200? $100 for it all. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Would he go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bidding 1 1/2. Would he go 1 1/2? Fair warning, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys. Number 20, the buyer, 20. 134, Biedermeier, 3-draw walnut commode. And how much for this lot? Beautifully grained veneers on this. And $300 down low for it. Would he go $300, $200 for it? Anybody like me for $200, $100 and start at 100 bid and 1 1/4? Anybody like 1 1/4? Now 1 1/2, half and 75, 175. Now 200, $200. We go 200, 175 and 2. Got to be 2. Now 2 1/4, 2 1/4. We go 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? Such restraint. 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. Would he go 2 1/2? Anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid in 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. You've got to be 2 1/2. Anyone else for 2 1/2? Fair warning. 2 1/4 buys. Number 988. 988. 135 is the leaded glass table lamp, unsigned, shade and base. This is probably about 1970. It's not old, but it's very decorative and in perfect condition. And how much for it? Someone give me $300 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200? I've got 150 bid, 175. Would he go? 150's bid and 175. Now 200. 200. You got to be 2. Would he go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175. 2. Would he go 200? Now 2 1/4. 200 bid and 2 1/4. Would he go 2 1/4? Now 2 1/2. Barb. Get it back at 250. We got 250. Now 275. 275. Now 300. Back to you, Barbara, for 300. 300. Now 350. 300 bid and 350. Would he go $350? You got to be 350. I've got 300 bid and 350. 300 and 350. Once, twice, fair warning. $300 buys. Number 527. The buyer 527. 136 is a signed French walnut and ebony 1870 etagere. The draw is signed Dela, Paris. 30 inches tall by 18 inches wide. Beautiful condition, and how much for it? Beautiful signature, and just as you pull out the top drawer. And someone give me about $300 for it. $300, $200 for the 19th century French piece of furniture. Anybody like 200? $100 for the Parisian 100 and a quarter and a half. 1 1/2. I took you for 1 1/4. Is that all right? 150. Now 175. 175. Now 200. One of you. 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid. 2 1/2. 275. Now 300. Back to you for 300. 300. Now 350. 350. Now 400. Back to you for 400. 400. Now 450. 450. Would you go $450? You're going to be 450. I've got 400 bid and 450. Now 500. $500. Would you go 500? Now 550. Always good to be sure, Zoila. 550. Would you go 550? 550. 500 and 550. Any advance? 500 and 550. Down it goes. $500 buys. Number 5287. 137. Oil on canvas. Portrait of a woman in white, attributed to Louis Boilly. Somebody said she wasn't very attractive. I said it was a very flattering portrait at the time it was painted. Should have seen her in life. But this is a beautifully rendered portrait of a classic French woman dressed in sensational clothing. And how much for it? Someone give me $3,000 for it. $2,000 for it. Anybody like me for $2,000? $1,000. $1,000, and I've got let's see. I've got $1,100 and $1,200. Would you go? I have $1,200 now. I've got 13. Would you go 1,400? 14. I've got 15. Would you go 16? I've got 17. Would you go 18? I've got 1,900. Would you go 2,000? I've got 2,250. Would you go 2,500? I've got 2,600. Would you go 2,700? 26 is bid and $2,700. Any advance? 26 is bid and $2,700. Anybody like it for 27 on the phones? 2,800. The book is out. I've got $2,700 offered and $2,800. Anybody like to be in for 28? 27 bid and $2,800. Anybody like to be in for 28, 27, and 28? Fair warning, 27 and 28. Once hammers up, $2,700 buys it. Number 518, the buyer, 518. Virginia side chair. They don't come along every day. This one in walnut, back leg show restoration, but the rest of the chair, I think the original seat frame and everything else is correct. And it was professionally restored. So how much for it? Somebody give me about $200 for it. 200 is bid and 225. Would you go? 200 is bid and 225. Anybody like it? But 225. 225 now 250. 250. Would you go? 250 now 275. 275 now 300. $300 where we should have started. $300. Would you go? 300 now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go? $350. You got to be 350 now 400. $400. Would you go? 400. 3.5 and 4. Would you go? 4. 4 now 450. 450 now 500. $500. Would you go? 5. 4.5 is bidden 5. You got to be 5. You go $500. Anybody like it for 500? 450 and 500. Fair warning. 450 and 500. Once, twice. $450 your way number. 991. 139 coin silver 13-inch ladle by J.E. Smith, and a beauty. Beautiful coin silver ladle, and $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to $200? $100 is where 100 a quarter and a half. 1.5. What do you go? 1.5. I've got 1.25 on the floor and 1.5. Anybody like me in for 1.5? 1.25 is bid and 1.5. What do you go? 150. Anybody want me in for 150? $125 is bid and 150. 150. Fair warning. Once, twice. $125. Number 20, the buyer. Number 20. 140 oil on canvas. This is by Paul Georges. He's a 20th century artist, 1923 to 2002. 36 by 28. I like this painting. Someone give me about 400 for it. $400 for it. Anybody like to be in for 4? Got to be 4. Would you go for $400? Anybody like it for 400? $300 for it. $300. My goodness, $200 for it. Anybody like to be 200 bid and 2.25? Would you go? 200 bid and 2.25. Would you go 2.25? 2.25, 2.5, 275. Now 275. Now 300. 300. 275 is bid and 3. I have 300 ahead of you. Would somebody go 350? Now 400. 400. Would you go 400? 3.5 is bid and 4. Got to be 4. Would you go $400? 350. 400 now 450. 400 now 450. We go $450. Anybody like to be in for 450? 450 now 500. See, sometimes you just need a nudge. 450 and 500. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 500 now 550. 500 now 550. We go $550. Anyone else for 550? I have 500 and 550. Once, twice, 500 and 550. Down it goes. $500 buys number 5397. 141. An exceptional pair of cloisonne. This is Meiji period vases with floral arrangements on a gold dust panel. There's one little tiny flake, but they're in just about impeccable condition. And how much for them? Give me about $500 for them. 500 bid and 550. What do you go? 550, 600. $600. You've got to be 600. 5.5 and 6. Anybody like them for 600? 550's bid and 6. What do you go? $600. Anybody like to be in for 6? What do you go? $600. Anybody like to be in for 600? I've got 550 bid and 600. Once, twice, 550 and 600. Down they go. $550 buys number 955. The buyer 955. The first of our many Oriental rugs today. This one a rather nice Jozan Saruk area rug, 86 by 49 inches, and $300 quick for it. 300, thank you, and 350. What do you go? 300 I have, and 350. What do you go? 3.5. Anybody like to be in for 3.5 and 400 now? 400 and 450. 400 and 450. Internet bidder bidding against internet bidder. 400 and 450. What do you go? $450. Anyone else for 450? I have 400 and 450. $400 buys number 920. 920. Next lot, semi-antique Persian gallery carpet. This one is with an overall pattern. 146 by 76 is a nice size Persian carpet. Is that shown over here? Rolled up. Okay. Maybe we could open it up just one time, because this is a beautiful carpet. Someone give me about $500 for it. Get on the other end, Jake. There you go. $500. Got to be $300 for it. Anybody like to give it 300? Thank you. And 350. Would he go 300 and 350? Would he go $350? 350 now. 400. $400. Got to be four. Would he go 400 now? 450. 450. I can't see my bidders. 400 and 450. 400 and 450. Would he go $450? Any advance? I have 400 on the internet and 450. Would he go $450? Anyone else for 450? 400 and 450. Nice condition. $400 buys number 992. 144 is a Jozan Saruk mat. It's either that or Hariz mat. I'm not sure which. 25 by 31 inches, kind of nice. And $100 quick for it. Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody 1 1/4? 1 1/2. 175. Back to 175 behind you. 175 now. 200. $200 got to be 200. 175 on Ann and $200. Anybody else for 200? 175 and 200. $175. Number 30, the buyer 30. And thank you for coming. Lot 145 is a semi-antique Turkmen area rug. Again, pretty nice. Purchased in Cairo, Egypt around 1900. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200 for it. $200. Anybody like to pay for 200? $100 for it. How much? 150 and 175. Now $200. You got to be. Would he go 200? 175 bidding 2. Now 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. We go 2 1/4. Anybody else like 2 1/4? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2 would go 2 1/2. 2 1/4's bidding 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. Now 300. Back to the internet for 300. I've got 275 seated on the floor. And 275. 300 now 350. 350 now 400. $400. You got to be 4. Would he go 400? 3 1/2 and 4. Would he go $400? Anybody else for 400? 350 and 400. 350 buys number 11. 11 the buyer. 146 semi-antique Afshar scatter rug. 31 by 47 inches. Kind of nice. And $300 quick for it. 300. $200 for it. Anybody like to be for 2? Would he go 200? $100 to get it going. $100. Would he go $100? Anybody like it for $100? $50 to start it. 50. Nope. $50. Anybody like it for 50? $50. Got to be 50. Would he go $50? $20 to start it. 20 and 30. 20 and 30 and 40 and 50. 50 and 60. One of you $60. Got to be 60. 50 and 60. Bidding 60. Now 70. $70. Would he go 70? 60 and 70. Anyone else for $70? $60. Bought it number 11. 11 the buyer. 147 small Peking Chinese mat, and $50 is bid and 60. Would he go 50 and 60? Would he go $60? Anybody else like it for 60? 60 now 70, 70 now 80, $80 now 90, now $100. Would he go 100? 90 and 100. Anyone else for $100? $90 buys number 5. The buyer 5. I'm sorry, number 2. The buyer 2. What do we got? Semi-antique Persian gallery carpet, supple with full pile. It says circa 1925. There's another big rug. And $300 quick for it. 300. Would he go 3? Got to be 3. Would he go 300? Should be hands in the air at 300. 400. Thank you. See, there weren't, but there are now. 400 and 450. 400 and 450. Would he go $450? Anyone else for 450? I've got 400 bid and 450. 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 buys number 3602. Thank you. Now the Hamadan area rug. This one is in beautiful shape. And $300 quick for it. Better bunch of rugs than normal. $300. Anybody like me for 300? $200 for them. $200. Anybody like it for 2? Would he go 200? $100 and start it. Hundreds bid and 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bid 1 1/4. Now a half, Charles. 1 1/2. Would he go 150? Anyone else for 150? I've got 1 1/4 bid and 1 1/2. 1 1/4. Number 11, the buyer. 11, girl who gets all the bargains. Number 11. All right, semi-antique Hamadan rug with applied fringe. This is a really nice rug. Really, all you have to do is take that fringe off that's been applied, and I think it would benefit the rug immensely. But $300 quick for this rug. Anybody like to be in for $300? $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for $200? $100 and start it. $100 for this rug. Anybody like it for $100? Would he go 100? $100? Would he go $100? Anybody like it for $100? Wow. No interest? We'll pass it. Oh, hundreds bid, 1.25. Anybody like it for 1.25? Hundreds bid, 125. You're gonna be 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody like to be for 1.25? $100 buys. Number 33, is it? 33? Your age, 33. Okay. 19th century English watercolor playing in the hayfield. This is sunned indistinctly, but it's a beautiful little English landscape. The English are noted for their watercolors, and $300 for that. 300 where? $200 for it. Anybody like to be for two? Would you go 200? $100 is where? $100. Thank you. 1.25 we go. 100 bidding 125. Anybody like to be in for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody like to be in for 1.25? $100 buys. Number 14 buyer 14. Next lot 152. George III, 2/3 draw chest with ebony inlay and original brass. Real gutsy brass is on this. Beautiful condition. And how much for it? Someone give me $500 for it, quick. $500 is going to be $500. Would you go $500? $300 for it. Anybody like it for $300? $200 for it. I've seen the day when the brasses were worth $1,000. $200, thank you, and 2.25. Would you go? 200's bidding 2.25. Now a half and 75. 275. 275. Mag. 275. Now 300. 300. 300. Now 350. 350 should be $350. No money at all for this. 350. 350. Now 400. $400 you got to be for. 3.5 and 4. Would you go $400? You got to be for. Anybody else like it for 400? You know that ebony inlay came along after Nelson was killed. The entire nation was in mourning, so that's when the ebony string inlay started, about 1815. Now I've got, where am I? 350. I'm looking for 400. 3.5 has been forward. You go $400. Anyone else for 400? $350 buys. Number 22, the buyer. 22. 153, the Rose Medallion Charger, 15-inch diameter, pretty nice, shown over here, and $300 quick for it. $300 is going to be go 300 now 200, 200, $100. My goodness, and a quarter. Would you go? And a half now 175. 150's been 175. Anybody like it for 175? I got 150, 175 to go 175. Fair warning, 175. $150 buys. Number 423, the buyer, 423. 154 is a Georgian, Irish, or English mahogany storage box with a hinged lid. It is crisply carved. A beautiful, beautiful box in choice mahogany. This is 18th century mahogany. You prop the lid open for some reason. I don't know. There's been thoughts that it was for bedding. There's been other storage issues that they've considered. How much for it? Somebody give me $500 for it. $200 for it. 200, thank you, and 2.25. Would you go? 200's bidding 2.25. Would you go 2.25? Now a half. 2.5. Would you go 2.5? 2.25's bidding 2.5. Anybody else like it for 250? 2.25's bidding 2.5. Would you go 2.5? Anybody like to be in for 250? You're gonna be $250. Anybody like it for 250? 250. $225. Buys. Number 529, the buyer. 529. All right. Tiffany Sterling 11-inch stuffing spoon. Tiffany sugar tongs, canapé fork, and a spoon. About 9 ounces or 8 ounces of Tiffany silver, and $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like it for $100? 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody want me for 1.25? 100's bidding 1.25. Stuffing spoon is really nice. 1.25, 1.5. Anybody like it for 1.5? 175. 150 and 175. Any advance on 150? Would he go 175? $150. Buys it number 905. The buyer 905. 156 is William Olderveld, the mill. And $300 for it. 300, we go 3, got to be 3, would it go $200? Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 and get it going? What? 200's bidding 2.25. 200's bidding 2.25, now a half. 2.5, would it go 2.5? 2.5 and 275. 275, now 300. 300, would he go 300? 275 and 3, would he go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 and 300. Fair warning, 275 and 300. Down it goes, 275 buys number 944. 944. Pictorial Kermanshaw, they call this. Kermanshaw carpet, about 1910. This was always hung on the wall. There's tabs on the back, canvas tabs that have been added to take a bar so they could actually hang it. It was never really on the floor. But a beautiful pictorial Kerman. And how much for it? Someone to give me about $1,000 for it? 1,000 where? Anybody like being for 1,000? 500 then. 500's bid and 550, now 600. $600, would he go 600? I've got 600, now 650. 600 and 650, would he go $650? Any advance? 650, now 700. 700, now 750. 750, 750, would he go 750? I've got 700 bid and 750, now 800. $800, you've got to be 800, now 850. 800's bid and 850, would he go 850, now 900. $900, you've got to be 900, now 950. 900, 950, would he go 950, now 1000. $1,000, would he go 1,000. 1,000, now 1,100. $1,100, now 1,200. $1,200, you got to be 12, would he go $1,200? Anybody else like it for 1,200? I've got 1,100 bid and $1,200. Anybody like to be in for 1,200? I've got $1,100 bid and 1,200. Fair warning, 1,100 and 1,200. Once, twice. $1,100 buys number 997. 158 is a Persian prayer rug, oxidized brown on these, but nice semi-antique Persian prayer rug, and $300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. Anybody like it for $100? $50 and get it going. 50, would he go 50? Anybody like it for $20? $20 and 30 would go 20, 30, $40. Gonna be 40. Would he go 40? Now 50. 50 and 60, 60 and 70. $70 gonna be 70, 60, 70. Anybody else for $70? $60. Ooh, 70. $60. Number 11, the buyer. 11. 159. Semi-antique Caucasian scatter rug, kind of nice, and $300 square for it. About 1910, probably 1920. 300, $200 got to be two. Would he go 200? Jake, could you move? $200 got to be two. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 is where 100's bid and 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2. Would he go 1 1/2? 175. 175. Now 200. 200, now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, would he go 2 1/2, 2 1/4, bid and 2 1/2. Anybody else for 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2? Fair warning, once, twice, 2 1/4 buys, number 8675, 8675. Room size Iranian hunt carpet with birds and animals. This is 12 6 by 10 feet, shown here in the center of the room. And $1,000 is where for it. $1,000. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody like to be in for 500? 500. Thank you. And 550. Would he go 500 and 550? Would he go $550? Anybody else like it for 550? 550. Now 600. Now 600. Now 650. Back to you for 650. I've got 600 offered. 650. Now 700. 700. Now 750. Back to you for 750. I've got 700 bid and 750. Now 800. $800 and 850. 850. Would he go $850? You've got to be 850. I've got 800 bid and 850. $800 is offered and 850. Would he go $850? Fair warning. Once, twice, hammers up. $800 buys. Number 11. 11 the buyer. 161 20th century Iranian area rug. Kind of nice. Beautiful condition, full pile throughout. No rips, tears, or wrinkles. Pretty nice. How much for it? Somebody give me about $300 for it. $300. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go $300? $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200? 200. $100. Where? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bid and 1 1/2. Anybody else like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bid and 1 1/2. Fair warning. 1 1/4 buys. Quick hammer to an old friend. Number 26, the buyer. 26. 162, E.B. Tracy. He is the guy for Windsor's. This one is a braceback continuous arm with an upholstered seat. A lot of these had originally, I'm sure this originally had leather upholstery, either black leather upholstery or natural leather upholstery. It has been replaced and adequately so. How much for it? He worked until about 1800. So this is definitely an 18th century American chair. Someone give me 500 for it. 500, $300 to start it. Anybody like to be in for three? I've got 200 bid and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Anybody like it but 2 and a half? 2 and a half and 275. 250's bid and 275. Anybody want to be 275 now? 300. $300. Would he go 300? 275 bid and 3. Would he go $300? Anybody else like it for 300? Sam, give her a little nudge for me, will you? 300. 275 bid and 3. Would he go $300? Anyone else for 300? I've got 275 bid and 300. 300 in time. 350. 350. Would he go $350? You got to be 350. 350 now. 400. Back to you for 400. 350's bid and 4. You got to be 4. Would he go $400? 350's bid and 400. Fair warning. $350 buys number 515, is it? 515 the buyer. 163 oil on canvas. Henry Mace. This is a Dutch harbor scene. Beautiful painting. Lovely little painting from a home in Connecticut. And $300 for it. 300, thank you. And 350, would he go? 350 and 400. 350's bid and 4. Would he go $400? Anybody else for 400? 3 and a half and 4. You got to be 4. Would he go 400? 350's bid and $400. Going to be 4. Would he go $400? Anyone else for 400? $350 buys number 944. Now it's rumored that there's pizza in the back of the room, which is complimentary. Now don't trample poor Abby. But saunter back there when you like and help yourselves to a slice of pizza as our guests. We'd love to have you. Thank you very much. All right, Regency Tilt Top Breakfast Table with a banded top. A beauty. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. $500. Going to be 5. Would go 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Got to be through $200 and go. $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 is where. Anybody like that table for 100? 100's bid and 1 and a quarter. Anybody like it for 1 and a quarter? We do not deliver 1 and a quarter. You got to be 1 and a quarter. Anybody like to be in for 1 and a quarter? 100's bid and 1 and a quarter. Would you go 1 and a quarter? Anybody like to be in for 1 and a quarter? Fair warning, 1 and a quarter. $100 buys number 33. The buyer 33. Next lot. Bisqued Pouty Doll, possibly Kessner, possibly French. We've had varying opinions on it. This was in the doll collection that we sold in the last sale. Somebody paid a lot of money for it, and then they disappeared. An internet bidder, that occasionally does happen. So it's back to be offered one more time. Someone give me 500 for it. 600. Thank you. And 650. Where do you go? 650 now. 700. 700 now. 750. 700's bidding 750. And here's your chance. 750. 700's bidding 750. You got to be $750. Anybody else like for 750? 700's bidding 750. Where do you go? 750. Anybody want to be in for 750? I've got $700 and 750. Fair warning. Once, twice. $700 buys number 5297. Thank you. 5297. Ships at low tide. It is unsigned, oil on canvas, but it is certainly 19th century and beautifully rendered. I wish I knew who the artist was. 12 by 20 inches. Lovely oil painting. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. $200 for it. 300's bid and 350. Would he go? 300. I have in 350. Would he go 3 and a half? Anybody like 3 and a half and 400 and 4 and a half and 500 and 5 and a half? 5 and a half, 500 has been 550. Would he go 550 and 600, sir? 600, $600. Would he go 600 now? 650, 650. Would he go $650? 650 now. 700, $700. Would he go 700? 6 and a half and 7. Anybody else for 700? 650's been $700. Anybody else for 700? $650. Buys number 944. 167. 18th century cut frame mirror attributed to James Reynolds. It has a partial label in the back. It has the original bevel glass plate, original backboards, no real hurts. There's one almost identical in Winterthur, which is a house museum in the lower Hudson Valley. And how much for it? Some give me $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 500? 550 and 600. 550 bid in 6. Would go 600? 600 now 650. 600 has been 650. We go $650. Anybody else for 650? 600 bid in 650. 600 has bid in 650. Would go $650? Anybody else for 650? Fair warning. 600 at 650. Once, twice. $600 buys. Nice buy. And your number, please. I'm sorry. Your number. 14. 14. Thank you very much. New York City, late federal mahogany sideboard on the turned brass ferruled feet. This one has nice air around it. A very, very nice sideboard. A lot of furniture for the money. This is also out of the surgeon's home in Albany, New York, where the John Deere came from, as well as a lot of other things in my last sale. But I already had one for my last sale, so I kept this back. Anybody like to be in for $500 to open this sideboard up? Anybody want to be in for $5? Got to be $5. Would you go $500? $300 to start. $300 and get it going. Anybody want to be for $3? Got to be $3. Would you go $300? $200 for a period 1815, 1820 New York City Federal sideboard. $200. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like to be in for $100? $100. Anybody like it for 100? Any interest at all? Okay, I'm open to suggestion. Passing this lot, no interest. 169, very heavily cast sterling spoon. This is Love Disarmed, showing like Venus and Cupid. It is 10 and a half inches long and very heavily cast. Somebody give me about 300 for it. 200's bid and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bid and 2 1/4. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? It's going to be 250. 2 1/4's bid and 250. Now 275. Now 300. 300. One of you. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300? 300. Now 350. Now 400. $400. Would you go 400? 3 1/2 and 4. Got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 350's bid and 400. Fair warning. 350 and 400. Down it goes. $350. 8675. 8675. The buyer. 170 is an ebonized and gilded framed mirror shown over here, and $300 quick for it. 300 from the same home as the Federal sofa. $300 is going to be 3. Would you go 200? $100 is where? 100's been 1 1/4. Anybody like a 1 1/4? Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bid in 1 1/2 and 75. 175. Now 200. $200. You've got to be 2. Would you go 200? Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Wrong answer. 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 200 is bid in 2 1/4. Anyone else for 2 1/4? $200 buys. Number 944. 171 Burmese glass vase and a Mount Washington biscuit jar. Both of them are signed. Beautiful condition. And $300 quick for it. $300. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? $100 for the art glass. 100's bid 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid 125. Any interest at 1 1/4? 100's bid 1 1/4. $100 your way. Number 1002. 172. New York classically carved drop leaf table shown in the center of the room. This one with brass inlay on the octagon base around it, in between the beautifully crisply carved 4-footed legs. It is in very choice mahogany. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. $500, not too much to ask. Anybody like to be for 5? Got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300? $200. Anybody like it for 2? $200. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 is where? No interest. Passing this lot at 100. 173. Inlaid walnut veneer hinged lid box, kind of nice. And $200 for it. 200, $100 for it. Hundreds bidding 1.25. Anybody like it for 1.25? Hundreds bidding 1.25. Would you go 125? Anybody like to be in for 1.25? Hundreds bidding 1.25. Hundreds bidding 1.25. Would you go 125? $100 buys. Number 6, the buyer. 6. 174. Oil on canvas. This is the portrait of the 4th Marquis of Londonderry. It is after or by Sir Thomas Lawrence. He did multiple paintings of this marquis, probably to hang in different homes that the marquis owned at the time. This is when he was a boy, and he was naturally living with the 3rd Marquis of Londonderry at the time. So let's see. Somebody give me $500 for it. $200 for it. I've got $750 bid and $800, sir. $800 and $850. 800's bid and $850. Would you go $850? Anybody else for $850? I've got $800 on the floor and $850. $850 now. $900. $900. Would you go $900, sir? $900. We've got to be $900 now. $950. $900 bid and $950. Would you go $950? It's going to be $950. $900 and $950. Any advance? $900 and $950. Fair warning. Once, twice, down it goes. $900 to number 24, the buyer. 24. 175 is a Landers Frary and Clark double wheel coffee grinder. It is a number 20 with the original decals in beautiful condition, and $300 wear for it. $300. $200 for it. $300. Thank you. And $350. What do you go? $300 I have, and $350. Would you go $350? Anybody else like it for $350? $300 and $350. Would you go $350? Anybody like to be in for $350? I've got only $300 offered and $350. Fair warning. Once, twice. $300 buys. Number 1005. Thank you. 1005. The buyer. 19th century mahogany spider leg tilt top candle stand. Solid top on this mahogany stand, and very choice mahogany. This is like 1820, maybe even a little earlier, and I believe New York City. Someone give me about $300 for it. Anybody like to be for 3? Would he go $300? $200 for it. Anybody like it for 2? Got to be 2. Would he go $200? $100 is where? Hundreds bid 1.25. Anybody like it for 1.25? Hundreds bid 1.25. Now 1.5 and a half. Now 175. 150's bid and 175. Going to be 175, 150, and 175. 150's bid and 175. Going to be 175. Anybody else like it for 175? Fair warning. Once, twice. $150 buys. Number 1006. The buyer. 1006. 177 is a Braceback Rhode Island Windsor. This has bottle turned spindles. That usually kicks it up a notch. Beautiful original paint. Extreme taper on the foot, usually is an indication of Rhode Island. And $300 quick for this. $300 where? Anybody like to be in for 3? Would go $300. $200 to start it. $200, thank you. And 2.25 would you go? 200's been 2.25. Going to be 2.25. Now 2.5. Would go 2.5. 275. 275. Now 300. 300. Now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? 300 and 350. You're bidding 350. Would you go $350? I've got 300 bid and 350. $300 buys. Number 30, the buyer. 30. 178. 2 sterling silver sugar casters. One is English, circa 1890, and one is Burke sterling, American, 20th century. And $300 quick for these. $200 for them. $200 for the sugar shakers. Anybody like to be for $200? $100 and get them going. 100 bid and quarter, now a half and 75. 175, would you go 175? 150's on the floor, and 175 would you go? Anybody like to be in for 175? It is not on the computer. It's 150 and 175. Would you go 175? Fair warning. Once, twice, $150. Number 20, the buyer. 20, 179. 10 figural tobacco jars. The largest is 9 inches tall. These some of these are very comical. A nice bunch of figural tobacco jars, and someone give me $100 quick for them all, for 10 of them. 100's bid and 1.25. Now a half. 1.5. Would you go 1.5? 1.25's bid and 1.5. Anybody else like them for 1.5? One and a quarter is bidding. One and a half. What do you go? One and a half. Anybody want to be in for one and a half? One and a quarter. One and a half. Fair warning. One and a half. One and a quarter buys. Number 1007. 180 is the Carlton Chapman 1916 sailboat regatta. This is Carlton Theodore Chapman, and nicely framed, ready to go. How much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. 500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? Got to be 275 and 300. 300 now 350. 300's bidding 350. Would it go $350? 350. 350 now 400. $400 got to be 400 now 450. 450 can get it back at 450. 450 now $500 got to be 5. Would you go 500? 4.5 is bidding 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 450 and 500. 450 and 5. You got to be 5. We go $500. Anybody else for 500? 500 now 550. 500 and 550. 550 would you go $550? Got to be 550. 500 is bidding 550. Would you go 550? Should be 550. Would you go 550? Ken? Fair warning. Hammers up. 500 at 550. $500 buys number 5394. Thank you. 181 is a pair of 19th century Chinese yoke-back chairs. I think these might even be earlier than 19th century. They are antiques. They came out of the same house in Connecticut. And $300 for these. 300 should be hands in the air. All 300. Thank you. And 350. What do you go? 350 and 400. 350's bid and $400. It's going to be 400 now. 450. 400 and 450 now. 500. 500 now. 550. 500 and 550. What do you go? $550. You've got to be 550. I've got $500 offered and 550. 500 bid and 550. What do you go? $550. It's going to be 550. 500 and 550. Fair warning. 500 and 550. I thought they were going to bring some seriously more. $500 buys number 14, the buyer. 14. 182. Pair of Chinese Pottery Garden seats with dragons and exotic birds. Excellent condition. These from the house in Iskiuna. And how much for this lot? I've got a number of left bids on these. They open at $1,000 and $1,100. Would you go? $3,000. Like I said, $3,000 and $3,250. Would you go? 3,500. 3,250. 3,500. Anybody else like them for 3,500? 3,250's bid and $3,500. Anybody like to be in for 3,500? 3,500 now 4,000. 3,500's bid and $3,750. $3,500 is on Dan on the phones, and $3,750. Would you go $3,750? Anyone else with $3,750? 3,500 is bidding $3,750. Would you go $3,750? Anybody else like them for $3,750? I've got $3,500 offered and $3,750. Would you go? Fair warning. Once, twice. $3,500 buys number 536. The buyer 536. 183, pair of early 19th century China trade watercolors. These are nautical scenes, oil on board, on cardboard stock. Beautifully rendered of oriental fishing craft. And how much for them? Someone give me about $500 for the two of them. Anybody like being for $5? It's going to be $5. It's going to be $200 for them. 200, thank you. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. You got to be 2 and a half. Would you go 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter? Bid in 2 and a half. Anybody else for 2 and a half? 275. 275. We go 275. 250's been 275. 250's bid in 275. It's going to be 275. Anyone else for 275? 250 and 275. Fair warning. Once, twice. $250 buys number 14. Nice buy. Number 14, the buyer. 184, pair of hand-painted Chinese flower bricks on stands. These are pretty nice, and bidding starts at, just to start at $350 and $400. 350's bid and $400, 400 and $450. You've got to be $500 now. $500 is going to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500 now? 550. Book is out. 500 live on the floor. 550. Would you go 550 now? 600. $600. Would you go 600? 5 and a half and 600 now. 650. 650, bidding 650. I've got 600s bidding 650. Anyone else for 650? 650, now 700. Back to you for 700. I've got 650 bid and 700, now 750. 750, what do you go, 750? I've got 700, 750, now 800. Back to you for 800, 750 and 800, 800, now 850. Back to you for 850. I've got 800 bid and 850. 850, now 900. $900, what do you go, 900? 900, now 950. 950, you're bidding 950. 950, now 1000. $1,000, what do you go, 1000? 950 and 1000, now 1100. $1,100, you've got to be 11. $1,100, what do you go, 1100? You've got to be 11. I've got 1000 bidding $1,100. Anybody else like them for 1100? 1000's bidding $1,100. Any interest at 1100? Fair warning, I've got 1000 and 1100. Hammers up. Once, twice, down it goes. $1,000 owns them. Number 533, the buyer, 533. Early 19th century New England four-drawer birch chest. Kind of a nice one. Actually neat as a pin. Beautifully constructed. No problems whatsoever condition-wise. Someone give me about $1,000 for it. $1,000. $500 for it. 500. Anybody want to be in for 5? Got to be 5. What do you go? 500. Well, I've got 300 and 350. What do you go? 300's bidding 350. What do you go? $350. Anybody like it for 350? 300 and 350. What do you go? 350. What do you go? 350. Anybody want to be in for 350? I've got 300 bidding 350. 300 and 350. Once, twice, 300 and 350. Once, twice. Down it goes. $300. Number 15. The buyer. 15. Next lot. 186, 19th century George III style mahogany armchair. This is labeled handmade furniture, made in London, I believe. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $300 for this. 300. You gotta be 3. What do you go? 300. Well, $200 then. $200. Anybody like to be in for 2? Gotta be 2. What do you go? 200. $100. Hundreds bid 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bid 1 1/4. What do you go? 1 1/4. Now half. What do you go? 1 1/2. 1 1/4 has been in 1 1/2. You got to be 150. What do you go? $150. Anybody else for 150? 1 1/4 has bid in 150. 150. 175. 175. What do you go? 175. 175. Now 200. $200. You got to be 2. What do you go? 200. Anybody else for 200? 175 and 200. Under the money. 175 and 200. Fair warning. Hammers up. 175 buys. Good girl. Number 11. The buyer. 11. Okay, 187, we had it cataloged as attributed to George Innes, and that was because the guy who relined it had written Innes Oil on the, and I thought maybe there was something on the back of it originally, but it is not. It's Lewis, what's his name? Turn it up, you can't hear me? Sometimes that's a good thing. Abby, do you remember the name of the artist that did this painting that was attributed to Innes? Lemuel. Yeah, that's his first name. All right. Anyway, it's another artist that does exactly the same sort of work as Innes did. Who had painted this scene a number of times in different sizes. We found them, they sell for anywhere between $3,000 and $11,000. Somebody give me $2,000 for this painting. Wiles, okay. Somebody give me about $2,000, $1,000. Anybody like it for 500? 500's bidding 550. We go 550 now 600. 550 is bidding 600 now 650. 650 one view 650 now 700 on Barbara. 700 750 now 800. Back to you for 800. 750 800 on Barbara now 850. 850 now 900 Barb. Get it back at 900. 900 now 950. 950 now 1000. 1000. 950's bidding 1000 now 1100. $1,100. What do you go? 1100. 1000's bidding $1,100. Anybody else like it for 1100? 10 is bidding $1,100. You're bidding 1100. Dan, get it back at 1100. 1000's bidding $1,100. Anybody else like it for 1100? I have 1000 bid and 1100. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,000 owns it. Number 510, is it? Barbara? Barbara, is that the right number? 510? Thank you. 510. 188. Signed Libby. Crystal vases with sterling rims. The rims are marked Reed and Barton. And they are 12 and a half inches tall. A bit of interest in these. Bidding starts at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 275, now 300, now 350. 300's bid in 350. We go 350, now 400, 400, now 450. One of you. 450, now 500, now 550, now 600, 650, 700, 750, 750, 750, 750, now 800, 850. 850, what do you go? 850, now 900. Average it out. All the good buys you've gotten. 900, 950, 950. What do you go? 950, 950. Now 1,000. Now 1,100. $1,100. You've got to 1,100, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,300. 1,200's been 13. What do you go? $1,300. Anybody else for 13? I've got 1,300. Now 1,400. 1,400. I tried. 1,400. You got to be 14. What do you go? 1,400. 13 is bid and 14. What do you go? $1,400. Anyone else for 14? I've got 1,300 and 1,400. Once, twice. $1,300 buys number 10, 12. 1012. George III butler's desk with glazed door, bookcase top, English oak, kind of nice. 13 panels in each door, as I recall. And $500 quick for those. $500 for that secretary. Anybody like to be in for $5? Going to be $5. We go 500. Should be hands in the air at $500. $500 is going to be $5. What do you go? $300 to start it. $300 for the Georgian secretary. Anybody like to be in for $300? Is going to be $3. What do you go? $300. $200. You go. 200. Thank you. And 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's been 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 200's been 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Now a half. 2 1/2 and 75. 275. Would you go 275, 250, and 275? Anybody like it for 275? Now 300. $300. You've got to be 300, 275, and 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else like it for 3? Fair warning. Once, twice. $275. 944 the buyer. 944. 190 sterling silver flatware, including 6 Reed and Barton knives, forks, and 6 Reed and Barton Demi-Tasse or Latesse forks. Gorham teaspoons, cream soups, about 30 pieces in all, 29 ounces. Somebody give me $200 for it all. 500's bid and 550. Would you go? 500's bid and 550. Would you go 550? Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? I've got 500 and 550. 500 buys number 905. 905. 191 Amari vase modified into a lamp, 31 1/2 inches tall, kind of nice. Thrown over here, and $300 for it. 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go 200? 200 bid and 2 1/4. You got to be 2 1/4, Dave. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2. We go 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. Now 300, 300. Would you go $300? It's got to be 300. 275 and $300. Would you go 3? You got to be 300. Now 350. 350. Would you go 350? 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? I have $300 offered and 350. Fair warning. 300 and 350. $300 buys. Evelyn, you bought it. You're number 12, the buyer. 12. 192 set of 8 China trade porcelain plates, 9 inches in diameter. One has restoration, but the rest are all really a terrific group of. These are 1790, 1770, somewhere in there. Nice early plates. And I've got 200 to open and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's been 2 1/4. Now a half, 2 1/2 and 75. Now 300. Now 350. Now 400. Now 450. 400's bid and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? I've got 400 bid and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else like them for 450? I've got 400 bid and 450. 400 and 450. Fair warning. Once, twice. $400 selling for number 15, the buyer, 15. I had like 6 different bids in here. Okay. 2 New England hoopback blank seat Windsor chairs. One is bulbous and one is bamboo. Both an old surface, though. And $500 for those 2. 500 for the 2 of them. Anybody like to be for 2? 500. 300 for the 2 of them. 300. Would he go 3? Anybody 300? Thank you. And 350. Would he go? 300's bid 3.5. Anybody like to be in for 3.5? 300's bid 3.5. Would he go 3.5? Anybody want to be in for 3.5? 300's bid 3.5. Wow. 300. 3.5. Nice buy. $300. Number 30. The buyer 30. 194. 2 silver porringers. One is sterling, 1899, dedicated on the bottom from grandma or something like that. And the other one I think is 19th century Dutch, double-handled. There is a separation on the foot rim on the Dutch one, but boy, they're both very nice. Somebody give me $300 for the 2 porringers, 2 early porringers. 300, 200, $100 for them both. $100 for both porringers. Anybody want to be in for $100? $50. Thank you. And 75. What do you go? 50 and 60. $60. You're going to be 60. What do you go? 60, 70. Now 80. 80. Now 90. 90. Now 100. Yes, 100. $100. You're going to be 100, Charles. 100. Now 1 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody else for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. I think the Dutch one might be earlier than we think. $100 buys. Number 4, the buyer. 4. Nicely done. 195, attributed to Joseph Hidley. This is the Hudson River Narrows near West Point. And I think undoubtedly a Hidley. We do not have a letter from Warren. He saw photographs of it. He's the recognized expert. He saw photographs of it. He says, yeah, it's probably a Hidley, but unless I see it in the flesh, I can't give it a letter. So, and he hasn't seen it. So whoever buys it should really get a letter from Warren Broderick. I'll give you his information, his contact information after the sale. Bidding has to start at $1,400 and $1,500 we go. 14 I have and 15. Would he go $1,500? Anybody else like it for 1,500? 14 is 15 now. 16. You've got to be 1,700. $1,700. Would he go 17? And I'm 18. Would he go 1,900? $1,900. You've got to be 19. 18 and 19. Back to John on the phones for 1,900. I've got $1,800 offered and 1,900. 18 is bid and $1,900. Would he go 19? 18 is bid and 19. Would he go $1,900? Anybody else for 19? I have $1,800 here in the book and $1,900. Anybody like to be in for 19? Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,800 to bid card 540. The buyer 540. Inlaid tall case clock signed Miller Perth, Millar in Perth. It is in working condition with urns and oval inlays shown right here. Keeps beautiful time. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. We go $300 and start it. Anybody like that tall case clock for 300? Dan, $200. Anybody like 200? Thank you. And 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2, 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/2. Now 275, 250 and 275. We got to be 275. Would he go 275? Now 300. 300 where we should have started. Got to be 3. Would he go 300? 300 now 350. 350. Would he go $350? Anybody like to be in for 350? We've got 300 and 350. Rich, you're not bidding, are you? 300 and 350 because you're holding your card up. Okay, 300 and 350. Anyone else at 350? You look so disinterested. I didn't take it as a bid, but there it is. 300 and 350. You've got to be $350. Anyone else for 350? I've got $300 offered and 350. $300 way number 944. $300 to 944. 2 single-length, full-length portraits of a woman. She has highlights of chalk, and a man who is highlighted with bronze gilding. Pretty nice. They're both 19th century, shown over there next to the Hidley, and $300 for those. $100 for those. Anybody like them for 100? Would you go 100? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 200's bidding 2 1/4? Would you go 225? Anybody like being for 2 1/4? Now a half. 2.5, what do you go? 2.5, 2.25, 2.5. Anybody else for 2.5? 2.5, would you like to be in for $250? Anybody like to be in for 250? That's for both of them. 200 and 250. Fair warning. Once, twice, $200. Buys number 930, the buyer, 930. 198. Oriental porcelain yellow 5-toed dragon plate, 8.5 inches in diameter. And $100 quick for it. 100 where? Anybody want to be in for $150 and get it going? 50, would it go 50? Anybody want to be in for 50? 40 bid and 50, got to be 50, we go $50. Anybody else for 50? $50, got to be 50. I got 40 bid and 50. 40's bid and 50, would you go $50? Anybody like it for 50? $40 buys number 5323. 199 is a pretty rare object. This is an 18th century red gum. Red gum was a tree that proliferated in the New York and Hudson Valley regions, and it is no more. It looks a lot like cherry. This is a red gumwood cos, has the original ball feet, has the original cornice. The only thing it is missing is the valuables drawer, which would have been suspended from one of the shelves. The brackets are still there. But I find nothing wrong with it. It's a sensational piece of furniture. Somebody give me $5,000 for it. $5,000 going to be five. Would you go 5,000? Anybody like to be in for 5,000? $2,000 and started. Anybody like to be in for 2,000? $1,000 is where? Anybody want to be in for $1,000? Would you go $1,000? Anybody want it for 1,000? My goodness. $1,000. Anybody want to be in for 1,000? I'll open it at 500, but that's as low as I'll go. I've got 500. I've got 500 ahead of you, Barbara. You'd have to be 550, and 600, and 650, and 600, 650, 700, 750, 750, 800, 850, 850, 900, 950, 950, 1,000, and 1,100, and 1,100, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,300, 1,400, 14, 1,500, 1,500, 15, 1,600, 16, 1,700. Back to you for 1,700, 1,800, 1,800, 1,900, $1,900. Now 2,000, 2,000, 2,250, 2,250. We go 2,250, 2,500, 2,500, 2,750, 2,750. Now 3,000. 2,750's bid and $3,000. Would you go 3,000? Anybody else for 3,000? I have 2,750 bid and three. Would you go $3,000? Anybody else like it for 3,000? 2,750's bid and 3,000. 3,000. Bid quick or lose it. 3,000. 3,250. 3,250. 3,250. Would you go 3,250? I got 3,000 bid and 3,250. Now 3,500. $3,500 is going to be 35. Would you go 3,500? I've got 3,250 bid and 3,500. Fair warning. Fair warning. Once, twice, 3,250 and 3,500. 3,250 buys. Number 501, is it? Is that right? 501, Barbara? 501, thank you. Lot 200. 11 fancy serving pieces, including Tiffany, Gorham, Oneida, English, and Dutch. Eight are sterling and 3 are 800 fine. And I've got a little bit of interest in this. Bidding starts at $350 and $400. Would you go? $400 and $450. Would you go $450? Anybody else like it for $450? Now $500. $500 going to be five. Would you go $500? $550. 500's bidding $550. Now $600. 550's bidding $6. Would you go $600? Now $650. 600's bidding $650. Would you go $650? Anybody else for $650? $650. Now $700. 700 now 700 now 750. 700's bidding $750. Now $800. $800 $800 now $850. 800's bidding $850. Would you go $850? Now $850. Would you go $850? Anybody else for $850? I've got $800 offered and $850. Fair warning. Once, twice. $800 buys number 905. The buyer 905. Okay, 5-tube chiming tall case clock. This is colonial manufacturing, probably first quarter, 20th century. Pretty nice clock, seems to be keeping good time. I have not heard it chime. We had the chime shut off. Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 for a 5-tube chiming clock. $500 gotta be 500. Thank you. And 550. What do you go? 500 is bidding 550. What do you go? $550. Anybody else like it for 550? 500 and 550. What do you go? 550. Anybody else like it for 550? Fair warning. 500 and 550. $500. Number 20, the buyer. 20. Lot 202, Sterling, 3-branch candelabras by Preisner, 16 inches tall, 14 inches wide, classical form, and $300 for these pair. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would you go 300, 200? Sterling silver now, $200. Anybody want to be in for $100 and go? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Would you go now 1/2? You got to be 150. Would you go $150? 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. Anybody else for 1 1/2? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys. Number 905, 203. 203 is a late 18th century English bow-front hanging corner cabinet, 13 panels in each door. It only takes an 18.5-inch corner. It's a sweet size and truly Georgian in period. How much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it? $200 for it. Anybody like to be for 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 and 75, 275, 250 and 275. Anybody want to be in for 275? 250 is bid and 275. But it's going to be 275. But go 275. 275 with the hammer. Now 300. Now 350. 300 and 350. What do you go? $350. You're going to be 350. Scare me again, Nate. 350. 350. What do you go? 350. Fair warning. 300 and 350. $300 buys. Number 5329. 5329. Oil on canvas. This is offloading the catch labeled N. Cole, 1879. 1879 oil on canvas. I believe that's probably the English channel. And someone give me about $300 quick for it. Would go $300. Anybody like the 300? 200. I never thought of that, but I'm glad that you brought it up. I have 200 bid and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Now 1/2. 2 1/2. You've got to be 250. Would you go $250? Anybody else for 250? 250. Now 300. 300. What? 275. Now 300. 300. Now 350. Now 400. Back to you for 400. 350 and 400. I shouldn't have to work this hard. 350 bid and $400. You've got to be 400. 3 1/2 and 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 4? Got to be 4. Would you go 400? Now 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? I've got 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 buys. Number 3610. All right. Early stretcher base table with a 2-board top. This is an assemblage, but a beautiful, beautiful look. A very functional dining table with a 2-board top. Great country look. How much for it? Somebody give me about $1,000 for the table. Anybody want to be in for 1,000? 500 and go. $500. Got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody like to be in for 500? $300 for that table. Beautiful. 300, 350, 400. Back to you for 400. 350 bidden. 400. Now 450. Now 500. $500. You've got to be 5. Would you go $500? 4 1/2 and 5. You got to be 5. We got to be 5. Would you go 500? 450 and 500. Fair warning. 500. Now 550. Now 600. 600. 550 is bid and 600. You've got to be 6. Would you go $600? Anybody else for 600? 5 1/2 and 6. 550 bid and 600. Fair warning. $550. Number 30, the buyer. 30. All right. Continental painted tapered leg side table. This used to be a card table. The flying leaf got lost sometime in its life. They painted it and as a little side table. I just liked the surface and the quality of the paint. Someone give me about $300 for it, 200 for it. Anybody like 200? 750. Evidently somebody else likes it. See, I'm not an idiot. 750 and 800. 750's bid and $800. Anybody like to be in for 800? 800. Abby, you're wrong. 800. 750 and 800. Anyone else for 800? 750. Buys number 919. 919. Majolica sardine dish with shell and seaweed, and like a basket pattern. Beautiful, beautiful piece of early Majolica. And sardine dish was customary in the 19th century. That's a customary form to have on an elegantly appointed dinner table. How much for it? Somebody give me about $300 for it. Anybody like to get it for 300, 200, $100? 100, thank you. And 1 1/4. Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100, 125. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Wow. 100's bidding 1 1/4. $100 buys number 4343. Thank you. 208. This is George Jones. Change your tune. This is a strawberry tray with sauce boats. Very rare to find the sauce boats matching the tray. It is George Jones, English maker and designer of Majolica, and in beautiful condition. How much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know. I should think 500 for it. 500, 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go 200? $100 is where? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Now 1 1/2. Back to you for 1 1/2. 100 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? Anybody want me in for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2. Got to be 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. 175. Now 200. Back to you for 200. 175 is bidding 2. You got to be 2. Would you go 200? 200. Now 2 1/4. 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 2 1/4? 200 is bidding 2 1/4. $200 to the internet number. 1018. 1018. Rare Majolica fish teapot. I have to smile every time I see it. I just love it. Somebody give me about 500 for it. $300 for the Majolica teapot. Anybody like to be for 3? You got to be 3. Would you go 200 for it? 200. $100. 100's bid 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bid 1 1/2. Anybody else for 150? 150. Would you go $150? Anybody want to be in for 150? 1 1/4. 1 1/2. Fair warning. 150. 1 1/4 buys number 3632. 20210. Majolica. This is Fielding. Tray and pitcher. Certainly the tray is Fielding, okay, because it has the fan on it. I don't know about the pitcher. Pitcher just says, I think, carp or fish on it. Somebody give me $200 on the lot. $200 for both pieces of Majolica. Anybody want to be able to go 200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like them for $100? $50 and get them going. $50 is going to be 50. Would you go $50? 50 and 60. 50 and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like them for 60? $50 is offered and $60. $50. You bought them. Number 1018. Thank you. 211. 3 pieces of Etruscan Majolica, and so signed, including a cake stand, a leaf dish, and a grape tray, and $300 for this lot. $200 for them. Anybody like being for 2? Would you go 200? $100 for the Majolica. Anybody like them for $100? Would you go $100? Anybody like them for $50 to start them? Everybody, 50 and 60 and 70 and 80 and 90. $90. Would you go 90? 90. Now 100. 100. Now 1 1/4. 1 1/4. Now 1 1/2. 1 1/2. 175. 150. 175. Anyone else for 175? 150 is bidding 175. You're going to be 175. 150 is bidding 175. Last chance. $150 buys number 11. 11 the buyer. 212 Gothic inspired late American late Federal dressing table with inlay. Back here against the wall. Neat as a pin. Really no excuses were made for it. And $300 quick for it. $300. $200. 200, thank you. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like them for 2 1/4? 200 is bidding 2 1/4. You're going to be 225. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 2 is bidding 2 1/4. $200. Nate, the way number 944. 213. American School 19th century portrait of a woman with a bonnet shown right there. Need as totally untouched condition. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for her. $500 for the American School portrait of a woman. 500. $300. The bonnet is very, very well painted. 300. $200 for her. Any 200's bidding 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 1/4 now 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody else for 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bidding 2 1/2 now 275. 275 now 300. $300 you got to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else like it for 300? 275 has been 3. Would you go $300? Anybody like it for 300? 275 and 300. $275. Buys number 944. 214. Grain painted American 1830s hinged lid box. Grain painted to look like mahogany. Beautifully painted. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 is where? $100 for that box. Anybody like for $50 for it? 60. 60 is bid and 70. Would go $70. Anybody like it for 70? 70 now 80. $80. Would you go $80? 70 is bidding $80. 80 now 90. It's gonna be 90. We go $90. 90 now $100. It could be 100. Would you go $100? 101 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125? 125 now 150. 150. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/2 and 175. 175. Would you go 175? 150 bidding 175. Would you go 175? Anyone else for 175? I've got $150 offered and 175. Down it goes for $150. Your way number? 961. 961. 215 is a 1830 mahogany half commode with a draw, panel door below, original brass on the draw, a lovely little mahogany, very strongly grained mahogany commode. There it is. Thank you, Josh. And $300 quick for it. 3, would you go 300? 200. $200, it could be 2, would you go 200? $100 and start it. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like for 1 1/4? 1 1/4 now 1 1/2. You got to be 1 1/2 and 75. 175. 150's been 175. 150, 175 now $200. You got to be 2. Would you go 200? 175 now 200. Now 2 1/4. Back to you for 2 1/4. Ken, get it back at 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bidding 2 1/2. You've got to be 250. 2 1/4's bidding 250. You've been 250. I got 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Once, twice. Fair warning. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/4 buys number 522. 522. Thank you, Kenneth. 502. 502. Correction. Okay. Pair of Staffordshire sheep figures. The tallest is 6.5 inches. There's losses to the brocade behind them, but they're pretty very early. These are probably like 1750. These are early Staffordshire. Somebody give me $100 for the pair. $100. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Going to be 125. Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 100's been 1 1/4. $100. Number 10, the buyer 10. 217. 2 pair of 19th century Staffordshire Spaniels. The Jackfields are rare, and we're blessed with two pairs of Jackfields, and the white ones. I think that these are all in beautiful condition. And from the house in Niskiuna again. And $300 for the 2 pair of Staffordshire Spaniels. $300. $300 is going to be 3. Would you go 300? Well, $200 then. 200 and 2 1/4. 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Would it got to be 225? Anybody else for 2 1/4? I've got only $200 offered, and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/4. $200 buys number. 1019. 218. Oil on panel. This is the young lady right over here. It is on poplar panel, which is typical of New England portraiture circa 1830. It has a Troy, New York preparer stamp on the back of that panel. And $500 quick for it. 500 where? Anybody want to be? It could be anybody's grandmother. $500 is going to be 5. Would go 500. Well, $300 to start then. $300 going to be 3. Would you go 300? 200 where? $200. Anybody like it? 2. Would you go $200? My goodness. $100 for that American School portrait. Anybody like it for $100? $100. Anybody want it for 100? No interest? $50 and 70 and 60. I got 50 ahead of you. Charles, would you go 60? 60. Thank you. 70. 60 and 70. Anyone else for $70? I've got 60 and 70. $60. Charles, you bought it? I had this gentleman. I'm sorry. Never saw you. Your number, Charles? 4. 4, the buyer. 219. Folks, I'm only human, and if I'm missing you, feel free to shout right out and let me know. This is an Encore Athens 2-gallon ovoid, beautiful shape, ovoid jug with cobalt decoration, and $400 for it. Got to be 4. We go 400, 300, $200 for it. Anybody like being for 200? 200, $100 is where 100's bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, half, and 175. Now 200. You got to be 2. Would go 200. 175 has been 2. Would you go $200? Got to be 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 and 200. 175 buys number 2. The buyer 2. Next lot. 220. 2 sterling silver and cut crystal pocket flasks. These are beautiful. When a lady of means went out, she might carry one of these in her evening purse with a little something to warm her. Someone give me a couple of $100 for the 2. $100 for the 2. 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody else like them for 1 1/4? $100 is offered, and 125. We're going to be 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like them for 1 1/4? $100 buys number 33. The buyer 33. 221, 18th century Continental. This is probably Normandy, coast of France. Beautifully made, original locks, lovely, lovely carving on the draw fronts. And how much for it? It's only 44 inches wide. Nice size. 3-drawer commode, 18th century old. How much for it? Somebody give me 500 for it? 600, thank you, and 650. 650 now 700. $700. You gotta be 7. Would he go $700? Anybody? 700 now 750. Now 800. $800. $800. 800 now 850. 850. Nate, it's your turn. 850. 800. 850. Would he go 850 now 900. 900. You've got to be 9. We go $900. Anybody else for 900? 8.5 and 9. We go $900. Anybody? 900 now 950. 900's bidding 950. Would he go 950? Anybody like it for 950? I got 900 and 950. Once, twice. $900 buys number 3610. 222. 4-piece assembled. This is a nice group, including a Lighthouse coffee pot. Chinese export Lighthouse coffee pot, 1760, 1780 old. A helmet-shaped cream pot. Sugar pot shows an old repair, I think, on the handle. And a little tea caddy. A beautiful little bunch of Chinese export. And how much for it? Somebody give me about, I should think, $500 ought to be easy money. 5, you got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 for it. $300 for all the Chinese export China. Anybody like to be in for 300? 300, 200, or we'll see it another day. Any interest? $200? No interest? Passing this lot at 200. 223 is a Lions New York ovoid jug with cobalt blue flower. 2-gallon ovoid. Pretty nice. It was on the bottom shelf in the back case, as I recall. And $300 for it anywhere. 300, 200, $100 for it. 150 and 175. 150's bid in 175. Anybody like to be in for 175? 175 now 200. $200 got to be 2. Would he go 200? Now 2 1/4. 200's been 2 1/4. Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 has been 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. 2 1/2. You've got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. 275 would go 275, 250, and 275. 275 now 300. $300 would he go 3? Anybody like him for 300? 300 now 350. 300 and 350. Would he go $350? Anybody else like him for 350? I got 300 bid in. 350 once, twice. Fair warning. Sold. $300. Number 1024. 224. S. Hart, Fulton Crock with a cobalt dog decoration. Pretty cool. Somebody give me 2,000 for it. $2,000. Anybody like to be in for two? Got to be two. Would you go 2,000? This is on the dog crock. $2,000. $1,000 is where 1,000 has been. 1,100. Would you go? 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 15, 1,600, 17, 1,800. $1,800 got to be 18. I've got $1,800. 18, 1,900, 2,000, 2,000, 2,250, 2,500, 2,500, 2,500 bar. That's your 2,000, sir. That's your 2,250. 2,500, Barbara. 2,500. You're going to be 2,500, 2,750. $3,000. $3,000. You've got to be 3,000. 3,000. 3,250. 3,250. We were getting along so nicely. 3,250. 3,250 would go 3,250. 3,500. $3,500. You've got to be 35. 3,250. That might have done it. $3,500. It could be 3,500. Anyone else? 3,500. He calls you. 37.50. 35 is bid. 37.50. Anybody else for 37.50? 35 is bid. And 37.50. Fair warning. 3,500 and 37.50. Hammers up. Once, twice. $3,500 buys. Number 1025. Thank you. 225 is a Pennsylvania 2-gallon crock with cobalt lettering. Family Groceries, Kittening, Pennsylvania. There is a tight line on it, but I like this one because it has a little schlump in it. I like the fact that she schlumped a little. Somebody give me about 400 for it. 400. Bidding has to start at 175 and $200 we go. 175 is bidding. Two, would you go $200? Anybody else for 200, 2 and a quarter? You've got to be 2.5, Ken. 2.5, we go 2.5. 2 and a quarter is bidding. 2.5, we go 250. 250. Now the book is out. 275. Anyone? 275. 250 is bidding. 275. Anybody else for 275? 275. Now 300 against you at 275. You would $300. You've got to be 300. 300 now. 350. 300's bidding. 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else with 350? I've got 350. Would you go $350 with 300 bidding? 350. 350. Now 400. 350's bidding. $400. You've got to be 400. 3.5 and 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? $350 buys. Number 1026. 1026. Two bird crocks. One white Utica. And that one has a little crack in it. And a 6-quart bird crock with no maker. The white Utica is a bird on a branch, kind of nice. And $500 for this lot. $500, $200 for this lot. 200 where? Anybody like to be in for two? We go $200. Anybody like it for 200? $100 and start them. My goodness, hundreds bidding. 1 and a quarter. Anybody like it for 1 and a quarter? 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Anybody want to be in for 1 and a half and 75? 175 now. 200. $200. What do you go? 200 now. 2 and a quarter. 200 bidding. 2 and a quarter. Got to be 2 and a quarter. Would you go 225? 200 bidding. 2 and a quarter. Got to be 2 and a quarter. Anybody else for 2 and a quarter? 2 and a quarter now. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Would you go 2 and a half? 2 and a quarter's bidding. 2 and a half. Now 275. 275. You're bidding 275, 250, and 275. Any advance? 250 is bidding. 275. Fair warning. 250 and 275. Down it goes. $250. Buys number 944. 227. I like this bird. S. Hart Fulton 2-gallon bird jug. And what a folky bird he is. Somebody give me about 500 for this one. 300. $200 for the S. Hart Fulton. 300? 200. Thank you. And 2 and a quarter, would you go? 200 bidding. 2 and a quarter. Now a half. Would you go 2 and a half? Anybody like them for 2 and a half? 2 and a half. 275. Now 300, sir. Now 350, Barb. 350. Would you go 350? Anybody else for 350? 350 on Barbara. 400, sir. 400. You've got to be 400 now. 400 on the internet. Nate, got it back at 400. I've got 350 on Barb. $400 is going to be 4. Would you go 400? 350 is bidding. 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? Fair warning. Once, twice. $350. Number 501 is Barbara. 501. 2-gallon grocer jug. This is marked Greenwich Street, New York, downtown Manhattan, when it was uptown Manhattan at the time. Someone give me about $300 for it. Anybody like to be a three? We got to be three. What do you go? $200, $100, 200. Thank you. 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody like them for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Anybody want to be in for 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid and 250. Where do you go? Fair warning. I have 225 and 250. Once, twice. $225 buys number. 1025. 229. Northern French cabinet. This is a beautiful cabinet, beautifully carved, and sweet size. It's only 28 inches wide. Rosette carvings, eagles and rosettes on the door. Again, Northern France. This is I'm sure that this is Normandy. And how much for it? Someone give me someone give me 500 for it. Should be hands up. 500, $300. Thank you. 350. What do you go? 300's bidding 3 1/2. Anybody like it with 350? 300, 350 now. 400. $400 is going to be 4. What do you go? 400. Are you bidding? $400. 450. 450 now. 500. Back to you for 500. 4 1/2 and 5. You got to be 5. You go $500. Anybody else for 500? 500 now. 550. 550. What do you go? 550. 550 now. 600. $600. What do you go? 600. 5 1/2 and 6. Anybody else for 600? I've got 550 and 600. Fair warning. Hammers up. 550 and 6. $550 buys it. Number 11. 11 buyer. 230. Leather covered harness trunk. This one has a great label on the interior. It says George Story, Cooperstown, New York. When we found it, it was in the house in Cooperstown, in the attic, filled with old harness. Most of the harness was disintegrating, but we kept the harness that was still supple and left it with it. But it's like a little moment in time. Beautiful little leather-covered harness trunk, labeled George Story, Cooperstown, New York. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? We'll go 200. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Anybody like 1 1/4? Now 1 1/2. You've got to be 175. Now 200. You've got to be 2 1/4. 200's bid and 2 1/4. Anybody else for 2 1/4? I've got 200 bid and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody want to be in for 2 1/4? Now 2 1/2. You've got to be 275. 250's bid and 275. You've got to be 275. Any bidding? 275. I've got 250 bid and 275. Anyone else for 275? Fair warning. 250 and 275. Sold at $250 to bid card number 1. Bid card number 1. Double student lamp, all original, in working order, never been electrified. Original burners are there. Double student lamp with butterscotch shades. I'm not sure which side it's on, but a lovely student lamp, and never been electrified. It is, you can take it home, burn some oil tonight. Someone give me about $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would it go 300, 200, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bid and 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. 250's bid and 275. Any 275 now 300. $300 is going to be 3. Would you go $300? Anybody like to be in for 300? 250's bid and 300. 275 bid and $300. We go 3. Anybody else for 300? Fair warning. Once, twice. Sold it. $275 to number 977. Next lot. 18th century or early 19th century French walnut tavern table, cabriolet leg, 1 drawer, beautiful scalloped apron, plank top, just as sweet as can be. How much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. $200 for it. 200, thank you, and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2. Would you go to 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 75? Now 300, 300, now 350, now 400. $400 is going to be 4. 350's been 4. Going to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody looking for 400? 350's bid and 400. Fair warning. 350 and 400. Out it goes. $350. Number 10. Number 10, the buyer. Circa 1820. 8-legged mahogany table with cinnamon twist legs. This is dense, dense mahogany. This is the best Santo Domingo mahogany. Shown right there in the center of the room. Unusual to have an 8-legged table. This way everybody gets a leg. Someone give me someone give me $500 quick to open it up. 500 where? Anybody want to be in for five? Got to be five. We go $300 for it. $300. Anybody like it for 300? $200 for it. Anybody want it for 200? $200. It's gonna be two. Would go 200, $100 and start it. $100. My goodness. And 1 1/4 would you go? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Gonna be 1/4. Anybody else for 125? 100's bid and 125. Would you go 125? $100 your way. Number 26. The buyer 26. Lot 234 is a pair of Jackfield Staffordshire Spaniels with gilded decoration. These are like 1830 old. These are not reproductions. They are originals. And somebody give me about $300 for them. 300. Would you go three? Got to be three. Would you go $200? 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bid at 2 1/2. If it's going to be 250, would you go $250? Anybody else for 250? 2 1/4 is bid at 2 1/2. 2 1/4 buys number 905. Okay. American School Landscape, 19th century, kind of American School primitive, unsigned, nicely framed, nice condition, shown over here. And $500 quick for it. Five, you got to be five. Would you go 500? Needs a pin on the back. Show them the back as well. See, consistent oxidation on the frame and the stretcher. Beautiful, untouched condition, and beautifully rendered. American School Landscape. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for three? Would you go 300? Well, $200 then. 200's bid and 2 1/4, now a half. 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody else for 2 1/2? Half and now 75. 275. 275 now 300. $300. 300 now 3 1/4. I'm sorry, 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and now 400. 3 1/2 is bid and 4. Would you go $400? It's got to be 4. Would you go 400? 3 1/2 is bid and 4. You've got to be $400. Anybody else for 400? My goodness, 3 1/2. It's only money. 3 1/2 and 400. Sold it 400 in time. And 450. Would you go? 400's bid and 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? 400 and 450. $400 buys number 917. 236 is a blown. This is blown into a mold, I think. Blown glass demijohn bottle. You can save dimes in this for the rest of your life, and not fill it up. It's a terrific sized bottle. Josh has it in the back of the room there. He's holding it up for you. Beautiful condition, nice color. And how much for it? Someone give me $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 is where? $100, get it on the road for $100. Anybody like it for 50 is bidding 60. Would go $60. 60 now 70. 70 now 80. 80 now 90 on the phone. 100. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/2, Dan. 1 1/2. 175. Now 200. 200, Dan. 200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/4 now 2 1/2, Dan. 2 1/2. We go 250 now 275. 275. Would you go 275? 250's bidding 275. 275 now 300, Dan. 300 now 350. 350 back to the internet looking for 350. Now 400, Dan. $400 is going to be 400 now 450. $450 is going to be 450. 400 and 450 would go $450. Anybody else for 450? Fair warning 450. 450 now 500, Dan. $500. 500 now 550. 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? I've got 500 bid and 550. Fair warning. Once, twice, 500 and 550. Down it goes. $500. Buys number 536. The buyer 536. 237 is a Del Dare Buffalo Pottery Bowl. This one dated 1908. Such a beautiful, rich glaze. You know, just beautiful, rich color. I remember when this stuff used to have quite a collector base. I don't know if it still does because I haven't sold any probably in 30 years, but a rare bowl. How much for it? Somebody give me $50 to start it. $50, 50 and 60. You got to be 60. Would you go $60? Anybody else for 60? 50 has been 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like it for $60? 50's been 60. Got to be $60. Anybody else for 60? 50 and 60. $50 buys number 1024. 238 mahogany knee-hole desk with an inset red leather top and flat bracket feet. This is neat as a pin. A beautiful little desk shown right over here. Beautiful, beautiful early red leather top that shows natural, normal distress due to age and use. A beautiful condition. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 for it. Anybody like it for 500? I've got 300 bid and 350 to go. 300 bid and 350 would go. $350 is going to be 350. 350. I've got 400 would go 450. 400 and 450 would be bidding 450. I've got 400 bid and 450 would go 400. I've got 500 would go 550. 500 bid and 550 would go $550. Anybody else for 550? 500 and 550. I've got 500 and 550. Fair warning, 500 and 550. Once, twice, 550. The book is out. 550 is on the internet. Now 550. Now I'm looking for 600. Anyone else out there looking for $600? Anybody like to be in for 600, 5.5 and 6? Fair warning, 550 and 600. Sold it. $550. Your way number? 4562. 4562. Thank you. 4562. Early 18th century crickets. There are a pair of them. These just had a spike coming out of the top, and you'd stick the candle on there. They've been electrified, but look at the wonderful turnings in this. Somebody give me great color too. Somebody give me $300 on the pair. $200 on the pair. Dr. Sandwich, would you give me $100 for the pair? Very nice. He says he already has them. $100. $50 for the pair. 50, thank you. And 60, would he go? 50 and 60, would he go $60? Anybody like him for 60? 50 has been 60, would he go $60? Anybody like to be in for $60? 50 and 60. $50 buys. Number 4, the buyer, 4. 240 is 2 framed maps, 1723 South America and the Roman roads of Great Britain. The 2 maps side by side, both 19th century maps. Although I guess one is 18th century. Somebody give me about $300 for the pair. $300 for the 2 maps. Anybody like to be in for 300, 200? Well, if you're looking for a Roman road in Great Britain, this would come in really handy. $100 for the 2 maps. Hundreds bid and 1 1/4. Now 1 1/2. Anybody like them for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bid and 1 1/2. Would he go 1 1/2? Anybody want to in for 1 1/2 and 175? 175 now 200. $200. $200. It's gonna be 2. Would he go $200? Anybody want to be 200? 175 and 200. 175 buys. Number 944. 100. 241. Sorry. 19th century wooden carved carousel horse. This is a Hayne, a Frederick Hayne. This is an old park paint. It's shown right over there next to Jake. And pretty cool. It's a number 3 horse, I think. And how much for him? Somebody give me about $2,000. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would he go 2,000? $1,000 is where? $1,000 on the carousel horse. Anybody like him for 1,000? $500. Thank you. And 550. Would he go? 500 I have, and 550. Would he go 5 1/2? 5 1/2 and 600. 5 1/2 is bid in 6. Would he go $600? 600 now 650. 600 and 650. Would he go 650 now 700? 700 750. 750 800. $800. Would he go 800? 7 1/2 is bid in 8. Would he go $800? He's going to be 800 now. 750 is bid in $800. This is no time to quit. 750 has been in $800. You've got to be 8. Would he go $800? Anybody like to be in for 800? 750 has been in 800. 750 is $800. Is that all it's worth? $750 and 800. Fair warning. Once, twice, and I sold it. $750 number. 1029. Thank you, Nate. 2-door pine jelly cupboard in old red wash. This also out of the Cooperstown house. This was down in the basement of the Cooperstown house, but clean as a bean. And somebody give me about $500 for the cupboard. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. Would go 500, 300, $300 for it. Anybody like it for 3? 200. Thank you. And 2 1/4. 200 is bid and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 and a quarter, now 2 and a half. 2 and a half, would it go to 2 and a half, would it go $250? Anybody else like it for 2 and a half, 275 now. 275 now, $300, going to be 3, would it go 300? 275 has been 3, would it go $300? Anybody else for 300? 275 and 3. Anybody else like it for 300? I have only $275 and 300. 300 now, 350. 300 and 350, would you go $350? Anybody else like it for 350? I bet 300 bid and 350. Fair warning, once, twice, $300 buys number. 1014. What is it? 1014, thank you. Dovetail box with both feet and little black paint. Nice little country accessory. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody? This is out of a house in Schenectady in the historic Stockade District. $100, $50 for it. 50, thank you, and 60 would go. 50, I haven't 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? 50 has been 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like to be in for $60? This is under the money, folks. $60, fair warning. $50 buys number 1023. 244 is the wooden barber pole. Number of calls on this. Pretty nice. Bidding has to start. Eliminating underbidders. Bidding starts at $350 and $400. Would he go? $350 is bidding for. Got to be for. Would he go $400? Anybody else for $400? $350 bidding for. Would he go $400? Anybody like to be in for $400? The book is out now. $400 and $450. $400 is bidding $450. Would he go $450? Anyone else for $450? I've only got $400 on this 19th. You can go right into business. Hang this right out front. 400 is bidding $450. Fair warning. Evelyn, you need this. $450. Sold at $400. $450. $450 and $500. $500. Times are tough. I'll take the bid with the hammer. $450 is bidding $5. You got to be $5. Would they go $500? Anyone else for $500? $450. 1023. Thank you. 245. 19th century watercolor of a young lady in an interior. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. 500. 400. 300. 200 is bidding 2 and a quarter. You've got to be 2 and a quarter. I've got 200 here in the book. Would you go 2 and a quarter? Got to be 2 and a quarter. Anybody else for 2 and a quarter? I've got 200 bidding 2 and a quarter. Got to be 2 and a quarter. Would you go 2 and a quarter? Now 2 and a half. You've got to be 275. 275. Would you go 275? And I've got to be. And I'm 300. You've got to be 350. 300 and 350. Would you go 350? Anybody else for 350? I've got 300 here in the book and $350. Anyone else for 350? 300 and 350. Fair warning. 300 and 350, twice. 350, once, twice. $300 buys it. Number 539, the buyer 539. 19th century tin-lined dry sink with the cabinet below, shown on that wall. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it. 500, $200 for it. 200's bid 2 and a quarter would go. 200's bid 2 and a quarter. Anybody like it for 2 and a quarter? Now a half. 2 and a quarter's bid 250 would go. $250. 250 now 275. 250's bid 275 now 300. 300 now 350. 300's bid 350 would go. $350. Anybody else for 350? 300's bid 350 would go. $350. Anyone else like it for 350? Fair warning. Fair warning. Fair warning. Fair warning. $300 buys number 983. 247. Sheraton reeded leg stool with original upholstery. We sold this about probably 6 months ago, and I never got paid for it. So it's back again. But what I loved about it was the fact that you had the original upholstery. Beautiful original upholstery on that. Untouched condition, original surface. A real antique. How much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? We go 200. $100. 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. Anybody like it for 1 and a quarter? 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. Would you go 125? Now 150. 125 is bid and 150. Would you go $150? Anybody like it for 150? 150 now 175. Now 175 now 200. $200 would go 200. 175 and 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 buys, number 1033. 248, 19th century, early 19th century watercolor portraits of a country gent and his lady. Shown right over there, nicely framed, just behind Jake. And $300 quick for those. 300. 350's bid and 400. What do you go? 350's bid and 4. Going to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 3.5 and 4. 3.5 is bid and 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 350 and 400. 400 now 450. 400 is bid and 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else? Yes. 450 now 500. $500. You're bidding 5. Got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 450 is bidding 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else like them for 500? 450 and 500. Fair warning. Once, twice. $450 away. Number 960. 960. 249. I love this piece of furniture. 18th century Georgian 3-drawer Chippendale sideboard or pewter covered base. You take your pick. Lovely, lovely color in this. It is English walnut, 18th century at its best. How much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it. So he hands all over $300. It's going to be 3. Would you go 300? Now 350. 1,000 is bid and 1,100. I'm sorry. 1,000 is bid 1,100. Now 1,200. $1,200 is going to be 1,200. Jump in. $1,200 is going to be 1,200. 11 is bid and 12. You're going to be 12. We're going to be $1,200. Anybody else for 12? I have $1,100 offered and 1,200. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,100 buys. Number 1035. 250. 18th century brass Middle Eastern oil lamp. This is heavy. I think it has Middle Eastern inscription on the side of it. It is like 8 lights or 9 lights for 9 spouts for different wicks. Would have been a fat lamp. Very early, 18th century. How much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it? $100 for it. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like it for $150 to start it? $50. Got 50. Would you go $50? Anybody like it for 50? 50, thank you, and 60. Would you go 50 and 60? Would you go $60? Anyone else for $60? 50 and 60. Austin, you bought it. $50. Number 8675. 8675. Sorry. 251. 19th century American school primitive on canvas. Again, nicely framed, neat as a pin. This one's over on that side somewhere. And $500 quick for it. 500. $500 is going to be 5. We go 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to be in for 3? We go 300. 200. 200 bid and 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Looking for 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275 now. 250 bid and 275. Anyone else for 275? I've got 275 now. 300. $300. Would you go 300? 300 now. 350. 300 is bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like but 350? 350 now 400. $400 would go for 400 now 450. 400 and 450. Would you go 450 now 500? 450 is bid and 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500 now 550? 500 is bid and 550. We go $550. Anybody else like it for 550? I have $500 and 550. Once, twice. Fair warning. $500 buys it. Number 5416. 5416. There is a massive Villeroy and Bach punch bowl, transferware, German. Beautifully, beautiful, beautiful bowl. Makes it quite a statement. Yeah, you could drink out of that. Yeah. Somebody give me about, I don't know, somebody give me 300 for it, 200. You better have some friends. Either that or get yourself in a program. I don't know. Somebody give me $100 to open it up. 100's bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 75. Now 200, 2 1/4. 200's bid and 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. 275, 250, 275. Anyone else for 275? I've got 250 bid and 275 to go 275. Anybody like them 275? 250 buys. Number 5331. 14 coin silver spoons, including 6 by C.T. Hockridge. Those are tablespoons. And then 6 teaspoons Mark J. Sanders. And a pair of tablespoons by Buckler. Somebody give me $100 for all of them? 200's bidden, 2 and a quarter, where'd you go? 200's bidden, 2 and a quarter, where'd you go? 2 and a quarter, anybody else like it for 2 and a quarter? I have a $200 offered and 225. Fair warning, 225. $200 buys number? 939, thank you. 254. Oh, I love this chair. Photography wicker at its best. Original color, nicely upholstered seat, ready to go. How much for it? I think in really immaculate condition. Somebody give me about $500 for it. $200 to start it. $200. 150. I've got to open it up at 300. I'm sorry. So 350. Where do you go? 300. 350. 400. Back to you for 450. 400's here. 450. The book is out. 450's on the internet. 450 and 500. 450's bid and 5. You got to be 5 to go $500. Anybody else for 500? 450's bid and $500. You got to be 5 to go $500. Anybody else like it for 500? 450 and 500. $450 buys. Nate? 944. 944. 19th century Staffordshire chimney pieces, and 2 of them to go is a lot. I think one is entitled War, maybe, I don't know. And somebody give me $100 on the 2 of them. Anybody like them for $100? Got to be $100. Anybody that want to be in for $50 to start them? $50 for the 2 Staffordshire pieces. Anybody like being for 50? We go $50. Anybody want it for 50, 40, 30? $30. Got to be 30. Would you go $30? Anybody like them for 30? See, in the old days when we weren't cataloged, I could say put something with them. $30, $20 for them. Anybody like them for 20? $10. $10. 2 1830 Staffordshire pieces. What? 10? 10 is bid in 20. Would you go $20? Anybody else for 20? $10 is bid in 20. $10, John. Number 3, the buyer. 3. Okay, 256 is a sterling 10 and 7/8 inch ladle, like an 11-inch ladle. Oh, this is beautiful with shell-shaped bowl with a gold wash, all in sterling silver. Somebody give me $100 for it. Thank you. 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. Anybody like for 1 and a quarter? 100's bidding 125. We're going to be 1 and a quarter. Would you go 125? Anybody want to be in for 1 and a quarter? 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. Would you go 1 and a quarter? Anybody want to be in for 1 and a quarter? 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. Fair warning. 100 and 125. Once, twice. $100 buys. 8675. 8675 the buyer. 257. John Cameron. The Arachon Basin, southwest coast of France, dated 1888. Beautifully painted, very nicely framed, and in ready to go condition. How much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. 500. $500 on the seascape. Anybody want to be in for 500 for harbor scene? $300 to start it. Anybody want to be in for 3? You got to be 3. Would you go $200? No interest. 200. $100 is where? $100. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like to be in for 100? I think we'll pass the lot if nobody wants it. Passing this lot. 258. Pair of James and Company cow weather vanes. Tail fins, and you never see them with the glass bowl still intact. These were in the village in Cooperstown, and that's why they lived in such a good condition. They were downstairs in the basement when we found them, right on River Street in Cooperstown, New York. And how much for these? Its bidding has to start at $450, $500, $500. Got to be 500 is bid, and 500 and 550 now. 500 is bid, and 550. We got to be 550 and 600. You've got to be 650. 600 is bid, and 650. Would you go 650? Now I'm 700. You've got to be 750. 750. Would you go 750? 750. I'm 800. You've got to be 850. 850. Would you go 850? I'm 875. Would you go 900? 875 is bid. $900. You got to be 900. Now the book is out. 900 is on the phones. 950. Would you go? 950. Now 1000. You've got to be 1000, Ken. $1,000, you bid 1000. I got 950 ahead of you on the internet. Would you go $1,000? 1,000 is bid, and 1100. 1100, now 1200. Back to you, Ken, for $1,200. Got to be 12, now 1300. 13, would you go 13, now 1400, Ken. $1,400, you're bidding 14. 14, now 1500. $1,500, you've got to be 15, now 1600. $1,600, Ken. 16, now 1700. $1,700, now 1800. Back to you, Kenneth, for $1,800. You've got to be 18. 18 and 1900. $1,900, you've been 19, now 2,000. $2,000 is going to be two. Would you go 2,000, 2,000, and 2,100? 2,100. What? 2,250 and 2,500. 2,500. 2,500. Would you go 2,500, Ken? 2,250's bid and 2,500. How will he know which way the wind is blowing? 2,500. 2,250 is on the internet. 2,500. Thank him very much for me, Kenneth. He gave it a heck of a run. 2,250 and 2,500. Fair warning. Once, twice. 2,250 buys, number 1038. 259, birdcage, tilt-top tea table. This has a 30-inch top. Pretty nice table. From a home in Schenectady, New York, I think. And from the historic Stockade District again. 18th century American tea table. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. $300 for it. Anybody like me in for three? What do you go? 300, 200, $100 of where? $100 and set it in. Anybody like it for 100? Well, $50 and go. What? 100's bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 1 1/2. 1 1/4's bid in 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bid in 1 1/2. Would you go 150? 150, 175 now. 175. You're off the hook. Stay off. 175. He says no. He says no. I'm not. 175, 150, and 175. Anyone else? 175. 150 buys. 931. 260. Inlaid mahogany jewelry casket with a till. This is pretty nice little box. Beautiful mother of pearl, heart-shaped escutcheon. How much for it? Somebody give me $100 for it? $100. Anybody want to be in for 100? Should be hands in the air at 100. 100's bid 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid 1 1/4. 100's bid 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid 1 1/4. $100. Buys number 4591. Snipe hinge blanket chest in green paint. This one is neat as a pin. From the same home as the Koss. Lovely, lovely box. And it's painted all the way around. So you could use it for, in a country setting, you could use it for a coffee table. Nicely molded, all original. How much for it? Clean as a whistle inside. And I should think 500 for it, but I'll take 2 to open. Anybody like to be in for 200? 100 is bid 1 1/4. You've got to be 1 1/4. 100's bid 1 1/4. Would you go 150, 175? You've got to be 200. 175 is bid. Would you go $200? Anybody else? 200, 2 1/4. 200's bid 2 1/4. Got to be 2 1/4. Anybody else for 225? 200's bid 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be for 2 1/4? $200 buys number 3061. 262, pair of 1830s portraits of the girls. Girls playing instruments, a musical family, one with a keyboard, the other one with a stringed instrument. And I should think $1,000 for the two of them. Anybody like being for 1,500 for the two? 500 is bidden. 550, would you go? 500 and a half, 550, would you go 5 1/2? Anybody like to be in for 5 1/2? 500 is bidden. 550, would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? 500 and 550. Once, twice. $500 buys number 5376. Next lot. Turkey-breasted step-back cupboard with a glazed door top. Usually, turkey-breasted cupboards are associated with the Delmarva Peninsula, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia. That little peninsula down there. And I think this is probably the case. Beautifully glazed doors. It has been refinished, but I think a rare form for American cupboard. How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it, 500 for it. Anybody like to bid for five? You gotta be five, would it go 500? Well, $300 then. $300, anybody like it for three? You gotta be three, would it go $200 for a step back cupboard? $200 for a refinished step back cupboard. My goodness, $100 is where? Hundreds bid, 1.25. Anybody like it for 1.25? 100 bid, 1.25, gotta be 1.25, would it go 1.25? 1.25? I have him for 100. I heard him first. Do you want to go 1.25, young lady? 100's bid and 1.25. $100 buys number? Two, the buyer, two. 264 is two hollow cut silhouettes and a watercolor profile portrait. The watercolor profile portrait is signed H. Almer. All of them are pretty nice shape. I took a look at them yesterday for somebody. And $300 for this lot. 300. I would think that a little watercolor portrait is probably worth 300. $300. Got to be three. Would it go 300? Well, 200 then. $200. Anybody like it? But two. Got to be two. Would it go $100? Is where and 1.25. Now a half. Got to be 1.5. Just 100. 1.25. Anybody looking for 1.25? 100's bidding 125. 100's bidding 125. It's got to be 1.25. Would you go 125? Anybody like it for 1.25? $100 your way, Nate, number? 905. 905. 905. A lot of them around here these days. It's ant season. Walnut inlaid double comb. This is a double comb cylinder music box and has a drawer on the underside that pulls out with two additional cylinders, two interchangeable cylinders. Now, it needs a little veneer work, but boy, I'll tell you, it's a hell of a music box. In perfect working condition. How much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. $500. Anybody like to be in for five? Gotta be five. Would you go 500? Now 550. 500 and 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? 550. Now 600. $600. You got 600. Now 650. 600, 650. Would you go $650? Gonna be 650. $600 is offered and 650. 600 and 650. Once, twice, fair warning. Sold at $600 your way, number 1041. Soapstone architectural model of the Taj Mahal. Now there are damages and losses, but it's a pretty cool thing. I'm sure that somebody came back with that on their lap. Flying Pan Am, you know. Someone give me about $300 for it. Anybody like it? $100? Anybody like to be in for $100? $50, my goodness, and 60. Would it go 50 and 60? Gotta be 60. Would it go $60? Anybody like it for 60? $50. Your way, Nate, number 906. Okay. Inlaid mahogany double bin tea caddy of a sarcophagus form, rather nice. And someone give me about 300 for it. $100 is where? Anybody like to be in for $100? Would you go 100? 50 is bidden. 60 would go. 50 and 60 would go $60. Anybody like it for 60? Got to be $60. Anybody like being for 60? 50 and 60. $50 buys. Number two, the buyer. 268. 1820 English bow front 4-drawer chest with fluted columns flanking the drawers. Pretty nice, and $500 quick for it. $500, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 for it. 1.25. 100's bid. 1.25. Anybody like it for 1.25? 100, 1.25, 1.5. 1.5, 175. 150's bidding 175, 175, and now 200. 200 now 2.25. 2.25 would go 2.25, 2.25 now 2.5, 2.5 now 275, 275 now 300, $300 got 300 now 350, 350 would you go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 300 at 350, $300 buys. Number 26, the buyer 26. 269 Samuel DeWild watercolor of J.P. Hartley. J.P. Hartley was a early 19th century star of the stage, and this is out of the Halsey collection, who collected, Halsey was a sophisticated collector of English watercolors. And how much for it? Someone give me about 500 for it? $200 for it. Thank you, and 2.25 would you go? 200's bid, 2.25. Anybody else like it for 225? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4. $200 your way. Number 907. 270 is a Elizabethan refractory table with carved legs. The base of this table is Elizabethan. It's 1600s. It's got a 19th century top. I'm sure that it was a table that only had an overhang on 3 sides and was meant to go against the wall. But it's a whale of a base. Now, somewhere in the 19th century, they decided to make it into a table you could sit at. So they fashioned this top, which is a terrific plank top table. I mean, it's just that the top didn't start out with the base. Anyway, somebody give me about $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? The base is really a museum piece. $1,000, $500 for it. 500's bid, 550, 550 now 600. 550's been $600. Would he go $600? 550's been 6. Would he go $600? Anybody else like it for 600? I have only 5.5 bid and 6. Would he go? Fair warning, 550 and 600. Once, twice, down it goes. $550. Number 1031. 271. Image of a paddle wheeler. This is the Puritan, after a drawing by C.P. Kennison. This is the paddle wheel of Puritan in Boot Bay Harbor, Maine. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 500 for it. $500. It could be 5. Would you go 500? $300 and go. 300, 200. My goodness, $100 is where? Anybody like it for 100? $100. Anybody want to be in for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like it for 100? $50 and get it down the road. 50. Would you go $50? Anybody even remotely like it? Anybody like the frame? And do anybody need a piece of glass? No interest at all? No interest? Well, we'll pass it by. I'll give back to the consignor. 272. What is 272? Oh, drop arm sofa with stars and winged medallions. Kind of neat. I certainly think it's 19th century. I don't know how early in the 19th century, but it's been done up and it has a great shabby chic appeal and it's very comfortable. How much for it? Somebody give me about $500 for it. 700's been in 750. Would you go? 700's been 750 and 800. $800. You got to be 8. Would you go $800? Anybody else for 800? 750's been 8. Would you go $800? Anybody else like it for 800? 750 buys. Number 10. Number 10, the buyer. 273, large folio engraving after Bruckner. This is First in Peace by J.C. McCrae, 1866. It is an image of Washington's inauguration. I'm sure it looked just like that. Large crowd ever. Unbelievable. So, somebody give me about, someone give me, I don't know, $300 for it. 300, $200. 200, thank you. 2 1/4, would you go? 200's bidden, 2 1/4, would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else like it for 225? 200's bidden, 2 1/4. 200's bidden, 2 1/4. Wow, nice buy. $200. Your number, please. Your number? Sorry. Paddle number 16. 16, the buyer. 274. 18th century slant lid desk with inlay. Very cool inlay. I've never seen that stylized star. And it only has a 2-board back. That entire desk has a 2-board back. And somebody give me $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? $500 for that desk. Anybody like for 5? Going to be 5? Would go 500. $300 for it. 300, thank you. And 350. Now 400. $400. You've got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 3.5 is bidden 4. Would you go $400? Anybody like to be in for 400? 350 buys. Nate, you bought it? 984. 275. 2 17th century framed maps of Bermuda. One by Blau and one by Jansonius Johannes. So they're both about 1640, 1645. They are both genuine. They are both old. How much for them? Somebody give me $1,000 for them. $500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 5? You're going to be 5. We go 500. 300's bid and 350. 350 now 400. 400 now 450. 400's bidding 450. What do you go 450? 450 now. 500 now. 550. 550. What do you go $550? 550 now. 600. $600. We go 600. 5.5 and 6. 5.5 is bidding 6. What do you go 600? 600 now. 650. 650. What do you go 650? 650 now. 700. $700. You got to be 7. What do you go $700? Anybody else for 700? I've got 650 offered at 700. Fair warning. Once, twice, hammers up. 650 and 700. $650. Number 536. The buyers 536. 276. Paint decorated Scandinavian cover dated 1795 in paint right along the top. I believe the paint is absolutely correct. Has beautiful ironwork. And how much for it? The cornice slips right off, and it's in two sections, so it's easily put together again for moving. And how much for it? I've got somebody give me $2,000 for it. $1,000 is where. Anybody like over $1,000? I've got 600 bid and 650. What do you go? 600 bid and 650. We go $650. Anybody like over 650? 650 now. 700. 700 now. 750. You've got to be 750 now. 800. 800 now. 850. 850 now. 900. 900. 900, 950, 950, 1000. 950's bidding $1,000. You gotta be $1,000. Would you go $1,000? Anybody else for 1,000? 950 is bidding $1,000. You've got to be $1,000. I got 950 bidding 1,000. Would you go $1,000? Fair warning. 950 and 1,000. $950. Buys number 540. 540. The buyer. This is a beautiful Treenware cup. It's small, but 3 by 4 inches, but so crisply carved with acanthus leaf carvings. I'm not sure what kind of wood it is. I think it might be maple, but beautifully carved. A very choice piece of Treenware. And how much for it? Someone give me $300 for it. $100 is where. Anybody like to be? 200's bid and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bid 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Anybody like it? 225. 200's bid and 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody would like to be in for 2 1/4? 2 is bid 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Fair warning. $200 buys it. Number 1045. 278. Oil on canvas, American School, view of the Hudson near Cold Spring. Shown on the side, on the top. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? You got to be 5. We'll go $300 and start it. $300. Anybody like to be in for 300? Well, $200 for it. Thank you. And 2 1/4. Would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? 2 1/4. 2 1/2. What are you going to be? 2. Would you go 2 1/2? Now 275. Now $300. You got to be 3. Would you go $300? 275 is bidding 3. Now 350. 300 is bidding 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like to be for 350? I've got 350 now. Now 400. 350 is bidding 4. Would go $400? Anybody like to be for 4? Beautifully framed. $400 got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 350 is bid and 400. Fair warning. Once, twice. $350 buys. Number 961. 278. Button foot, 2-board tap table in red paint. And I will tell you, I believe that it is all original. A 2-board top shows great shrinkage. We have the same color history on the base. The base was, I think, black at one time and scraped down to the original red. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know. Somebody give me $1,000 for it, $500 for it. 500 where? Anybody like to be in for 500? I've got 300 and 350. What do you go? 350 and 400 and 450 and 550 and 600. And the book is out. 600 is bid and 650. What do you go? 600 is bid and 650. What do you go? $650. Anyone else? 650 now. 700 now. 750. 750. What do you go? 750. 700 is bid and 750. Any interest at 750 and 800 and 800. And 850. 800 is bid and 850. Any interest at 850? Fair warning. 850 and 900. 850 is bid and 9. You got to be 9. What do you go? $900. You've got to be 900. 850 is bid and $900. Got to be 9. What do you go? $900. Anybody else for 900? I've got 850 bid and 900. Fair warning. 900, he says, and 950. 900's bid at 950. Would it go 950? And now $1,000. I hear you. $1,000. You're going to be 1,000. 950 has been 1,000. Would he go $1,000? Anyone else for $1,000? I've got 950 offered and 1,000. Fair warning. $950 your way. Number 5399. 280 is two 19th century geometric hand hooked rugs. And somebody give me about $300 for these. $100. I've got 50 bid, 60, would he go? 50 and 60, would he go 60 now, 70 now, 80, you've got to be 80. $80, would he go 80? Anybody like him for $80? I got 70 bid, 80 now, I've got 90, well, you've got to be 100. $100, would he go 100? 90 is bid, 100, would he go? Anybody like 100 now, I've got 1 1/4, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/2, 1 1/4 is bid, and 1 1/2, you've got to be 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Fair warning, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys. Number 2, the buyer. 2, lot 281. Pair of 23-inch tall baluster cast brass candlesticks. When we found them in the house, they were on that big Elizabethan table. They look great on there. Okay, beautiful 19th century cast brass continental candlesticks, and $300 for these. These really make a statement. They're big, gutsy. $300, $200, $100 for them both. $100. Anybody like them for $100? Would you go $50 for the two of them? Anybody like them for $50? Got to be $50. Would you go $20 for the two? $20. My goodness, they've got to be sold. $20, $10 for the two of them. 10 is bid and 12 and a half. You can use these. If you ever play Clue, 10 is bid and $20. Would he go 10 and 20? Would he go $20? Anybody else for 20? Now 30. $30 is going to be 30. 20 is bid. 30 is going to be 30. $20. Dan, number 5. Number 5. Thank you. Number 5, the buyer. 282 or 32 pieces of nonpareil. 32 pieces of nonpareil flow blue dinnerware by Middleport Pottery, England, and an associated sugar pot, which is also flow blue. Kind of nice bunch over there. And I think we got, I don't think there's too much damage on any of it. Somebody give me about $200 on the whole lot. 200, thank you, and 2 1/4, now 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275, 275, 250 and 275, 250 bid and 275, it's going to be 275 now, 300, $300 is going to be 3, would you go $300? Anybody, 300 now, 350. 300's bid and 350, would you go $350? Would you go 350? 300 and 350. Anybody else like them for 350? Now 400. $400 it could be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 3 1/2 and 4. 3 1/2 is bid and 4. Got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? $350 buys. Number 1046. 1046. 283 is a George III chest on chest with dental cornice and a brushing slide. Pretty cool. And how much for it? Somebody give me about, I should think, $1,000, but I'll take 600 to open. Anybody like to be in for 6? Got to be 6. We go $600. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for 5? Got to be 5. We're going to be 500. 500, 300, 300, 350. 300's bid, 350 now, 400. $400 going to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else like it for 400? 3 1/2 and 4. Going to be 4. Would you go 400? 400 now, 450. 400 and 450. Got to be 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else like them for 450? I've got 400 bid and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody want to be in for 450? 400 and 450. Fair warning. 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 now. Yep, 450. I'll take your bid. 450 now, 500. $500. You've got to be 500. I know. 450 and $500. You've got to be 5. To go $500. Talk about pissing off a customer. $500. Going to be 500. 450 sells. Number, please. 906. The buyer. 284. Jeremiah Hardy. American School portrait of Sarah Woolison. It's rumored that Sarah got around. I'm just saying, that's just a rumor. Somebody gave me about, well, there weren't too many buggies that she didn't end up, yeah, never mind. Someone give me about $1,000 on the Hardy. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500 get it going. Five, you got to be five. Would you go $500? Anybody like it for $500? $300 on the Hardy. $300 got to be three. Would you go 300? $200. Thank you. And 2.25 would you go? 200 is bid and 2.25. Now 2.5. 2.5 would go 2.5. Anybody like it for 2.5? 275. 275 now 300. $300 now 350. 350. You've got to be 350. I got 300 bid and 3.5. Would you go 3.5? Now 400. $400 got to be 4. Would you go $400? Anybody else for 400? 3.5 and 4. 3.5 is bid and 4. Would you go 400? Now 450. 400 and 450. Would you go 450? Now 500. $500. Would you go 500? 4.5 and 5. You got to be 5. Would go $500. Anybody else for 500? 4.5 and 5. You got to be 5. Would you go $500? Anybody else for 500? 450 is offered and 500. Fair warning. Once, twice. $450. Buys number 961. 285 is a blue and white coverlet with a cabin border and thistle sides. Kind of interesting. And $200 quick for it. $200. $100 for the coverlet. Anybody like to be in for 100? Would he go 100? 125 and 150. 150, 175. Now 200. Now 2.25. Now 2.5. Now 275. Now 300. Now 300. 275 is bid in 3. Would go $300. Anybody else for 300? 275 is bid in 3. Would go $300? Anybody else like it for 300? 275 and 300. Fair warning. 275 and 300. Once, twice. Sold. $275 number. 5317. Thank you. And stencil decorated cherry candle stand, 1835, original surface on the bottom, beautiful surface on that, refinished top, little shrinkage crack in the top, but it's a stable stand, very usable and in great condition, actually. A wonderful state of preservation and a beautiful form. How much for it? Somebody give me $300 for it? $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for $200? $100 is where? And a quarter would you go? 100 and a quarter, now a half. 150, 175, you're gonna be 175, 150's bidding 175, anybody else for 175? 150's bidding 175, you go 175, anybody like it for 175, 150, 175? $150, buys it number? 1035, 1035. Next lot. Let's see, 2 overshot coverlets, my goodness. And a blue and white homespun. Wow. These are all in very nice condition. 2 overshot coverlets and a blue and white homespun. Somebody give me about $500 for the 3 of them. 500. $300. I remember the day when a blue and white homespun would bring that kind of money. $300. Anybody like to be in for 3? Would he go 300? $200 for him. 200. Thank you. And 2.25. Now a half. 2.5. It got to be 2. Would he go 2.5? 2.25 is bid and 2.5. Anybody else for 2.5? 2.25. 2.5. 2.25 buys. Number 1048. John, did you bring your voice today? Good. Well, come on up here sometime. Okay, ship diorama and a shadow box frame. Kind of nice. And $500 quick for it. 500 I should expect would be a fair price. 500, 300, 200. 200's bidden, 2.25. Now 2.5. Would he go 2.5? Anybody like it? 2.5 and 275. 275 now 300. $300. Would he go 300? 275 and 300. Now 400. Now 400. 400. Now 450. We're approaching a fair price. 400 and 450. Would he go $450? Anybody else for 450? 400 has been 450. Now 500. $500 is going to be 5. Would he go $500? Anybody else for 500? 4.5 and 5. 4.5 has been 5. You got to be 5. Would he go $500? $450. Away it goes. Number 1050. The buyer 1050. 289 is a wonderful little portrait miniature of a politician holding a repeal broadside. And how much for it? Someone give me about $300 for him. 300, 200, $100 for him. Beautifully painted. Hundreds bid. 1.25. Anybody like him for 1.25? Now a half. Half and 175. 175. 150's bidding. 175. You're going to be 175. 175. Now 200. $200, what do you go two? Anybody else for 200? 200 now, two and a quarter, two and a quarter, two and a half, 275. 275, 250 bid, and 275, what do you go 275? I've got 275, now 300, 300, now 350, now 400. 350's bid and four. Got to be four. What do you go? $400. What do you go? 400. Three and a half is bid and four. What do you go? $400. Anybody else for 400? 350 and 400. 350 buys. Number 905. Folks, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. John Wilt. He is a wonderful guy and member of the family. Please welcome Don.
All right, thanks a lot. We'll give Russ a little break here, get a drink of water, hit the restroom. I'll fill in for a little while, and we'll see how it goes. All right, so we're starting right now at lot 290. It's a set of 4 framed fencing prints after J. Gin, I suppose. And all 4 of them together to go one money and look for $300 to start it off. $300, $200 is where. Anybody interested at $200? All 4 of those framed prints for $200. $100 is where. I have 100, one and a quarter now. 125, I have 100 being 125. Looking for one and a quarter. Anybody want to go one and a quarter? Any advances from 100 to one and a quarter? One and a quarter. Anybody want to go 125? 125. Fair. 125 now and 150. 150, would you go 150? I have 125 on the floor looking for 150. Would you go 150? Fair warning at 150 once, twice. 1 1/4 buys in the audience. Number 26. 26 is the buyer. 11 1/4 inches long, Georgian sterling silver stuffing spoon, possibly by Alice and George Burroughs, 1802 London. Approximately 4.2 troy ounces and a couple of $100 for it. $200, $100 is where on the silver spoon, $100, $50 and get it going. 50, I have 50 and 60 and 70. Would you go 70 and $80 and 90 down, 90, either one of you 90. I have 80 on the floor looking for $90. Any advances to $90? I have 80 sitting in the audience looking for 90 and $100 even money and 125 now. 125, you go 125. I have 100 on the floor and 125 I'm looking for. 125 once, twice, $100 on the floor. Number 8675, 8675. Selling lot 292, a set of 4 Regency side chairs with Ormolu mounts, and all 4 of them together to go one money, and 500 for them, 400. $200 for all the chairs. $100 to start the bid. Anybody interested at $100? 4 Regency chairs for $100. $50 on all 4 of the chairs. $50 certainly should be $50. Keep you off the floor. $50. Anybody interested in $50? 50 and go. Anybody want to go $50? $50. My goodness. $20. $20. Anybody having a Thanksgiving dinner? $20. I guess we'll have to pass those by. 293 Ironstone foot bath with green trim. And this is lot 293, Ironstone foot bath with green trim, and $200 for it. 200 I have and 2 1/4 now. 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. 275 now. Would you go 275? Looking for 275. Anybody want to go 275? 275 now. 300. 300 would go 300. 275 and 300 and 350. 350 now, 300 and 350 and 400, and 400 now, and 400, would you go 400, 400 and 450, 450 now, looking for 450, would you go 450, 450 and 500, 500 now, would you go 500, 500 and 550, 550, 550, would you go 550, I have 500, bidding 550, anybody like to go 550, fair warning at $550, once, 550, 600 now, $600, 550 bidding 6, 550 and 6, 650 now. 650, would you go 650? Anybody want to go 650? 650, 600 and 650. 650 once, twice. Yep. 650, 700. 700 now. 700, would you go 700? $700, 650 and 700. 650 and 700. Anybody want to go 700? Fair warning at 700 once, twice. 650 buys the number. 1053. 1053. Lot 294, 3 storage boxes, all in old paint, kind of nice country decorations. Largest box is 6.5 inches by 8 by 15, and a couple $100 for the painted boxes. A couple $200 and go. $100 is where? $100 and go. Anybody interested in $100? $50 on all the boxes. Nice decoration. I have 50 and 60 and 60 and 70 and 80 now. 80, 90 now. 90, would you go 90? I have you for 80 and looking for $90. Anybody want to go 90 now and 100? Even money, $100. Anybody with 100 and 1 1/4? 1 1/4 now. Would you go 125? 125. Anybody want to go 125? I have 100 bidding. 100 and 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. 175. 175. Would you go 175? Anybody want to go 175? 150 bidding. 175. Fair warning at 175 once. Twice. $150. Buys down in front. 1023. 1023. Selling lot 295. The cherry Hepawhite inlaid table, drop leaf table. Opens up to 46 inches and a couple of $200 for it. $200 and go. $100 is where? $100 on the cherry Hepawhite inlaid table. $100 and go. $50 to start the bidding. 50 I have in 60. 50 and 60. 50 and 60. Any advances to $60. 60 and $70 now and $70. Would you go $70? 70 and $80. $80. $90 now. 90, 90 and 100. 100. It's still worth $100. You bet any. $100. Would you go $100? Fair warning at $100. I have 9 bidding 100. 90 and 100. Fair warning at $100. Once, twice. $90 buys down in front. 983. 983. The pictorial hook rug, the lions in the jungle. Frost pattern mounted on a stretcher, and $500 for it. $500 to start the hook rug off. $500 is where? $300. $200. I have 400 and 450. Would you go 450? Anybody want to go 450? I have 450 and 500 and 500 now. 450 and 500. Would you go 500? I have 450 and 500. 450 and 500. Looking for $500. Anybody want to go $500? I have 450 on the phone. Looking for $500 on the hook rug. Anybody want to go $500? Fair warning at 500 once, twice. 450 buys your way. Number 535. 535 is the buyer. Red, green, and white applique 19th century quilt. Hand stitch. It's got some minor spots on the back, and $500 for it. $500 for the quilt. 400 we have and 450. 400 and 450 and 500 and 550. 550 now. Would you go 550? 550. Would you go 550? 550 on the phone and 600. 600 now. Would you go 600? Either one of you 600. I have 550 on the phone looking for $600. Any advances to $600? $600. Anybody like to go $600? I have 550 on the phone looking for $600. Fair warning once, twice. 550 on the phone gets it. Number 530. 530. A hinge lid. This is lot 298. The hinge lid box fashioned into a hanging cupboard. I don't know exactly where it is. Kind of a neat thing. Nice country look to it. And how much for it? A couple of $200 to start the bidding. $200 on the hanging cupboard. $100 is where? $100 and go. $100. It's seen right over here. $100. Anybody interested in $100? Nice piece of country hanging cabinetry there. Looking for $100. Open it up. $50 anyway. $50 to start the bidding. $50 and 60 and 70 and 70. 70 and $80 now and $80. Would you go $80? 70 and $80 and $90 and $100. $100 still under the money and $100. Would you go $100? I have 90 bidding 100 once, twice. $90 buys. 36 is the buyer. The buyer is a lot. The bidder card is 36. 299. This is an oil on board dining in Midtown. It's signed indistinctly. Maybe it says Phillips, and $1,000 for it. Kind of a nice, interesting painting there. 500 anyway. 500 we have. 550. 500 and 550. 550. We go 550. 500, 550, 600, 650, 650, 650, 650. Would you go 650? I have 600 looking for 650. Anybody want to go 650, 650? $700 now. 700, 700, and 750, and 750 now. Would you go 750? 750, 750, $800 now. 800, would you go 800? $800, looking for 800. Anybody want to go 800? Looking for $800. 750 and 800. 750 bidding $800. 800. $700 buys to number 15. About 300 or 750, right? Lot 300, the assembled group of 21 cobalt and gold band china, 12 Lennox, Tiffany bowls, and 7 Minton plates, and 2 others. All them together to go one money, a couple $100 for them. I have 350 and 400. 350 bidding 400. Would you go 400? 350 advances is 400. Looking for 400. I have 350 and 400. 350 bidding 400. Anybody interested at 400? I have 350, 400. Fair warning at 350 bidding 400. Anybody like to go 400? 350 buys and the number? 1058. 301. Yes, yes it is. 301, the Georgian double swing leg card table, 28 inches tall and 16 inches deep, kind of nice size, and 500 for it. 500 to open it up, 500 and go. $200 is where. $200 to start the bing. Anybody want to go 200? $200 is where. Anybody want to go $200? Nice table for 200. Anybody got $100? $100 to start the bidding. Anybody interested in $100? $100? Well, I have $100 on the phone and 1 1/4. 1 1/4 now, 1 1/4, 1 1/4. Any advances to 1 1/4 certainly should be at 125. Anybody want to go 125? $100 buy, single bid, number 537. 537. Selling lot 302, a set of 12 sterling silver teaspoons by Lunt. Approximately 11.4 troy ounces, and a couple of $200 for it. $200 to start the bidding. $100 is where on the silver I have 100 and 1 1/4. 1 1/4 now. 1 1/4. Anybody want to go 1 1/4? I have 100 bidding 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/2 now. 1 1/2 and 175. 175 now to go 175, 200. 175 bidding 2, 175 and 2. 175 bidding $200. Anybody like to go $200? Looking for $200. 175 and 2. Fair warning, $200. 175 buys and the number 905. 303, a rare Memorial Hall Sentinel red and white coverlet. Couple of $100 for it for coverlet. 200. $100 is where? $100 on the coverlet. $100. We're gonna get that to change up there. 303. The rare Memorials coverlet, and there we go. And how much for it? $100 to start the bidding. 50 I have, and $60. 50 and 60, 60 and 70, 70 now, 70, 70, 70 and $80. 80, would you go $80? I have 70 and $80. 70 bidding, $80. Anybody want to go $80? Still under the money at $80. 80 down, 90, 80 and 90, 90 now, would you go $90? Anybody want to go $90? 90 and $100. Even money where we should have started, $100. Anybody want to go $100? 90 and 100. Fair warning, $100. Once, twice, $90 buys down in front. 1027. Selling 304. Knox County, Ohio, 1848, blue and white coverlet. Bird borders with eagles on the corner blocks, and 1822 single panel coverlet to go along with that. It's like half of a coverlet, so it's to go along with it. And a couple $100 for those. A couple of $200. $100 to start the bidding. $100 I have 1 1/4. 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 now, 1 1/2, 1 1/2. Anybody want to go 150? Looking for 150. I have 125. Looking for 1 1/2. $150. Anybody want to go 150? 125, 150. Fair warning at 150. 125 buys and the number? 1027 is the buyer. Moving on to our next item. 305, 19th century brass urn-shaped doorstop. Kind of a nice doorstop, and $100 for it. $100 for the door, so $100 and 1 1/4 now. 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 100 and 125. Looking for 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 now, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 and 175. 175 now. Would you go 175? Looking for 175 and $200. 200. Would you go 200? I have 175 bidding 2. 175 looking for $200. Any advances to $200? I have 175 on the phone looking for $200. Fair warning. 200 once, 200 twice, 170 with the hammer, 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Oh, I'm so sorry. I feel terrible. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Are you sure? Once, twice. $200 buys down front. 1059. Would you like to jump back up or no? No. No, I don't. 306. A sausage.
He's a real auctioneer.
Yeah. A sausage churn gate leg table. And kind of nice gate leg table there, and a couple $100 for it. Sausage churn gate leg table, $200 and go. $100 is where. $100 on the gate leg table, $100 and go. Anybody interested at $100? $50 to start the bidding, 50 and 60. 50 and 60 now. Anybody want to go 60, 50 and 60, 50 and $60. 50 and $60 will keep your dinner up close to you where you're eating. $60. $60. Anybody want to go $60? $50 buys one bid, and the number? 1060. This is lot 307. Two red and white overshot coverlets. There's minor discoloration on it, and $300 for both of them. $200 for both of them. $200 to go. Anybody interested at $200 on the coverlets? $100 to start the bidding. 100, one and a quarter, one and a quarter, one and a half. One and a half now. One and a half. Would you go one and a half and 175? 175. $200 now. 200. 200. Looking for 200. 175. Bidding 200 and two and a quarter. Two and a quarter now and two and a quarter. Would you go two and a quarter? Anybody want to go 225? 200 and 225. 225 once. 225. 225 and 250. 250 now. Would you go 250? 225. Bidding 250. Anybody want to go two and a half? I have two and a quarter. Looking for two and a half. Anybody want to go $250 once? Twice? 225 buys down in front. 1048. 308 is 18 pieces of sterling, 6 Frank Smith forks and 6 towel. The forks and all that silver together to go one money. $500 to start it off. $300 to start the bidding. $200 is where. $200 on all that silver. Anybody 200 I have and two and a quarter. Two and a quarter now and two and a half. Two and a half now and two and a half and two and a half. Would you go two and a half? Two and a half and 275 now. 275 and $300. Would you go 300? 300 and three and a half now. Three and a half. And $400 and 400. 400 and four and a half. Four and a half now. Four and a half. 450. 400 bidding 450. Would you like to go 450? Fair warning at 450. Anybody want to go 450? I have 400 and 450 once. 450 twice. $400 buys. 905. All right, Russ took his break, and thanks for your patience. And
Thank you, John. Nice job. All right. American Chippendale slant lid desk on OG bracket feet. It is walnut, probably Pennsylvania, and 18th century old. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? $500 and get it going. Five, you gotta be five. We gotta be 500. Would you go 500? Well, $300 and start it. $300. Anybody like it? Three, you gotta be three. Would you go three? John, maybe you want to come back. 300. $200 where? Anybody like it for $200? Anybody want to be for two? You gotta be 200. Any interest in this desk? $200. I think we'll pass it at 200. No, fair is fair. All right, Maurice Lorentzen, original lithograph, limited edition, 32 out of 60. Kind of a nice limited edition print. And how much for it? Someone give me about 200 for it, $100 for it. 500, thank you. 550 would it go? 500 bidding 550, would it go $550? Anybody like it for 550? 500 is bidding 550, would it go 550? Would it go $550? Anybody want me for 550? I knew it was a good name, but 500 and 550. It's on the chair now, Jake. $500 buys number? 955. 955. Okay, Chippendale style urn topped andirons. These are nice, have a nice size, 22 and 3/4 inches tall, and $300 for these. Three, would you go 300, 200, $100? Anybody like it? Be $100? You gotta be 100. Would you go $100? It will get cold next winter, and you will need andirons. $100, $50 for them. $50. Anybody like it for 50? $20 for them. $20. Any interest? Even remote interest? Okay. 20. Thank you. And 30 would go. 20 and 30. Mr. Ryan, I'm very glad you came today. $20 buys number 14. The buyer 14. All right. 312. Two ironstone Stavanger transferware platters. One is flow blue and the other one is polychrome decorated. Both shown on the top shelf in the back case. And $100 quick for those. They're both in very good condition. $100 for the two of them. Anybody want to be for 100? Would you go $100? $50 for both. $50 is going to be 50. Would you go $50? Anybody like to be in for 50? $50. My goodness. 50. Thank you. It's 60. 50 and 60, what do you go, $60? Anybody like to be in for 60? 50 and 60, what do you go, $60? $50 buys number 1061. 313 is George III corner chair. This is a period chair with custom-made ottoman, turn leg ottoman. Kind of nice the way they have the pillow askew, nicely upholstered, ready to go condition. How much for them? Somebody give me about $300 for them. Three, what do you go, 300, 200, $100 where? 100's bid, 1 1/4, now a half, you're gonna be 1 1/2 and 75. 175, you're gonna be 175, 150's bidding 175, anybody else for 175? 150's bidding 175, what do you go, 175? $150 buys number 906, the buyer, 906. Okay, Gorham sterling silver dresser set, mirror, brushes, jar, whisk, file, etc. And somebody give me $100 for it. $100 for all it, sterling. $100. Anybody like hundreds bid 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bid 1 1/4. Would it go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? $100 your way, Nate. Number 909. 315. Oil on board. W. Danks. This is a coastal landscape with cows and figures, beautifully painted. And somebody give me about $300 for it. $100 for it. Hundreds bid 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4. Got to be 125 now. 150. What do you go? 150. Anybody like it for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 is bidding 1 1/2 and 75 now. 175. Got to be 175. 150. 175 now. 200. $200. Got to be 200. 2 1/4. 2 1/4 would go 2 1/4, 200 is bidding 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, it could be 2 what do you go 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275, 275, what do you go 275, 250 is bidding 275, anyone else for 275, 250 and 275, fair warning, $250 your way number. 917, the buyer, 917. Sheraton Empire footstool, this one is pretty neat with those two rolled ends and they're actually removable. They're pretty nice. Very nice little Sheraton Empire footstool, beautifully upholstered and ready to go. And somebody give me $100 for it. $100 for that footstool. Anybody like it for 100? What do you go, $100? 100's bid 1 1/4. Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. One of you, 175, 200. She says 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/4. 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275, 250, 275, now 300, 300, now 350, 300, 350. You, would you go 350? You've got to be 350. I've got 300 and 350. Any advance on 300 and 350? $300 buys it number 3272. Lap desk with inlay and a drawer, and $100 quick for it. 100 where? Who's got $100? Anybody like it for $100? What do you go? $100? Anybody want to be in for 100's bidding 1 1/4? 100 bidding 1 1/4. What do you go? 1 1/4. Anybody want to bid a quarter? Now half. Got to be 1 1/2 and 75. 175. What do you go? 175, 150, 175. Anybody else for 175, 150, 175? Fair warning. 150, 175. 150 buys number 1063. 318, pipe cabinet with 2 carved panel doors. These are like press carved panel doors. Somebody give me $100 for it. $100, anybody like it for $150 for it? 50, thank you, and 60, what do you go? 50 and 60, what do you go? $60, anybody like it for 60? $50 is offered, $60. 50 and 60, lost my screen. 50 and 60. Anybody want to be in for $60? It's going to be 60. What do you go? $60. Anybody like it for 60? 60 now. 70. 70. What do you go? 70. 60 and 70. Anybody else for 70? $60 is bid and $70. 70 now. 80. $80. What do you go? $80. Anybody else for 80? 70 and 80. Fair warning. $80. $70 buys number. Sure. Take the 80. $90, got to be 90. Would you go $90? Anybody like it for 90? Fair warning. 90 now. 100. $100, got to be 100. Would you go $100 now? 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid 125. It got to be 1 1/4. Fair warning. 1 1/4. $100 buys it, number? 1062. 319. Reed leg card table with ball feet. This is Boston, D-shaped, demi-lune shaped. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it. $300. Anybody like to be in for three? Got to be 300. Reeded leg. $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200? $100 is where? $100. Anybody like it for $100? Wow. Tough to sell furniture. $50. $50 for period card table. Anybody like it for 50? Got to be 50. Would he go $50? Charles? 50. Thank you. And 60. Would he go $60? Anybody like it for 60? 50 and 60. Now 70. 70. Would he go 70? 60 and 70. Anybody else for $70? $60. The buy is number 14. Is it? 14. Thank you, sir. 320. Two vases, Mosia glass, enamel decorated vase, and a silver overlay cranberry glass vase, 12 inches and 10 and a half inches tall each. And I've got a little bit of bidding. Bidding has to start at 200 and 2 1/4. Would you go? 200 is bidding 2 1/4. Anybody like but 2 1/4? 2 is bidding 225. Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 2 1/4, 2 1/2. You got to be 275 now. 275. You're bidding 275, 250, 275. The book is out. 275 and 300. Anybody like to be in for 300? 275 and 3. Fair warning. 275 and 300. Down they go. $275 to number 521, the buyer. 521. 321. Brass and wire fire fender, and it's a beauty. Brass and wire fire fender, all in good order, and it has a bed warmer and fire tools, pair of period tongs and shovel. Kind of nice. This is out of the Schenectady Stockade home. And $300 quick for these. 300 for the whole shooting match. Anybody like to be in for 200? $200. Fender should bring 350. 200. $100 is where? $100. Anybody like it for 100? Would he go $100? Anybody want to be for $100? 50 is bidding 60. Would he go 50 and 60? Would he go $60? Anybody else like it for 60? 50 and 60? $50 buys. Number 2, the buyer 2. Next item. 322 watercolor. This is a 1983 rendition of Kingston street scene. I know this corner in Kingston still exists today. How much for it? Somebody give me about, I would think, $300 for it. 300, 200 for the local scenery. Anybody like to be in for 200? $100 for it. Anybody here from Kingston? Raise your hand quick. $50. $50. 50, thank you. And 60, would he go? 50 and 60, would he go? $60. Anybody like it for 60? $50. Number 6, the buyer. Number 6. 323, Wick Aaron's 1990 whale carving. Now it shows an old separation on the tail, which has been tended to, but it is there. So you buy it as you see it. But 17-inch long Wick Aaron's whale carving and like a plaque, and $300 for it. $100 is where? 200 is bidding. 2 1/4. Would you go? 2 1/4 now a half and 75. 300 now 350. 300 is bidding. 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody else for 350? $300 away it goes. Number 5315. 324 is a miniature knee-hole desk. It's only 21 inches by 13 inches by 10. Nice little miniature knee-hole desk. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 200 for it. 200, $100 for that. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 1 1/4. Got to be 125. For 125, got to be 125. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid, 1 1/4 for a miniature. My goodness, 100 and 1 1/4. $100 buys it. Number 5372 to 325. Mahogany bow front shelf over cabinet. Provenance Brook Astor. This came out of the Sotheby's sale in 2012. People are moving to smaller quarters and had to dispose of it, so here it is to sell. Brook Astor's little bookshelf, and how much for it? Someone give me about, I don't know, 500 for it. 400, thank you, and 450, would you go? 400 and 450, anybody else like it for 450? 400 has been 450, now 500. $500, gonna be five, gonna be five, we go 500, I've got 450 on the phones and $500. Anyone else for 500, 450, and 500, once, twice, sold at $450 to 537, the buyer, 537. 326, a pair of Continental tin glazed earthenware panels in brass frames. These are pretty nice. And somebody give me about 300 for the pair, 300, 200, $100 for the pair. What? 150, thank you, and 160, 175, and now 200. 175 is bid, and two would go 200, 200, now 2.25. 200 is bid, 2.25, 2.5. 2.25 is bid, and 2.5, 2.5, and 75, 275, and 300. $300 is gonna be three. Would he go $300? Anybody else for 300, 275, and 300? 275 buys number 917. These are birds of Great Britain. These are bird prints by John Gould. They're a large folio, hand-colored, 1873 prints of four of the birds of Great Britain. I think each one has the back page or the corresponding page on the back of each framed object, and I should think 800, but I'll take 500 to open. $500. Anybody like to be in for five? Gonna be five. We're gonna go $300 to start them. 200's bid, and 2.25, 2.25, 2.5, 275, 275. Anybody like them for 275? I've got 300 ahead of you. Would you go 350? 350, 350. Now 400, 400. It could be 400. Now 450. One of you. 450. Would you go $450? 400 and 450. 450. Now 500. $500 is going to be $500. Is going to be 500. Thanks for the help. $500 is going to be five. Anybody else for 500? 450 is here, and $500. Anybody else like them for 500? $450 buys, Nate. 938. 328 silver-plated tableware, including a tray and a toast rack. Now, it's important that you have a silver-plated toast rack for your toast in the morning while you're having some marmalade out on the terrace. A wine coaster, open salt, chafing dish, sugar pot, etc. All right, all of that for one money, and somebody give me about $200 for it all. $200, $100 for it all. $100 for all of that silver plate. Anybody like being for $100? $50 for it all. My goodness. $50 is going to be 50. Would you go 50? Well, $25 for it. $20 for it all. $20 is going to be 20. Would go 20. $20. 20. I have 20 behind you. You've got to be 30, sir. 30. Now 40. $40 is going to be 40. Would you go $40? Anybody else for 40? $40. She's looking at me as if she never saw me before in my life. $40 is going to be 40. $30. Austin, you bought it. 8675. 8675 is the buyer number. Now we have a Catlinite peace pipe and a Catlinite scoop. The peace pipe is engraved, inlaid with pewter, and it says Mary E. Forbes. So it must have been a special order or something. I would think this is early trading post days, and genuine Native American made pipe. A little bit of interest in this. Bidding starts at $550 and $600, $600 and $650. $650 is with me. You've got to be $700. $700. I've got $750. Would you go $800? I've got $850. Would you go $900? I've got $950. Would you go $1,000? $1,000. I've got $950. Would you go $1,000? I got $1,100. Would you go $1,200? $1,200. The book is out. I've got $1,200 on the internet, and $1,300. Would you go? $1,200 is bid in 13. Would you go $1,300? Anybody else for 13? 12 is bid in 13. Would you go $1,300? Anybody else like it for $1,300? It's going to be 13. 1,213. $1,200 buys number 1068. 1068. 2 wash on paper signed Harrison Begay. A very well regarded Native American artist working in the West. And how much for these? Someone give me about, I should think $1,000, but I'll take $500 to open. Anybody like to be in for I have 400 offered and 450, would he go? 400 is bid and 450, would he go $450? Anybody else for 450? 450, now 500. 450 is bid and $500, would he go 5? Anybody like to be in for 5? Gonna be $500. Anybody like to be in for 500? 450 is bid and 5, you gotta be 5, we go 500. 450 buys, number? 5354. Now the gouache on paper, untitled, and designed J.D. Roybal, which is Jose Roybal, another well-regarded Southwest artist who paints Native American subjects, and $500 for this, 500, 300, $200 for it, thank you, and 2 1/4, would you go? 200's bidding 2 1/4, anybody like it for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4, now what? 225, 250, 275. You've got to be 275. Now 300. Nate, get him back at 300. 275 has been 3. Would he go $300? Would he go 300? 275 and 3. Would he go $300? Anybody else like it for 3? Got him 3. Would he go 300? Fair warning, 300. Once, twice. 275 buys. Number 5354. 5354. Okay, group of 4 brass push-up candlesticks, and $100 quick for those. 100 wear, 50 wear. $50 for 4 brass 1830s brass push-up candlesticks shown in the back of the room. 50 wear, $20 for them. 20 and 30, I've got $30. I heard you don't see it. 30, now 40. 30 is bid on Ken, and $40 going to be 40. Would he go $40? Anybody else for 40? 30 is bid and 40, going to be 40. Would he go $40? $30, Kenneth, you bought him. Number 537, is it? 537, the buyer. 333 is a French crystal regulator clock with a chiming mechanism. It probably needs a cleaning. That means it probably doesn't work. I don't know. Somebody give me about 300 for him. 200, $100 for it. $100. Anybody like him for 100? Would he go $100? Anybody want for $50? 50, thank you. And 60, would he go $60? Anybody like him for 60? $50. Way number? 1070. 334. Thoroughbred Plenipotentiary with a jockey up. Plenipotentiary was a racehorse in England, and he won the Upton Derby, I think, in 1834, which was a big deal, kind of like our Kentucky Derby. It suffered craquelure. The craquelure has all been filled. Now it needs in painting. So you buy it as you see it. But $300 for the Derby winner of 1834 doesn't sound like a lot of money. 300 where? Anybody like to be for 3? We got to be 3. Would he go $200 for it? 200, $100 for it. 100's bid and 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2. We go 1 1/2 and 175. 175 now 200. $200 that'll be 2. Would he go $200? Anybody like it for 200? 175 and 200. People lost more money on this horse at the time. $200, $200, 175 buys, number 1071. Thank you. Tall case clock by William Freebairn, Rutherglen. I think that's in Scotland, isn't it? Somebody give me about 300 for him. $300. That clock is short. You're missing the feet, and so the entire clock is about a foot lower than it should be. Somebody give me $100 for that clock. 150, 175, 175, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 300, 300, 300, 350, 350, 400. $400, you got to be 4. Would you go 400, 3 1/2, and 4? You got to be $400, 400. Now 450, 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? I've got 400 bid and 450. Fair warning, 450. $400 buys number 975. Somebody looking for the movement, I'm sure. Walnut parlor chair in green sporting upholstery. Oh, sporting upholstery. I was out shooting this morning. Quite nice. Somebody give me $300 for the chair. $100 for that chair. 100 where? Anybody like it for a chair for $150 and get it going? 50, 60, 70, $70. Now 80. $80, you're going to be $80, $90. Would you go 90? Now $100. Would you go 190 and 100? Anybody else for for $100, 90 and 100. $90 your way, Nate, number. 1032. 337. 337 is a federal mantle with, oh no, 337 is a pair of brass sconces, candle sconces. They're those Dutch ones, right? 19th century Dutch brass. And someone from a house in Rochester, someone give me about $300 for those, 300, 200, $100 for them. $100 for that pair of sconces. Anybody like them for $100? $50 for that pair of sconces. I've got 50 ahead of you. Would you go 60, 70, 80? You're going to be 80. Would you go $80? Going to be 80, 90. $90. Now 100. $100. You're going to be 100. One and a quarter. One and a quarter. One and a half. One and a half. Ridiculous. One and a half. 175. 175. 175. Now 200. $200. Would you go 200? Two and a quarter. Two and a quarter, got to be two and a quarter. 200's been two and a quarter. Anybody else for two and a quarter? I've got $200 offered and two and a quarter. $200 buys number 536, the buyer 536. 338 is the federal period mantle with the sunburst carving, shown over next to Garrett. And somebody give me about $500 for the federal period mantle. 500, $200 for it. $200. Anybody like it for two? Got to be two. Would you go 200? Oh, my goodness, $100 for that mantle. Anybody like it for $100? $100 for a period fireplace mantle. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like it for $150 for it? $50 for that period fireplace mantle. No interest? No interest. Okay, pass it by. 339 is the paper mache tip-top table. This has had some interest. A couple of people have called about it. A little rough, but awful. It's charming. And paper mache is 1840s old, hand-painted horse heads on the central medallion, and a couple of $100 quick for it. $100 for it. $100 for that paper mache table. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? $50 and start at 50 and 60, 60, 70. 60 and 70, would you go 70? Anybody like it for 70? Would you go $70? Anybody like it for 70? $60 buys number 1072. Lithograph, the Charleston Flower Cellar. Charleston Flower Cellar. Showing up there. When I saw it in the house, I thought it was a watercolor. It's a really good print, but it is a print. So how much for it? Somebody give me about $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like to be in for 100? $50, thank you, and 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like it for 60? 50 and 60, would you go $60? Anybody want to be in for $60? 60 now, 70. 70, would you go 70? 60 and 70, would you go $70? Anybody like to be in for 70, 60 and 70? Fair warning, $60 and 70. $60 your way, number 5325. Large group of continental silver plate, including 6 service plates. This really sets a table. 6 service plates, a 20-inch tray, 15-inch bowl, and 3-piece tea and coffee service. Somebody give me $100 for it all? $100 for all that silver plate. Anybody like to be in for $100? $50 for it all? 50, thank you, and 60. Would you go 50 and 60? Would you go $60? Anybody like to be in for 60, 50, and 60? 50 and 60. $50 buys it, number 8675. 8675. 342 is a double bin tea caddy with the central mixing bowl opening, and $100 quick for that. 100 where? $50 for it. Anybody like to be in for 50? It's got to be 50. Would you go 25? $20 for it. $20. Thank you. At 30, would you go? 20 and 30. Anybody like to be in for 30? 20 is been 30. Got to be 30. Would you go 30? $20 your way, number 22. The buyer 22. Spider leg candle stand, and $300 for it. 300, 200. $100 for that spider leg candle stand. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $150 to start it? 50, would you go 50? Anybody like it for 50? $20 for it. 20 now, 30. 20's bidden. 30, gonna be 30. Would you go $30? Anybody like it for 30? $20 buys it. Number 33. 33 the buyer. 33. Lot 344. 18-inch diameter rose medallion bowl. It is repaired. There was old restoration. I can't tell how much restoration was done, but I see the overspray on the underside of it. So, but I've got bidding starts at $100 and 1.25. Would you go? 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody like it for 125? 100's bidding 1.25. Now 1.5. Anybody like it for 1.5? 1.25's bidding 1.5. Would you go 1.5 and 175? 150 and 175. And now 200. $200. Would you go 200? Now 2.25. 200's bidding 2.25. Would you go 2.25? Anybody else like it for 2.25? 200's bidding 2.25. $200. Nate, you know away it goes. Number 984. 345. 54 pieces of sterling silver and $1,000 worth for it. $1,000 is bidding 1,100. Would you go? 1,000 I have 1050. Would you go? $1,000 and 1,100. Would you go? $1,100. Anybody like to be in for 1,100? 1,000's bidding $1,100. Anybody? Any advance? 1,000 and 1,100. Fair warning. $1,000 your way. Number 905. 905. Where are we? Oh, the Amari Punch Bowl. Kind of nice. Bidding starts at $100 and 1.25 would go. 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody like to be in for 1.25? 100's offered and 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody want to be in for 1.25? $100 buys. Number 423. The buyer 423. Next item, French ormolu mounted marble top etagere. There's a tight line in the marble top, but beautifully decorated, paint decorated on the draw front, old original paint, all the ormolu is intact, the gallery is intact, and somebody give me about $300 for it, 300, 200, $100 for that French table. Anybody like a nice little French table, side table for $100, $50 to get it going, 50 and 60 and 70. Would you go $70? 70 now 80, 80 now 90, 90 now 100. 90 is bid and 100. Would you go $100? Anybody else like it for 100? 90 is bid and 100. 90 and 100. $90 buys. Number 917. 917. 348. Oh, English countryside. Whoop, where'd we go? 361. Nope. 348. There we go. English countryside sign Nayland. 12 by 18 inches. Kind of nice. And let's see. Bidding starts at $100 and 100's bid 1.25. Anybody like to be for 1.25? 100's bid 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody like being for 1.25? I have $100 in the book and 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody else like it for 1.25? Fair warning, 1.25. $100 buys. Number 415. The buyer 415. A lovely French style salon chair with an excellent upholstery. Understand this is not an antique, but it was just so beautifully upholstered and such great shape. I felt like I should take it and sell it. Someone give me about $300 for it, $100 for it. Anybody like it for $100? 100's bidding 1.25. Anybody like it for 125? 100's bidding 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody want me in for 1.25? 100's bidding 125. Nice buy. $100 buys it. Number. Your number, please. 35. 35. Thank you. 35. The buyer. Okay. Cast iron Martha Washington bench, and the two chairs are cast aluminum. Now, is there any way that you guys can, only because our catalog might have been a little misleading, can you let everybody know that the two chairs are cast aluminum and the bench is cast iron? Bench is an antique. They bought the chairs to go with the bench, but they're cast aluminum. They're 20th century. Okay, now somebody give me about, after all that has been said, someone give me about $500 for the group. $500 is going to be $5. Would you go $500? $300 for the group. Anybody like to be in for 300? 300's bid and 350. Would you go? 300 I have and 350 now 400. 400 now 450. 400, 450 now 500. 500 now 550. 500, 550 now 600. $600, 600 now 650. 650 would go 600, 650 now 700. 700 now 750. 750 now 800. It's all live auctioneers. $800 gonna be 800. 750's been 8. Would you go $800? Anyone else for 800? 750's been 8. Would you go $800? Anybody else like it for 800? Fair warning, 800. $750 buys. Number 903. Well done. Lot 351. 4 pieces of Winterthur faux bois iron patio set, including a sofa, 2 chairs, and a table. A little bit of interest in this, and bidding has to start at $850 and $900. Would you go? 900, 950, 1000, 1100. You're going to be 1200. I have 14. Would you go 1500? 1400's been 15. We're going to be 15. Would you go 1500? The book is out. Book has been exceeded. I have 1500 on the internet. Now 1600 on Barbara. 16 is in on Barbara. 16, 1700. Back to you for 17. 17 and 1800. Barbara, 1800. Get it back at 1800. 1900. Back to the internet for 1900. 19. Now 2000. $2,000 is going to be 2000. 2000. 2250. 2250, Nate. You've got to be 2250. Now 2500, Barb. $2,500, you're going to be 2,500. 22, 2,500. Now 2,750. 2,750. Would you go 2,750? 25 is bidden. 2,750. Anybody else like them for 2,750? I've got $2,500 on Barbara and 2,750. The internet is out. Once, twice. Let there be no mistake. $2,500, Barb. Number 527 buyer. 527. 252 are 2 cast stone angels with detachable trumpets. They are seated angels, 18 by 18. Eric, we'll see you soon, I hope. Don't be a stranger, Eric. Don't be a stranger. Someone give me about $500 for the angels. 500, $200 for the angels. 200, $100. Hundreds bid, 1 1/4, and 1 1/4 now 1 1/2, half and 75, 175. What do you go? 175, 150, 175. 150 is bid and 175. Anybody else for 175? 150 is bid and 175. $150 buys number 5350. 253. Leaded glass transom window, 40 by 20 inches, kind of neat, right next to the door. And somebody give me about 200 for it. 200, $100 for it. $100. Anybody like that window for $100? My goodness. $100. Anybody like it for $100? Would you go $100? Anybody want to make for $50 and go 50, 60, 70, 70? Would you go 70? Now 80. 80 to 80, now 90. $90 got to be 90, 80 and 90. Anybody else for $90? 80 and $90 is going to be 90. Would you go $90? Anybody else? 90, now 100. $100. Would you go 190 and 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like it for 100? Now 1 1/4. 100's bidden 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4 the hard way? 100's bidden 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody else like it for 1 1/4? 1 1/4. Fair warning. $100 buys number 917. 254 leaded glass window. Another one. This one a little nicer, I think. Somebody give me about 200 for this one. A little larger, a little nicer. So 200, $100 for this one. $100. Anybody like it for 100? Would you go $100? Anybody like it for $50 and get it going? 50 and 60, 60 and 70. Would you go 70? Now 80, 80 now 90. $90 is going to be 90. Would you go $90? Is going to be 90 now $100? Would you go 100? 90 and 100. You've got to be 100 now 1 1/4. 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? You've got to be 1 1/4, Ken. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2. We get them back at 1 1/2. We go 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Would you go 150? 150. Would you go 150, 125, and 150? Fair warning. 125 and 150. Once, twice. 125. Number 502, is it? 502. Oh, I told you not to call me here. Oh, what do we have? Okay, next, pair of torchères, 50 inches tall, iron torchère plant stands. The top ring is 6.5 inches in diameter, and they are very stylish. And how much for those? Somebody give me about 300 for them. 300. $200 for them. 200's bid and 2 1/4. I got 2.25, would you go 2.5? I got 275, would you go 300? $300, you've got to be 300. 275's bidding 3, we got to be 3, would you go $300? Anybody else? 300 on Ken. I got 350, would you go 400, Ken? $400, you've got to be 400. $400, you've got to be 4, would you go $400? Anyone else for 400? I've got 350 bid, and you've got to be $400. Anybody else for 400? Fair warning. 350 and 400. $350 to bid card 517, the buyer, 517. 356 is a cast iron 1892 Garden Gate. Well, it might be the Garden of Eden Gate. I think that it probably came from a cemetery. Okay. Monroe Street Foundry, 19th century, dated 1882. Kind of nice. Nicely decorated. And how much for it? Someone give me about $300 for it? $300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 2? We've got to be 2. We go $200, $100 to start it, and 1.25. 1.25, would you go 1.25? Now 1.5. Anybody like it for 1.5? Half and 75, 170. Now $200, going to be 2. 175 has been 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 has been 2. Would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? Fair warning, 200. 175 buys, number 1077. 357 early French 19th century cast iron fireback. Do you have it down there, Josh? Right in front. Kind of nice tombstone shape. Heavy cast iron. Someone give me about $300 for it. $300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be for 2? We got to be 2. Would you go $200? $100 to start it. 100 bidding 1.25. 100's bidding 1.25. Would you go 1.25? Anybody like it for 1.25? 100's bidding 125. Anybody want to be in for 1.25? 1.25. Wow. $100 buys, number 100.25. Thank you. 1.5. Do you also have 1.5? Okay. Well, then let's just sell it to the 1.25 person. Okay. What? 1080. 1080, thanks. 358 is a painted Jozan Saruk circa 1940, 60 inches by 40 inches in nice condition. It's $300 for it. $300 for this rug. Anybody like to be in for 300, 200, $100 for it? $100 for this rug. Anybody like it for $100? It's got to be 100. What do you go? $150 for it. $50 for this rug. $30 for it. 30, 40, 50. $50. What do you go? 50, 40, and 50. 50 now. 60. 60. What do you go? Sold it to you. $50 number. 22. 22 the buyer. 359 is a Persian scat rug with a Caucasian pattern. This is out of the same house as the Kos. And $300 for it. $100 for it. $50 for it. 50 and 50. 60. 50 and 60, now 70, now 80, now 90, now 100, now 110, 1.25, 1.25, we go 1.25, 100's bidding 1.25, anybody else for 1.25, 100's bidding 1.25, $100, 22 the buyer, 2. Oh, sorry, 998, 998. Now we have the Italian, what we've all been waiting for, the Italian laminated wood table lamp. Shown over here, kind of nice. Somebody give me $100 for that. $50 to get it going. 80, thank you. And 90, would you go? 80 and 90. Anybody like it for $90? 80 and 90. 90 now 100. Now 100. Would you go 100? 100. This is where we walk it to 1,300. 125, 150. Back to you for 150, 150, 175. 150's been, it turns out to be some designer that is unknown to us, but 175, now 200. 175 has been, would you go $200? Anybody else for 200? 175 and 200, now 2.25. 200's been 2.25, going to be 225. 200 and 2.25. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $200. Thank you very much, folks. Buyer number, Nate? 1060. 1060. 1060.